Welcome to LCK here at SPO TV. My name is Valdez. With me is LS as always. We're going to jump into a fantastic series with Rox and Samsung in just a minute. And we do have SKT versus MVP coming up for the second match of the day. How are you doing today, Alice?
I'm feeling really good, and this matchup should end up being pretty well as well. And I mean, we're going to get to see what Samsung Galaxy and Rox are going to be able to bring to the table after such a long time off. And I was following a lot of their solo queue accounts and seeing if we were maybe going to see anything new come out, and I saw that Crown was actually picking up some interesting picks inside of Aurelion Sol. He has also picked up the Corki, and we know that he can play other unconventional picks. Well, not necessarily unconventional, but like Talia. And we're going to have to see how the Rox Tigers respond, because so far they've kept up their motto from last season when they were formerly the Afrika Freaks almost. Different org, but for the most part the same team.
Yeah, and you guys can see the rosters for today. Haru is going to be in the jungle for Samsung Galaxy. And we do have Shy in the top lane for the Rox Tigers. So Linderong taking a little break. Let's jump into pick and ban here. We're going to start with a Malzahar ban.
Yep, Malzahar banned away first by Samsung Galaxy, although it has been a frequent first pick when you're on the blue side. I don't expect anything different out of red side. Outside of the LeBlanc, Camille, and Rengar bans. Those are the standard bans from red, and generally blue side dictates the pace of how the initial draft phase will go. And with an Elise ban, not something I was really expecting to see.
You've been talking a lot about that red side Varus. Looks like Samsung does not want to let Rox have that pick here. Going to look to ban that out as their third ban.
Red side Varus banned away. Rox Tigers probably just forced to ban the Rengar here. And now Samsung Galaxy, they have to decide what they want as their first pick. Kha'Zix might be a viable first pick. He is the strongest jungler in the game, and when you have Malzahar banned away, and Varus also banned away, that is one of the safest picks because it is one of the versus all champions.
Here we go again, LS prediction time on the pick and ban phase. The Kha'Zix first pick, it looks like the Rox Tigers are thinking about a Jace here.
And instead, now they hover Rek'Sai. They might just lock that in, and we'll have to see what they accompany that with. And this is mostly just to respond to the Kha'Zix pick. They don't really need to give away too much information before letting Samsung Galaxy develop their draft a little bit more.
Okay, so they are going to go for the Jace, it looks like, after the Rek'Sai pick. Looking towards that right now is the Rox Tigers. There you do go. So locked in Rek'Sai and Jace so far. Let's see what Samsung Galaxy wants to pick here.
Not sure exactly how they'll respond here. They could just respond with AD carry support, because you can't actually know if the Jace is going to go up on the top lane on Shy or if they're going to put it on Mickey in mid lane. So if Zyra, now one of the interesting things there, if they do pick the Zyra and they accompany it with an AD carry, the Rox Tigers can then just respond with Miss Fortune before it goes to the second pick ban phase, because if it does go to the second pick ban phase, then Samsung Galaxy will have the option to actually ban away the MF, and if they do elect to lock in Jhin right here, then I feel like Samsung Galaxy will be banning away AD carries and supports to funnel the Rox Tigers into a very specific team composition. And if this is going to be the case, with Varus already banned, Samsung Galaxy might just decide to ban away Ashe. And so now the question that the Rox Tigers is asked is, are you going to pick Miss Fortune here, or are you going to pick Ashe to respond as a soft counter to the Jhin? But you have to know that you only have one of those two choices now before we enter into the second pick ban phase.
Well, looks like they're going to go with the support here. Locked in at the last second is Miss Fortune. So as you were saying, could be expecting some AD carry bans here out of Samsung. But what is Rox going to ban here first? That is the first question we got to answer. It looks like Cassiopeia, no mid laner chosen yet. I suppose the Jace could go in the mid lane, as you were talking about.
Yep, Jace could be one of the mid laners indeed. And Samsung Galaxy, I feel like, again, the bans will be entirely focused at the AD carries right now. So we might actually just see Ashe, Caitlyn banned away by Samsung Galaxy, and that forces Rox onto Ezreal as the remaining AD carry champion, and that's not one of the best combos when you pair it with Miss Fortune. It also forces the Rox Tigers team composition into a very specific poke comp.
Look at that, 2 bans towards Crown. You got Cassiopeia and Orianna banned out here. And so Crown is, you know, there are a lot of mid lane picks, but it seems like specifically they did not want to go up against those 2.
Samsung Galaxy electing to ban away the Ryze, and this might be a decision because they might be anticipating Crown to potentially pick Aurelion Sol. Otherwise, I can't understand why Samsung would ban away the Ryze. Ryze is considered one of the counters to Aurelion Sol.
Corki coming out here would be interesting. You begin to set up a ton of poke damage if you got Jace and Corki on your team.
Samsung now forced to respond to Corki being a mid lane champion. Maokai being hovered, this is one of the more popular top lane champions right now in the world. Extremely versatile, very tanky late game, but then it poses the question that, can he make it there against the Jace? Now, oh, okay, it's gonna be a Victor. Not a champion I was actually expecting to see. It is Samsung Galaxy and it is Crown's Victor, but Victor has been indirectly hit by the changes to the meta, changes to the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. And he can have a very shaky laning phase, and if he can't be allowed to make it to the mid game, then there's a lot of other problems that end up arising. And one of Samsung Galaxy's problems so far in LCK Spring has been that the way that they move around their champions and where they choose to send people has oftentimes made it so that Crown's Victor wasn't able to get to the endgame stage to get into carry mode, and Rox finalizing their draft phase with the Ezreal. I felt like it would either be the Ezreal or the Caitlyn.
Yeah, so a very interesting composition here for the Rox Tigers. You got Ezreal, you got Corki, Jace, even Rek'Sai can do a bit of poke damage, as well as Miss Fortune's ultimate. So they're just going to be looking to poke down Samsung, I suppose, and try to disengage. I just feel like they don't have too much disengage, though. You know, they have the Unburrow from Rek'Sai for, you know, a knockup, but that's about it.
Yep. They have a little bit of versatility via Jace's Gate that can be offered as engage and disengage, but Rox Tigers' team composition is very one-dimensional. Whereas Samsung Galaxy, they have a few more options available to them. Neither team is really that powerful at controlling Baron, which I feel like Samsung or Rox is going to need that in order to win the game. And it's going to come down to if Rox can actually get a lead that is going to be big enough for them to outpoke Samsung's team comp and manage to accelerate them to a victory.
Yeah, so definitely going to be an interesting game number 1 here. Taking a look at Samsung's lineup. You see, as I mentioned before, Haru is in fact in the jungle here for Samsung Galaxy. So they are going to be using him for game number 1 at least. You do see Shy up in the top lane, up on that Jace. Going to be making some plays in this game, no doubt. Thank you for joining us, guys, here on the SpoTV broadcast of LCK. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 now. Samsung Galaxy versus the Rox Tigers. You guys can see the lineup right there. Go ahead and tell your friends to join the stream. It's going to be a fun day of games. But let's jump into game number 1 right now. Samsung Galaxy versus the Rox Tigers. I have to say the cheer girl for the Rox Tigers was a bit louder, so it seems like they did win the cheer war starting in game number 1 here. Looks like both teams just going to spread out and cover all their bases.
Yep, both teams just deciding to fan out, and this has been the most popular of choices so far in LCK. We have seen some aggression come out from some teams looking to get an early lead, but so far this spring split has been the story of everyone just wanting to play safe early on.
So we're just going to wait here until the minions spawn and go ahead into game number 1 here. See some wards going down for Vision by the red side, by the Rox Tigers.
And Haru, it will be starting blue buff, and Seonghwan's going to be starting red buff. And one of the things that we can look for here is if Seonghwan's going to give the blue over to Mickey. One of the things that Mickey and Seonghwan could try to do is force Crown to recall early before he's able to get to the gold needed for the Hex Core upgrade. And giving Mickey a blue buff would certainly be a way to add pressure and enable Mickey to do that.
So we're taking a look here at the bottom lane just to start things off. You're talking about how Ezreal, Miss Fortune, not the best of combos, but at least they do have a bit of poke in that lane, as I suppose every lane of the Rocks Tigers does have.
Yep, they do have a little bit more poke indeed, but the problem where they're going to have to be a little bit more careful is around the levels 3 through 5. That's when jungler interaction becomes very possible, and it's also where the poke, the poke back from Ruler and Core JJ's Jhin and Zyra becomes really scary for Songyun and Key.
You see that Mickey's already taking a ton of damage here from Crown, but Crown does begin to get out of mana from all of that poke. He is going to continue to go, but now he's almost totally out of mana. Maybe one more spell could come out of him. So you can see Mickey's not really scared at all, just sticking around, looking to push that lane as hard as possible. But here comes Haru, and he may have made a mistake here. The exhaust comes down in first blood at 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. Mickey just gets caught out there in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Mickey making that mistake early on, what he was trying to do was that method that I talked about where you try to attack Victor's mana pool early on, and by doing that you can force a premature recall and really just delay when Crown would be able to get that Hex Core upgrade, which completely changes how Victor can play the lane. But in doing so, he took a little bit too much poke back from Crown, and he was extremely susceptible for a gank, which Haru capitalized on.
Yeah, right at 2 minutes and 50 seconds too. We didn't really, let me take a look here on the map. He had no wards, just one on the opposite side actually.
Yep.
So just didn't see Haru coming in.
He didn't see him coming in. He didn't have the level 3 so that the Valkyrie would make him that much safer. And as we return to live, it looks like another gank was going to come down onto Mickey, but it seems like Crown is going to be able to just safely glide right into the Hex Core upgrade. Mickey's not going to be able to do anything about that.
A good start for Crown on a comfort pick here on the Victor. See 2 wards there were placed in the mid lane. Not sure about why that was the case, but Crown going to stick around, not going to go back just yet. Continue farming on. Does still have a potion.
Lots of pressure right now in mid lane. Problem for Seonghwan now is he doesn't really have a lane that he can go to. Even if he tries to come into mid lane, you can see that Crown is aware that it's a possibility. That's why he's positioning the way that he is. But this is a very obvious indication that Crown is trying to get to the Hex Core because he's not just recalling. He's waiting for the lane to come to him. He knows that he needs a little bit more gold in order to get that item. And meanwhile, Seonghwan was unable to go to top lane because of the way that the lane was positioned by Shy. And so he doesn't really have too much to do, and that's really problematic because I talked about earlier on that the Tigers need to do something early on to get an edge over the Samsung team composition.
See, an early pink ward was placed there by the Tigers, but it does get cleared out. Here comes Haru again, and Mickey, oh man, taking a ton of damage, but does live in the end, is able to Valkyrie away. They're just going to look to push this as fast as possible and punish Corki for that recall.
Yep. Both mid laners going to recall now. This is going to benefit Crown more so than Mickey. Mickey's first item, it looks like, is going to be the Hex Drinker. And in bottom.
Yeah, a bunch of damage coming down. Exhaust goes down too. Just going to force the flash out. Nicely done by the Samsung bot lane, but Key is safe and alive.
And the other thing that this does is they know that Seonghwan just came off the left-hand side of his jungle, and now he's going to be forced and funneled into the right-hand side. And that kind of a trade, getting Key's flash away from him, getting the heal off of Songyun, and having the lane push into Samsung Galaxy, prevents Seonghwan from making any use of the bottom lane now.
Here we go again, another bunch of damage coming in. Here comes Haru from behind. Thankfully, Key does have that exhaust, but the knock up there, or rather the root is going to get Key. He will go down, so Samsung off to a great start here early on in the game.
Cuvée now roaming down to mid lane. They know that Mickey doesn't have his flash.
bunch of damage coming down. You can see Crown did hit 6 first. He was looking to take advantage of that, but Corki easily just able to Valkyrie away and survive.
Seonghwan clearing out some wards, Crown placing a ward down. And it looks like he's actually roaming to mid lane. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. Doesn't have a Sightstone, not like he's going to be able to place any sort of vision inside of Haru's red side jungle. And Crown content to just let the wave become defensive. And Shy, I mean, up in top lane, he does have quite a CS advantage over Cuvee, but that's almost expected in this matchup. I would be surprised if this wasn't happening.
It's kind of funny, I almost forgot that top lane existed. We finally got a look at it 7 minutes into the game. Jace doing good, as you were talking about. CoreJJ just making his presence felt here in the mid lane, looking to push that as much as possible, clear out all the pink wards. You can see so many of them placed very early on in the game. Already a third one in the red side jungle of Samsung.
Seonghwan now maybe looking to get some vision control around the blue. Just gonna get the Scuttle Crab instead. And now with the mid laner and jungle resetting, Seonghwan needs to probably make something happen. We'll see if he takes the Scryer. He doesn't. Instead just wards the blue. They know that it's up.
He's gonna look to take it here too. You can see Kha'Zix is all the way down in the bot lane, looking to make something happen. So Seonghwan, nice read by him to come in at that time and take away that blue buff that's going to be totally taken away from the victor here.
Oh, and this this is a really, really interesting play here by Haru, moving into bottom. The problem is that Rock should be able to suspect this.
Oh, the jump on in, and here comes the ultimate from Jin, and he gets a 3-shot here. Down goes Ezreal, so Samsung goes up to 3 kills to 0 now, already 1,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, Samsung goes up to 3 kills. They have control over the bottom half of the map. Inferno Drake is the one that is alive. And I feel like, okay, Key.
Gotta be careful. Taking a bit of damage, already down to half health, and you can see how fast Samsung is pushing that bot lane.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, basically just going even in CS score right now, but the edge is gonna go over to Crown. Oh no.
Oh boy, Nikki coming on in. Does have that big package. Gonna get away. Not take too much damage. Seonghwan going very deep in the Samsung jungle, but is going to get away.
Haru picks himself up a ward. Meanwhile, CoreJJ getting some deep vision in on Seonghwan's blue side jungle. They'll know exactly when he goes over there. And so far, nothing else has really happened this match. We see Cuvee elects into Ninja Tabi.
Oh boy, Nikki, is the Valkyrie gonna help you this time? It turns out that the exhaust is going to save his life. Haru not able to one-shot that Corki essentially.
Crown getting low on mana right now. Might need a recall soon. Instead, it looks like he's moving down, perhaps to get some sort of vision control, but Rocks, I mean, the story of their laners is that they're just constantly shoving. And it's almost like they're not giving any help to Seonghwan to try to set up or coordinate some sort of a gank. And sure, while in top lane they have a CS advantage, mid lane the CS is pretty much even. It's not really doing them any good. And in this replay, the interesting thing here is that Haru, using his ultimate, shows up on Songyun before he was able to react properly. And because of the curtain call, it's all too easy for them to set up that kill.
You can actually see that Haru jumps away before Ezreal is dead. Lots of trust in his AD carry. Doing a good job even in 2017. Here comes Haru into the Infernal Drake all alone. The Scuttle Crab was taken by the Rocks Tigers, but does not see this. And there's essentially no answer for them as Kha'Zix continues to get to work on that Infernal Drake.
Yep, Haru gonna be able to pick up the Infernal Drake for free. No response. Well, they're gonna know now. That's really unfortunate for the Rocks Tigers.
Nothing seeming to go quite right for the Rocks Tigers here so far. They've kind of evened up that gold lead. It's only about 700 ahead compared to the 1,000 that Samsung was ahead before.
Mickey clearing out the Scuttle Crab right now. Cuvee is gonna find him though, force him to back off. And now Cuvee is gonna be the one that gets the Scuttle Crab. And right now, as you mentioned, the gold gap's about 1,000 right now. The only problem that the ROX Tigers has with that, though, is that their champions don't scale quite as well as Samsung Galaxy's. And so you would expect the ROX Tigers to actually have a gold advantage, especially with that top lane matchup. But we're just not seeing it here yet, and Corki's Trinity Force is significantly delayed because he had to opt into that Hex Drinker early on. And so what should have been an explosive mid-game is not going to be the case for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, especially when you have this kind of composition, if you're this far behind, that poke doesn't seem to do all that much damage. Maokai's hiding in that brush. They may want to go onto Shy. Here comes Kha'Zix with the ultimate. Totally invisible, going to get to work here, but a flash is going to save Shy's life. Kha'Zix also getting pretty low, going to be forced to back off.
Shy gets really low. They've managed to blow his flash. Both top laners still have teleport up. Shy has to be really careful here. He wants to get vision inside of that brush, but he can't know for certain that Haru recalled. So you see him just play it a little bit more defensive and place the ward in a position that would still make him relatively safe from ganks.
See, the bot lane is very even for now. Just the one kill going over to Jhin, the one going over to Zyra, but the CS only 4 apart at this point in time.
Haru finding Seonghwan, trying to steal his Wraith camp, and Seonghwan manages to win the Smite fight. Backed up a little bit by Mickey here.
Yeah, it's putting some of that poke down onto Crown, and Seonghwan isn't going away. Okay, he is going to use that blasting plant. Jump over the wall. Just a bit of a lull here as we're entering the mid-game. Samsung pretty comfortable for now, especially with that Infernal Drake. Going to make things a bit easier when they do get the engage off in fights.
While in bottom, it's basically the same story over and over, where Ki and Songyun just constantly shoving the wave into Ruler and CoreJJ, and not much really being accomplished. Songyun a little behind in CS right now, but not going to matter. Meanwhile, in mid.
Oh boy, the exhaust going down, and that should be a kill. Here comes Haru. The flash is not going to save Mickey's life. Not sure why he used it there, and oh boy, actually Jhin able to kill Miss Fortune in the bot lane at the same time. No doubt we'll get a replay of that. Find out how that went down.
And Songyun now gonna have to find a way to stay alive. They see that Seonghwan making his way down, but First Blood turret's a very real threat right now. And obviously Ruler and CoreJJ want to stay here for the First Blood turret. That's why they're rotating down Haru, so that Seonghwan can't offer any assistance.
Yep,
Meanwhile, Shy gonna steal away blue. That is a nice little pickup for him, because it does indirectly hit Crown.
Yeah, second time that's happened. That's basically the only good thing in this game so far for the ROX Tigers, is that they continuously take the blue away from Victor. That's about it. Let's get a replay of the bot lane, see how this went down.
Not exactly sure how this goes down, because they have vision on them. And, okay, CoreJJ summons his plants. Okay, no, so he gets locked up, and then the curtain call and the Zyra ultimate, just too much damage. But a very peculiar 2v2 resulting in the death of Ki, not something that you would expect to see at this level of play.
It's just, if you get rooted by Zyra in that kind of situation, you're going to sustain so much damage, and not using the exhaust even wasn't close enough to Jhin, so it doesn't really matter, and a ton of damage coming out from Zyra too. So you just can't be that close to Zyra at that point in the game, I suppose.
Seonghwan just barely avoided getting rooted. And so far, the story of this game is that the Tigers have been basically outclassed in every single lane. You can't even say that Shy was really outperforming Cube when it's expected that Maokai would fall behind to a Jace.
Yeah, and he's not even that far behind, you know, about 19 CS. Here comes Haru again. Maybe a mistake this time. Going to try to use that ultimate to get away, and Crown is there to support. And oh boy, Ruler making his way into the top lane, and Shy, whatever advantage he did have, is going to go away. What is going on in this game? Okay, Ezreal goes down as well. Now we're at 7-0 for Samsung. Didn't even get to see that kill come down. Not sure how Maokai was able to 1v1 him in bot lane.
I'm not quite sure exactly what is going on this game. And now top tower is going to go down. Meanwhile, no response in bottom lane to Cuvee, and even if there was, Haru's right there to back him up.
This looks like one of my solo queue games, man. This is just getting way out of control right now.
Samsung might think that they're still in America. And we're going to take a look at that replay. So meanwhile, up in top lane, Shy getting rooted. And, I mean, it's just a super easy kill. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, why is Songyun that far up? I don't know.
What is going on, man? He just gets totally locked up and goes down. 1v1ing is the Maokai. Now a Ocean Drake going to go over to Samsung. So that's 2 Drakes now to them and a 5,500 gold lead for Samsung.
5,500 gold lead at 18 minutes, and they're the ones with the scaling team composition. You see that Crown opted for the final Hex Core evolution, so definitely getting the most bang for his buck early on. And that's going to play right into the hands of the accelerated early game that they're having right now. Tigers are going to be really hard-pressed to find an answer and somehow sustain through this to get to a point where they can start trying to fight back via poke.
Yep, not sure how they're going to get there, but they have to do something fast. Definitely not a great position here. Crown looking to go down in the bot lane, and just immense pressure from Samsung all over the map here, as there still seems to be no answer for the ROX Tigers.
You can see that now this enters into the stage of the game where Crown starting to get on his split push, and this is something that I talked about earlier on, where Samsung tends to do this whether they're ahead or behind, and obviously when they're ahead, the ROX Tigers don't have any sort of a response to it, and Crown is just going to continue to get further ahead. And keeping Jin in that mid lane right now means that whenever Samsung needs him, Ruler can just go a little bit up or a little bit down to cast the curtain call on either of the side lanes.
Bit of a party bush was going on here with Haru and CoreJJ, but you can see just how careful Mickey is being on that Cork. He does have the big package as well. As long as he doesn't get rooted, he should be fine. Looking to make a defense here in the mid lane. They do have a decent amount of wave clear, especially with that Corki.
Are managing to hold on for a little bit. Okay.
Oh boy, look at all that damage, and he just gets melted. And oh, Rek'Sai just barely gets away. He's forced to flash away from Crown at the end of it all.
Flash for Flash Haru, maybe wanting something to happen in mid. Shy moving into darkness right now has to be really careful, but I don't know what the ROX Tigers are supposed to do here, because it just seems like they keep getting blown up regardless of whatever they try to do.
Good read by Mickey, able to not die to the Kazakhs there, waiting in the brush. The push in the mid lane does continue. You just take a look at ROX Tigers, their score right now, just 0-3, 0-2, 0-2, 0-1. No luck for them so far. They're looking to make a kill here on Zaharu, and CoreJJ gets very low. He does go down to Mickey. Missing a bunch of kills in this game, too much action.
Yep. So ROX Tigers able to pick up one of their first kills, and they're looking like they're in position maybe to try to get mid-tier 1 turret, although instead Mickey is gonna recall.
Gonna throw a sapling out here, not going to land. ROX has a bunch of members in mid, just trying to stop this push as fast as possible. Let's take a look at the replay here. Looks like CoreJJ was recalling.
Oh, so CoreJJ was recalling, got scouted out there by the blue trinket, and then go flash for flash, and Mickey picks up that kill, and that's something that they did desperately need. The only concern I have, though, is that now Mickey is flashless, so he only has one way out of teamfights via his Valkyrie.
Yeah, gonna have to play it very carefully, very way back in these fights, and not really a big front line here for the ROX Tigers either to protect him. Big rotation up into mid. Here comes Crown and Haru looking to potentially push that lane. Rek'Sai is going to go up there and defend.
And everything that the ROX Tigers need to be doing, they are doing at this point. Trying to pick up farm when necessary. Ruler might die.
Oh man, big flash away, and he does survive somehow. Mickey trying to go on in, and here comes the curtain call, and uh-oh, no Valkyrie there for Mickey, and he may have just baited someone, and two, he goes down as well. Oh man, the horror here for the Rocks Tigers, just being blown up time after time in these team fights, just going too deep.
Going a little bit too deep. They thought that they could get Ruler, didn't respect his ability to get out of that, and then the Rocks Tigers just too committed at that point, so when Crown arrived, it was too easy for them to clean everything up. Meanwhile, Cuvée continuing to push in bottom lane. They're going to pick up the blue buff. Dragon coming up in a minute, and now we're entering into the point of the game where Baron becomes a very real possibility, and Corki and Ezreal aren't really in a position yet to try to dissuade Samsung if they want to go for the Baron.
Oh boy, Sangyu just barely able to get out of that one. You can see that Samsung was trying to set up a play. This is going to offer them the tower instead. The root going down onto Key. He's got to be so careful, even that far away from the tower. That is going to be the fourth turret going to Samsung. 4 of them already down at 23 minutes.
Now Songyun pushing back the wave, but meanwhile, we're going to take a quick look at this replay and how this was set up. They didn't have any vision control on the right-hand side.
Damn.
Yeah.
Got the zoom-in rotation there.
Zoom-in rotation indeed, and you could see that Mickey wasn't quite in range to try to hit Ruler, and then Victor arrives, and from there, it's basically all over. Hex Drinker not really going to help much against the Curtain Call, and then Seonghwa not able to really get away, eats Curtain Call bullets and the Death Ray.
Ruler having a fantastic game so far, just really following up off of all of his teammates very, very well with the curtain call, making that Jhin pick look fantastic. Here comes Crown. I think he may have gone a little bit too deep. No, the rest of his team is going to come in, and actually it's going to turn out to Seonghwa. He goes down. Oh, there's the curtain call to Mickey. Missing the last couple of shots there, expecting a couple of jukes to the right side, it looks like. Just as I compliment him, does miss the kill on Mickey.
And now they did pick up another Infernal Drake, by the way, so that's double Infernal Drake for a Jhin Victor team composition, and the Kazakhs.
Oh, look at this. They're just going to go for Baron. There's no vision, and I'm not sure what the Tigers could do at this point either. They are going to come down. The scrying plant goes down. The MF ultimate, it just does not matter. As long as Samsung can successfully disengage, that's essentially a free Baron going over to them.
Free Baron indeed. The Rocks Tigers are going to try to push in this minion wave and capture at least a turret. They should be able to do that before Samsung Galaxy can get in position. Mickey also going to steal away the red buff. And they're just trying to do what they can to stabilize, but the incoming siege that is going to come out of Samsung, not quite sure what Rocks can do to prevent it.
Not much. I mean, they have Corki for the wave clear, Corki Jace. Not bad. MF also pretty decent. But that's about it. They're just going to be looking to clear those waves as fast as possible. You can see an immense amount of gold so far onto Ruler and Cuvée, actually, in that top lane. Victor joining them up there in the 10,000 club.
I really like the fact that Crown is itemizing into the Lich Bane, going to give him a little bit of CDR. And also the fact that the Tigers basically have a lot of squishies is going to enable that Lich Bane a little bit further, especially shredding the turrets.
You can see the siege here. There's not much that the Rocks Tigers can do for their tier 2 turrets. Going to be a free one going over to Samsung, already 10,000 gold ahead, and I was expecting a quicker day because of SKT later on. But man, the Samsung is making it work too. Shai sustaining a ton of damage, and Ruler just attempting to poke them down. They have a decent amount of poke themselves. And that's going to be another tier 2 turret, the 6th of the game, going over to Samsung.
Now they've cleared out all of the outer tier 2 turrets. Gonna steal away a little bit of the jungle away from Seonghwa. And the game takes a little bit of a breather yet again. Lich Bane completed now for Crown, and you can see all the control wards that are up for Samsung Galaxy. They know that it's going to be a vision fight, and they need to find their way into the Tigers' base. So if you're the Tigers at this stage of the game, all that you can really hope to do is you understand that Samsung's team comp, or Samsung in general, is higher level than you. The minions are going to come to you, and you just need to find a way to try to stabilize, get to a point where everyone's at 4 items, and then try to win a fight by poking down Samsung Galaxy when another major neutral objective is up.
Cuvée making life hard for Shy, not letting him recall. In the top lane, you see he actually walks all the way back to the pool. They're looking to make something happen here onto Mickey, but he is just going to Valkyrie away. And as you were saying, it really just looks like the ROX Tigers struggling to hold on death's door, essentially, as Samsung continues to push with that Baron.
I really like how they're making use of a 1-2-2 here. Haru more than able to protect Crown, especially if Crown throws down that gravity field, because the ROX Tigers, their team comp is so reliant on being together as a unit. And when you begin to pick and pull at them via anything of a 3-0-2, a 1-0-4, makes it really difficult for them to hold, and with the Baron buff still alive, it makes it that much more difficult.
The Baron buff going to end here in 5 seconds, but not before they lose their top turret as well. And as you were saying, the ROX Tigers trying to stay together, but they're going to lose their mid turret. Inhibitor now vulnerable, but Samsung going to play this one a bit slower, not going to force it just yet.
You can see that Ruler is by himself in the bottom lane, but I mean, in order to kill him, you need to send 2.
Oh man, and look at that. Shy just disappears off the map, and Seonghwan going to suffer the same fate. Key gonna go down as well. Exhaust not gonna help you at this point in time. Ruler looking to make some, oh man, the huge 4th hit going down. Flash for flash here in the bot lane, and Mickey just trying to make his KDA look better at this point in time. It doesn't really matter even if he gets the kill.
Yep.
And he may do that, he does, but he's losing 2 inhibitors at the same time as Samsung looks to take a very, very fast game number 1.
Ruler feeling generous there. Decides to let Mickey have 2. And that's going to be it as the Nexus turrets fall. There's Mickey, I mean, he's there, but he's really not.
It's like he doesn't exist at this point in time. Another exhaust going to go down, and that is going to be it. Game number 1 going over to Samsung in 29 minutes and 7 seconds. Very, very nicely done, and it looks like starting Haru tonight working out very well for Samsung.
Working out very well indeed. They just dismantled the ROX Tigers in every single lane. Everything was basically one-sided, with the exception of top lane, but you can't really make a Maokai completely demolish a Jace, so that's pretty acceptable. And if the ROX Tigers want to do something different in game number 2, they really need to change up their lane dynamics and have more interaction with their jungler, because they just weren't doing anything to enable Seonghwan in that game.
Yeah, a very, very weak game for sure for the ROX Tigers. They're going to have to switch something up going into game number 2. And you have to wonder, are they going to make some roster swaps too? They could potentially put Linderong up in the top lane. I don't feel like Shy was really bad in that game. Like, he didn't really mess up in a big way.
I don't feel like Shy was really the main reason that game went the way that it did. But he also didn't do them any favors by just constantly shoving in and maintaining a CS advantage, because Jace versus Maokai is determined more by how close can Maokai keep up in CS, not by if just Jace gets a CS advantage.
Yeah. Maybe you see a fed Jace and he begins to hunt down the Victor, stuff like that. But either way, guys, we are going to take a quick break and jump to that analyst desk in just a few minutes. Welcome back, guys. We are here on the analyst desk. I am joined by Binu, the lovely producer, translator, manager guy.
That's right.
He's back.
Hello, everyone. It has been somewhat of a long Lunar New Year break, but I'm happy to be back here. And our first match, first set of the day, Rocks Tigers with not a result they are happy about, right?
Yeah, that wasn't really what I expected. I thought it was going to be a bit more even, but yeah, very one-sided here for Samsung taking game number 1.
I don't want to suggest any conspiracy theories, but I do have to say we did have the Lunar New Year break, and as I assume you know, if you are a man in Korea, Lunar New Year break, it's time for that good old-fashioned Jaesa or Chare. If you're unfamiliar with what that is, it's the thing where they bring you in and make you bow down to a bunch of tables and food. So who knows?
Yeah, you gotta pay your respects to the tables.
That's right. So just to elaborate a little bit more, maybe the Rocks Tigers players, some of them might live in the country. Maybe you want to spend that time practicing, obviously, but tradition is tradition. And so there's my conspiracy theory for today. Maybe the Rocks Tigers players were busy with the holidays.
Samsung, they were bad sons. They just stayed inside and played League of Legends.
Samsung doesn't care about tradition. They're all about the future, baby.
Yeah, man. Looking to make that work. You can see Victor did a crazy amount of damage in that game. I think even Zyra had more damage than Corki, if I was reading that correctly. Just super landslide, one-sided victory for Samsung. Let's hear what the Korean analysts have to say.
Well, so far they're talking about the Zyra pick and how it worked out for Samsung, right? Core JJ always been that solid Zyra player ever since the World Championship, and every once in a while he does get picked off. I actually think we saw that this game. He was Samsung's first death. But definitely the big upsides when it comes to Core JJ Zyra. And like LS also said, Captain Jack and Kanata also saying the laning phase really was when it all went wrong for the Rocks Tigers.
I'm laughing because they're really upping the tape game on the mic. Like, the tape got bigger after the new year. Not sure what's going on. Mickey just eating so much damage here. And not respecting that level 3 gank from the Kazakhs. Nice flash coming down. Exhaust not going to save him. Haru was huge in this game. Had a really, really nice game. Set up so many kills for Samsung.
That's right. Big props to this guy. Although, again, my money's on the Jaesa. They really should get rid of that, and I'm not saying that just because I had to do it too. But definitely Haru, big performance for him. And as always, we get this.
The top KDA ranking is always just the Huni show.
That's right.
As he's gone from, I think it was 19 in our last time we were here. Now it's 23.67. Not even sure how that's possible.
3-0 at this point, I think, and they do have the next match. We'll see if that number
I'm sure it's going to go up.
is balanced. Now we have our Set 1 MVP announcement, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's indeed Haru.
Yeah, definitely deserves it. A good pickup here for Samsung as their quote-unquote substitute jungler slowly becomes their starting jungler. It really makes that Kazakhs work. It was a first pick for Samsung. It was a great pick indeed. 300 MVP points. Third time this guy has been MVP.
That's right. It's only the 19th game of the season, I believe, but this may as well be the season of the Haru.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. He's number 1 on Jungle KDA.
That 404 performance definitely helping him out there.
Definitely is. You see Scorpeanut, Bless, Spirit. A lot of familiar names also up there on top.
And looking at the next game, obviously the Rocks Tigers not pleased with that performance, so we'll have to see if that's the catalyst to maybe shake off those Lunar New Year, should I say,
cobwebs?
Yes. I think it's, or maybe on the other hand, maybe they had a great plan, maybe they were practice coming in, but it just failed to execute, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're just theory crafting here, but I think it was Mike Tyson that said, no plan survives the first punch in the face.
It's true. Something like that.
And like you said, we immediately have that substitution, although on Samsung's part, surprisingly.
Huh. I don't know if I agree with that. Haru gets MVP. He has a fantastic game. And wow, you do see the Rock Tigers are actually going to switch out Shy and bring in Linderong here. Me and LS were talking about how we're not sure if it was really his fault, but I guess a change after a loss is not a bad idea either.
That's right. Definitely change the atmosphere between the players, changes maybe some of the communication aspects as well. And overall, you just maybe sometimes you just want to put in that extra new player that's fresh, that hasn't been through that immediate loss.
다른 모습, 색다른 모습으로 경기를 풀어 나가겠다라는 모습을 보이네요.
Kind of surprised with the ambition change. Generally, you see that after a loss, but I mean, they just demolished the Rock Tigers. I don't definitely would have liked to see Haru here, but I mean, ambition, very veteran, practiced jungler. No doubt will do a good job as well.
That's right. Maybe in terms of basketball, ambition's the closer. He's going in there to seal the deal, hit that clutch shot, and
They have that in basketball too.
well, what do you think, Dave?
Baseball. You know, you get in the closing picture, the pitcher comes in and pitches for one inning, essentially just closes out the game.
I've just been watching a lot of NBA over the break.
So that's going to be the end of the analyst desk section, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Got a little bit of insight from the Korean side as well. We're going to be jumping into game number 2 after just 2 minutes, so join us in just a few. Welcome back to LCK here. I am Valdez, with me is LS. We are doing the SPO broadcast here for LCK. That was a extremely fast game for Samsung as they completely roll over the Rocks Tigers and make them look insignificant almost, LS.
Yeah, and it was an absolute domination basically from start to finish, and they were, as I mentioned at the end of last game, they were basically outclassed in every single role. I mean, we saw solo kills happening more than I can ever recall in LCK in all of my time casting it. And it was just very bizarre to watch. And now they are going to be on blue side. So we're going to have to see what they change up in the draft phase, because last draft I felt like the Tigers drafted very poorly. And basically it occurred in the very first rotation and they never really recovered from that. And they ended up even having to use the Ezreal Misfortune lane, which is not something that you want to have to funnel yourself into. And it looks like there might be some sort of sub out.
Yep, we did have Linderong subbing out Shy, so he will be in the top lane for the Rocks Tigers, and Ambition did replace Haru. That was a change that I was surprised with. What do you think, LS?
Well, Ambition, normally he would start and then lose, and then Haru comes and saves
Yeah.
the series, but...
That's the Samsung way, but it's backwards today. It's weird.
It's backwards today indeed, and Ambition now not really going to have too much pressure. He can be a little bit more comfortable knowing that Samsung already does have a lead, and now this is the Worlds lineup as well. Ambition in the jungle, and we'll see if anything interesting ends up occurring now that Samsung Galaxy is going to be on the red side with the counter pick available to them.
League of Legends, a funny game. Every game is different, so they got totally demolished in game 1, but the Rocks Tigers could definitely turn things around with the roster swap and make game number 2 theirs on the blue side. We'll have to wait and see once we do get into that game. They did definitely have a weak game number 1, but we could be looking at a 3-game series. I was expecting this for sure to go to more of a, a game 3 type, a closer matchup between Samsung and Rocks. I feel like they're pretty similar in terms of skill level.
And everyone is now in the lobby. Just gonna wait for that to start. And, the thing that I was worried about was the way that Rocks strikes me as a team that finds victory is via the smoke and mirror type of gameplay, and the last team composition that they just had did not really offer that. And we'll see if they try to tunnel themselves into that here now in game number 2, and if that can be used to basically bring them a win.
So here we go, starting the pick and ban phase. Rocks on the blue side, as you mentioned, and see what they do want to ban out here. You were talking about how blue side essentially kind of makes the pace of the pick and ban phase because red is forced into those 3 OP bans.
Yep. Red side should be Rengar, LeBlanc, Camille. And blue side, with the Malzahar already banned away, gets to elect what they're going to continue to ban. We might see the red side Varus ban. Definitely the strongest AD carry on the red side right now. And one of the big 2 here in LCK, him and Ashe.
Rocks Tigers don't want to give Core JJ Zyra this time around. They're like, no, we had enough of that in game number 1. We did not want to see that this time, and are going to ban it away.
Zyra banned away, that does signal potentially a Misfortune pick or a Karma pick, as 2 supports being banned away only really leaves up 2 supports that are going to be in the tier 1 class, being MF and Karma. And the final ban will actually tell a lot about what Rocks is looking to do, and there is the Varus hover. So that is now banned away. Samsung Galaxy not going to have that as an option. Now, what this might signify is that Rocks might want to just go with Ashe immediately, because that would be the most versatile first pick that they could go for here on the blue side.
Definitely an option for them, but it looks like they do want to play that Jace once again. They are going to lock that in. Definitely thinking that Jace is very high tier pick for now. Picking that very early on in the pick phase is Rocks 2 times in a row.
Well, this is patch 7.1. We're not in 7.2 yet. Lethality changes have not occurred, so I'm a little bit curious why they have so much emphasis here on the Jace. Especially because, again, it directs your draft so heavily, it influences it. He's not as versatile as he once was as the meta continued to evolve. And Samsung Galaxy playing it safe, Karma and Kha'Zix. And the Tigers here probably should just go with jungle ADC. Or jungle support, just get it out of the way.
Yeah, the Elise picked up here. It was banned on the blue side for Samsung, but they can't afford to ban Elise on red side. So that is going to go over to Seungwon. It seems like that was a contested pick for Seungwon. Liking to pull that out. We didn't see a first pick Kha'Zix this time from Rox, as Samsung did in game number 2. Or
And
1, rather.
They're hovering the Corki pick, and I'm sitting here asking myself the same question I asked in game number 1, is what are they really doing with this draft? And okay, last minute they swap it back to Jhin. So now, going into the second pick ban phase, they have the option now to ban away the Ashe. What?
So Rock selects not to pick a champion. They're going to play 4v5 this game. No, they do pick up the Jace.
The Jhin, yep, they pick up the Jhin, and now going into the second pick ban phase, Rox has the option to now ban away the Ashe. I don't really know what exactly is happening.
It's like we got this on repeat, man.
It's Jhin, so the 4th time's the charm.
We did have Groundhog Day recently, so I'm just gonna.
What time's the charm, Brendan? Calm down.
Okay, all right, you were correct.
There it is.
So finally, Crown gets a chance to pick a champion for his team. It's like Maokai.
So this is going to be interesting because this is going to be a red side Maokai. And so now Cuvée, last game, not really having the ability to go too aggressive because it would have compromised Haru, is instead now actually going to be in the driver's seat because Ambition's red side jungle is going to be extremely important due to the dynamic of top and mid interaction this time around.
Definitely very true. And a couple of mid bans coming out here, Rise and Cassiopeia going to be banned out. And Thresh.
Thresh being highlighted. And this is interesting, and the reason that it's so interesting is because Thresh on blue side does have a lot of potential around Baron in the later stages as a way of really being able to break into the red side jungle of Samsung Galaxy if he just manages to land a hook, whereas Miss Fortune is one-dimensional in that she just basically unloads on the other enemy team, but then that would really, again, just force Rox into a poke scenario or a do-or-die burst situation via the Jace and the Jhin.
Orianna banned out twice here against Crown. They really don't want him to play that champion. We could see Victor again, I suppose. Still no mid. Champion has been picked for Samsung. Ezreal is picked up, even with all the other options of ADC available.
Yep. And they're highlighting the Braum right here. Not sure if they'll lock it in. Now they're highlighting Fiora, in which case that would mean that it would be Jason mid lane for Mickey, and then that's a nice response to the tank top by Samsung Galaxy. And their final pick now has to be a support. Looks like maybe they were a little bit indecisive on it, just picked the Fiora to get a little bit more time for Key.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. They're really debating this support pick, and well, there you have it. It looks like Braum, unless they change something at the last second, no, it is going to be locked in, and Braum is the choice here for Key. Game number 2.
The problem for Samsung Galaxy is their team comp is very no-theme-ish in a way. And when you're looking at it, I feel like there's only 2 real options that you could pick if you are Samsung Galaxy, and that would be the Victor or the Taliyah. And so it looks like they do lock in the Victor. So a very standard team composition. This is something that Samsung Galaxy is extremely used to and what they are known for picking in the past. And now it's going to come down to what can Rox Tigers do early on. They do have the luxury of a split push later into the game. Linderong is not going to be able to be stopped simply by Cuvée, but they have to make it out of the lane phase first. In game number 1, they fell too far behind.
Yeah, and if it goes anything like game number 1, we're going to see Samsung dominate every lane and then go on to win in a 30-minute game. But Rox looking to change that in game number 2. See if Linderong can make something happen on that Fiora. I'm very excited to see what he can do, especially with the substitution, taking out Chai, putting in Linderong. We're going to see if Ambition can have the same success that Haru had on the opposite side on that Kha'Zix. Same pick here for Samsung.
And as we move into the game, Samsung Galaxy's team comp that has a lot of scaling, but honestly, the ROX Tigers have a little bit more scaling, thanks in part to that Fiora. And so Samsung going to be looking to have a very explosive mid-game.
Yeah, very exciting composition. You know, they can do a ton of burst damage. You got the Fiora, the Elise, Jace, even the burst from the Jhin too can be pretty exciting with some of his crits. You see a very just standard composition here from Samsung. Ezreal is going to be an interesting pick here for Ruler. He had a fantastic game on Jhin in game number 1. But it is picked up by ROX here in game number 2. So guys, let's jump into game number 2 right now between Samsung and the ROX Tigers. Pretty even cheers there.
Pretty even cheers. Yep.
Maybe ROX losing a little bit of their fire.
One of the things that actually impresses me is this season of LCK Spring. I don't know if it's because of it's the winter and so couples and families just aren't out as much, but the turnout of attendance is so much higher than LCK Summer 2016, and that also surprises me because especially when the teams got changed up so much for some of the orgs, ROX Tigers, you know, replaced their entire roster, and yet there's still such a fan base for the organization itself. It's really, really nice to see.
I mean, we had a guy in the audience, he's still there, that has a ROX Tigers Forever sign. So he's just like, I don't care who's on the team, what's going on, I support the ROX Tigers regardless.
Yep.
It's cool to see some loyalty from the fans of the ROX Tigers.
Little bit of a fan out, but Lindrang and Seonghwan maybe looking to go aggressive. Oh no, this can get really bad.
The ward is going to see them, and you could see that Samsung is easily going to be able to set up for this and just wait for it.
They don't realize that that deep ward is there, giving away their location, or how they're choosing to react to this.
Really awkward start to this game as they kind of just posture in front of each other. No real moves made.
One of the things here, though, is this is hurting Cuvee a lot more than it's hurting Lindrang. Lindrang going to be able to get there for the first 3 minions of the wave. Cuvee not going to be as fortunate. This is a really, really big advantage for the ROX Tigers, unless they manage to botch it right here.
Uh-oh. Q coming down and Seonghwan taking a bit of damage. Kha'Zix's just going to clear up some of those small spiders, gain him 10 gold. And oh boy, look at that. The level 2 spike from that Jace. Something a lot of laners in top and mid are very scared of, and Mickey just not really able to deal with that. Look at this, they're not even taking camps, they're just fighting together in the lane.
Oh no.
Here comes Mickey though.
Oh, no.
He's out of mana, the exhaust is gonna go down. Mickey and Seonghwan on the run. Ambition's still at level 1, so he's gonna flash in, and that's gonna be first blood going over to Victor. Oh, what is going on
This
today?
is one of the worst openings that ROX could have had occur for them, and Samsung able to pick up the first blood on Crown's Victor, who it looked like he was actually falling behind in mid lane. Mickey able to get an advantage, but then Seonghwan's persistence with really trying to get an edge over Ambition ended up costing his team so much.
Just a very weak start for the ROX Tigers once again. Losing their mid laner twice in 2 games. And you can see in that bot lane, part of the reason we don't see those melee supports all that often is Braum is just getting totally zoned out by the Karma so far.
You can see Mickey now also trying to get some sort of intel on. We're going to take another replay. So Seonghwan just trying to go too aggressive forces Mickey to actually come over to help him. And then the damage coming out of Ambition and Crown is just too much. Mickey out of mana. Seonghwan's trying to poke him back, but then at the last minute, Crown and Ambition flashing over before Mickey could get to the blasting plant and try to get to safety. I'll tell you what, Brendan, Seonghwan's not going to Disneyland.
He's going to stay right here in Korea. That's for sure. He's got to practice up a bit more, perhaps. And Seonghwan actually able to come on in here and take that red, which is quite nice. And as you were talking about, you can see the effect in the mid lane. Crown is very comfortable, just chilling around, but Elise, Seonghwan looking to make a play here. Crown pretty low on mana. Has to be very careful. There's no ward over there. He has one on the opposite side, but he's playing very much in the middle of the lane. Someone going to decide against it, actually, and not go for the gang.
Seonghwan not going to go for it, and Crown does have that first blood gold. So he should be... What?
What's going on here? The flash! Oh, man! Linderong survives with about 2 health there. Does live to tell the tale of the time the tree chased him down the lane.
I don't know what's happening in every single lane. And all right.
Binu was talking about how maybe these guys on the Rocks Tigers are very traditional. They go home for the Lunar New Year. They pay their respects to their ancestors. Maybe Samsung was just at home practicing, not doing any of that.
Oh. Mission. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming down. Forced to leap away, but here comes Braum. Yeah, Blasting Plant is going to save him. I know a lot of people talking about those plants, some positive and negative reviews about them. But I think he would have been safe even without the plants, because we did have Karma and Ezreal rotating down very fast to help him out.
Yeah, poor JJ would have been there. And taking another look at the replay here up in top lane, you can just see the minion wave that Cubey has, and Linderong not quite perfect with that riposte and taking so much damage, and then Cubey actually flashing. You can see the slight hesitation, but really didn't matter that much anyway. Linderong able to get out there without having to consume his flash.
Huni would have got that kill. No, but like if he had gotten one more auto attack and then flash, he would have gotten the kill. So definitely could have been done slightly better. You can see the trade from Linderong was interesting too. There were so many range and melee creeps right there as he went for the trade, and Cubey was easily just able to take advantage of that.
Mid lane, Crown still... I feel like he's trying to recall into just 2 Hex Core upgrades. That's basically what I'm feeling about this. And that would cause a lot of problem for the Rocks Tigers, because Mickey would end up recalling around the same time as him. And Seonghwan, he needs to make something happen before Crown gets to that stage. Don't know what Key is really doing here.
He started arguing with his team. He's like, no, I'm not going to support the 80s carry. He's bad. I'm going to the mid lane.
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing.
Definitely a very strange set of games here that have been played so far.
The only thing I can assume is that if they called him mid to try to coordinate some sort of a play with Seonghwan to try to 3-man onto Crown, but then what ends up happening is you steal the experience away from Mickey, who's already behind in levels.
The interesting thing too is that the supports aren't level 6 yet, so it's not like Braum could ultimate and set up a big play or anything like that here. You can definitely support in the kill for sure, but that's about it. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Linderong just too far up the lane once again. He's going to go the opposite way, and actually it looks like he will get away. Nicely done.
He does manage to get away. Has to use his flash right there. Seonghwan going to try to steal away the Wraiths here from Ambition. Pretty sure, yeah, he will be able to get away. And Crown does come back to mid lane with double Hex Core. So that is exactly what he was wanting to do.
It's down slightly on CS against the Jace, but very slightly, so should be happy so far with that early kill, the way he's farming against that aggressive Jace. Here comes Core JJ, looking to make a play onto that bot lane, but Songyun and Key just going to walk out of that one.
Yep. Took a little bit of a poke right there. Ambition now going to be the ones looking for the raids. Crown backing him up. You can see all the defensive vision control that Samsung Galaxy is using this game. And it mostly is in part due to the fact that their laners are just keeping up on their own. And now the blue buff going to be handed over to Crown after he shoves this wave in, and this is going to be the stage of the game where Mickey goes under a lot of pressure, and it's going to be up to Seonghwan to try to relieve that pressure. Ambition almost level 7. Seonghwan should be able to get level 6 off of this Golem camp. but it's the same story as game number 1. Everyone on the Rocks Tigers is basically behind.
Every lane at this point in time. I mean, Linderong definitely should be trying to make something happen up there in top, but kind of just going even with the Maokai. And Victor with that early kill. Bot lane being pushed in here by Samsung. Looks like Crown wants to make a play at that bottom turret. They could look to dive here. And no ward is actually going to see Crown come down. There was one towards the mid lane, so I think Rocks should know about this. And obviously walking into the lane, they are going to know about it now. And nothing going to go down. Rocks just playing too safe behind that turret.
And he's able to make this play because they have the vision control that would enable them to do it, but also because of the speed at which he can push mid lane, Mickey really wasn't in too much of a position to threaten damage on the turret. And now Crown's going to be able to get back to mid lane, pick up the wave. Didn't really lose too much. I think he lost 1 melee minion. And, okay, hold on.
Here we go. Crown taking a bunch of damage, but Storm coming down, and Mickey is forced to back away, even being poked down by the laser. Crown pretty low, though. Does have Ambition nearby to help him out.
Mickey keeping the wave push, probably knows that Crown wants to recall. So Mickey now going to stay at the very top of the lane, and what that's going to do is as soon as the minion wave arrives, he's going to be able to shove it into the turret, and he'll try to make Crown miss out on a few minions from the incoming wave. Oh! That's actually really, really, really painful.
That's so annoying. Look at this, Sungwon perhaps looking to make a play here onto Cuvée. Something they weren't able to make happen in game number 1, but you can see the positioning of Ambition. Here he comes, it's gonna be a 2-on-2. Sungwon not able to make a play, they're gonna turn it around. Here comes Ambition, gonna turn immediately onto Linderong. And down he goes, the flash going to go down onto Sungwon. Can he survive? Twisted Advance should be up soon. Not even going to need it. A double kill going over to Cuvée as the Rocks Tigers is suffering more and more blows.
Yep, more and more blows indeed. We're going to take a quick replay of that. Cuvée sniffs that out. Ambition not quite in position yet, and then they probably thought, okay, we have him. Then he claps his hands and turns around, and it was that moment the Tigers knew they messed up. And you can just see how easy it was for them at this point. Too much damage coming out of Samsung, picking up the double kill. Linderong gonna miss that entire wave. Has to use teleport to get back to top lane, and meanwhile, Cuvée able to walk up there. This directly plays now with Samsung Galaxy's ability to capture Mountain Drake, using that teleport advantage if they need to.
We'll see if they decide to go for that. You see Crown is hanging around that Drake, but there was a ward that spotted him walk into that brush. It's always very interesting to see the creative wards that these pro players can put down, how they do get the vision of their opponents. Ambition hanging around, but a ward does spot him, so you can see just how safe Mickey is playing in that lane. He's all the way back.
Cuvée has the Ninja Tabai and the Bomby Cinder. Not quite at Sunfire Cape yet. Sungwon, though.
Oh boy, just gonna be jumped onto, but Ambition gets turned on. Does go down, and Sungwon is still alive. This is finally gonna turn around for the Rocks Tigers. Exhaust going down onto Crown. There's just no escape for him as Victor does go down, and 2 kills going over to the Rocks Tigers now.
Yeah, 2 kills indeed, and they put one of them on Mickey, and that's exactly what they needed to do. They're gonna be able to pick up first blood turret of the game, so really, really nice turnaround and wake up, and I think that they should even be able to walk down and capture Mountain Drake after this.
Clear up all those control wards too, gain back some of that vision that they were losing. That was a huge play for the Rocks Tigers. You can see Sungwon actually going up north, so not going to go for that Mountain Drake just yet.
Yep, not going for it, electing instead to take out the Scuttle Crab, provide a little bit of vision in the future for Linderong, and you can just see this, that because Core JJ missed that Mantra Q onto Sungwon, it provided enough time for Key to get there, join the fight, and then Crown actually flashed into the ultimate right there, and because of the slow and the lockup, Mickey able to finalize that onto Crown.
Good response from Rocks Tigers there immediately to help out their friend Sungwon, who is going to be burst down otherwise.
Ambition now clearing out the Scuttle Crab. They still have the teleport advantage. Linderong's teleport not up for a little bit. Ruler already has the Iceborne Gauntlet. I also want to point out that he's electing Iceborne Gauntlet this game instead of the Trinity Force, primarily because of the amount of physical damage coming out of the Rox Tigers team composition, and because Fiora and Jace can be melee.
Oh boy, here we go again. He just totally caught out there, not going to be able to flash away. Didn't even have his flash up, and just getting caught out in his own jungle. And now it looks like Samsung might respond. Oh boy, Linderong taking a bit of damage here from Kive. Kive getting that early double kill. Definitely very strong in that lane so far.
Ruler now going to pick up the turret. Linderong recalling up in top lane, and Kive just basically dominating the lane. It looks like he cancels his recall. Doesn't have teleport up yet, but if he stays and Kive recalls, then things could get dicey.
You can see that Jace is already doing an immense amount of damage. One Shock Blast almost taking away half of Kha'Zix's health. He's forced to back off, not going to make anything happen. Someone, though, wants to make a play, but eating the Q from Ezreal is forced back.
Now Ruler in mid lane with CoreJJ picking up some of the farm, and this is going to enable Crown to go into bottom lane. Very standard macro move to continue enabling your AD carry and mid laner.
Jhin just hanging around, but he's right on top of a ward. You can see that Crown is just waiting there with the control ward, but Songyun sniffs this out. He's not going to go down. Very safe farming from way, way back.
Well, they know that Crown's missing from mid lane, and they also know that the amount of time that he's been missing would suggest that he either has to be top or he has to be bottom. And so Rox Tigers using no information as information to basically sniff him out in bottom there. Now everyone's in mid lane, and the objective that is going to be contested here is Mountain Drake. Both top laners do have teleport available to them.
Linderong going to take an early trade before that does go down. Just make sure that Maokai is busy while the Rox Tigers do take that first streak of the game. Nicely done. They're still behind on gold by about 1.2K, but at least they do get that first streak.
They do get the first dragon indeed. Samsung not really in a position to contest it and being forced to give it away, which is a little bit surprising because when you have a Victor pick, Mountain Dragons are not the ones that you want to give away because it gives teams access to shredding the turrets faster. And Victor can't stall as easily as he would normally be able to.
It's definitely a good point, and finally some Rox Tigers luck in game number 2 as they look to turn it around. Ambition hasn't had the same effect, I'd say, as Haru did in game number 1. It's been around, but not setting up any big kills. Oh, he's going to be dove down there in the bot lane. And Observer decides that we don't get to see that. We're not allowed.
Yeah.
But he does survive.
He does survive, and now Crown is down there in bottom. And these are the type of rotations that I talked about earlier on, that they can sometimes cause Samsung to get into problematic scenarios where they keep putting Crown in positions where they're not as far ahead as they need to be to make it worthwhile. He might just die.
Oh boy, it doesn't matter if the Cocoon misses. If you do that much damage that fast, Victor just disappears. That's that burst damage I was talking about. The Jace Elise combo is pretty insane once they get on top of you.
It's probably going to be bottom turret also going down. Never mind. Mickey actually just backs up and okay, no, he changes his mind again. And we're just going to take a quick look at the replay right here. Crown moving into River. Didn't really have vision of what was beneath him, and that was just a very easy pickup. And it's going to end up costing them a turret in bottom, but they do get one back up in top lane.
They trade 1 for 1. Nice read by Mickey to actually go onto that turret and not let it go. Looks like Rift Herald might be taken here by Samsung. Really no vision around here for the Rox Tigers. Well, that's actually going to leash. That's a big mistake. They didn't see that We didn't see it going down there, so.
The patience bar.
Yeah, the patience bar.
I think it's called patience.
Rift Herald has had enough. He wants to go back home, and that is going to be given over to Ambition, actually.
Put onto Ambition to make his assassination attempts a little bit easier. And now the handshake that we had occur where it was top tier 1 for bottom tier 1 directly plays into favor of the ROX Tigers because now we're at the stage of the game where the split push mode is enabled. So Linderong's Fiora, not super strong yet, but she will be later on once she gets around to her 3rd, 4th items. That's going to be the point where Cuvee can't resist her on his own. And with the ROX Tigers still having their mid-tier 1 turret up, Samsung Galaxy is forced to just constantly keep running to bottom and top lane and trying to put gold on their carry champions.
You were talking about that explosive mid-game for the ROX Tigers. We've entered that now. And this is definitely where things are going to look up for their team. But it looks like they also want to go for a kill here onto Crown. He gets flashed on by the Jace and tries to flash away, but goes down either way. And Mickey going really deep in here. Ambition might be able to turn this around, especially with that Rift Herald buff. Here comes Cuvee from the right side, going to get onto Mickey. Down goes Jace. And oh boy, the last couple of shots there, not going to be able to take out either CoreJJ or Ambition. Cuvee, though, is going to be secured here for the ROX Tigers. Nice pickup there on the back end of that fight.
Yeah, huge pickup for the ROX Tigers right there. And again, it's just Crown constantly just walking to places almost aimlessly without thought. And he got away with it in game number 1 because they were so far ahead. But last time we saw him on this Victor, he did the same exact thing. And it was basically, you know, where's Waldo in a way, where he just constantly keeps moving between places that he shouldn't. And it costs his team.
Has to be very careful, especially against a competition like the ROX Tigers. I think that's a Mountain Drake coming up next, so that could be a second Mountain Drake potentially picked up here for the ROX Tigers. It would make their push even stronger against that Victor.
Crown up there in the top lane, gonna keep pushing before he makes his way down. Pink Ward goes into the Baron left side river. They do want to maintain a little bit of control over that. It is a very real possibility that the Tigers would be able to get Baron if Samsung Galaxy makes any sort of a misstep.
Here comes Ambition. Going to Eon in, but Mickey does get away, especially with the help of that gate. So no big kill there. Cuvee making Linderong's life pretty hard for now. Just going to jump on over that wall.
Mountain Drake indeed. Ambition going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. And so now, I mean, bottom lane not really able to be used by either team, but we're going to take a quick look at the fight. And you can see that Crown just keeps moving into darkness. And, I mean, there were no golems there, so really, what are you going to get anyway? And he just gets instantly blown up, even flashing over. Didn't really matter. Cuvee trying to join the fight, and I've never seen a Jace appear so tanky. And even when Ruler gets to the fight, he doesn't really offer that much damage. And meanwhile, Songyun basically in a perfect position for the curtain call, able to offer so much to the fight, and ROX picked that up. But Samsung, meanwhile, in live, might just sneak this Mountain Drake.
Look at how much damage Jace does to that turret. Second Mountain Drake would have helped, but this is going to go over to Samsung, thanks to Ambition. Going to pick that on up. And in that last fight, the Jhin essentially doing all that damage, but really just securing the Maokai kill too, just forcing everybody else back and isolating the Maokai. So a much closer game in game number 2. You can see the ROX Tigers are actually ahead now by 1,500 gold.
Ahead by a little bit indeed. And I'm not quite sure what Cuvee is going to do in a few minutes here when Fiora is just going to become unstoppable. Ruler almost has the Blade of the Ruined King and the Muramana. Not quite there yet. Meanwhile, Songyun already has the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. Looks like he's going to go into Infinity Edge.
I'm just farming up here. We have a bit of a lull. And as you were talking about, if anyone really gets caught here by either team, that Baron is a big potential take on the map right now. You can see both teams kind of hovering around here. CoreJJ not wanting to suffer the same fate as Crown by going into darkness, warding his way, and will not go down.
Even through the shield right there, it still took about 20% of CoreJJ's health. Now we're just seeing a giant fight for vision by both teams on the left side of the river.
It's a really nice amount of poke that comes out from the Rox Tigers from the Jace and the Jhin.
Clear out the wave here in mid lane. They don't really have the ammo to threaten mid-tier 2. Well, CoreJJ takes a pretty big chunk. Crown gonna pick up his blue buff. Cuvee gonna continuously try to hold bottom lane. And now Baron, they have their sights on it, clearing out vision more and more. Crown though with the blue buff, probably they're not gonna try to take that while he still has that buff active on him. Now Samsung Galaxy gonna be the ones trying to get mid. They have to be careful here.
Yeah, Crown eating a bit of damage and actually getting rooted, so not able to jump onto Seongwon there. That was in a bit of danger. Here comes the curtain call, and Samsung immediately just wanting to get back. Actually missing the last couple of shots there, even the deadly flourish, so not going to be able to lock anyone down. Kind of a wasted curtain call.
And you can see the problem that Samsung Galaxy's team composition is having, where they don't have a reliable way into the Tigers if the Tigers go into a defensive stance. And then meanwhile, Linderong is going to go completely uncontested in the bottom lane when it comes to that split push.
See a bit of a play, potentially trying to go onto Jace, but he is going to just recall and go back. Be totally safe here. Bunch of pings going down around that Baron, but a lot of Samsung is actually standing right on top of a ward of the Rox Tigers, so the Rox Tigers know exactly where 3 of the members are right now.
So the longer that this game goes on, the worse it's going to get for Samsung. They might just be waiting until Ezreal has his Blade of the Ruin King. Crown also must have a lot of gold on him as well. So potentially just looking for a 3-item spike for all of their champions before they try to make something happen. And once they hit it, everything is going to basically draw to a standstill for their team comp.
Yeah, you can see just how passive they're playing so far. Just really does not want to take any fights. Ambition, though, trying to poke that Baron, get some of the aggro onto Elise. Doesn't sustain too much damage.
Constant vision fights happening. Cuvee, though, gets a little bit of a breather down in bottom. And look at the damage coming out of Mickey on that Jace.
That's really big. And Ambition just pushes in that wave. Do have, I think, an Inferno Drake up next. Glad that we actually get that shown on the screen now, what Drake is up next. That was a bit confusing in some of the other casts.
And so Inferno Drake definitely going to be a pretty big objective for both of these teams. It's not like it's going to be one that you can just ignore at this stage of the game as if it were a Cloud or a Ocean Drake.
Poor Cloud and Ocean Drake, man. Never getting the love.
Never getting any love.
Just sitting alone there, not being attacked. We could have a playmate here onto Ambition. He's actually a bit forward, does dodge the deadly flourish and gets away. So still no action here. Rulers being really brave right now, going straight up against Mickey. He can't really do that right now. I think he's got to poke a bit more before he wants to take that fight. That's going to force him back. So we see Rox actually looking to make a move here on this tier 2 in mid.
Rox is looking to advance forward, and Samsung, I do have to point out that while they are playing extremely slow and passive and they're falling behind while doing so, they are notorious for doing types of plays like this where they just stall out the game until 40 minutes where they feel most comfortable, and then they look to outplay their opponent at that stage of the game. And it was what they were known for in LCK Summer and even a little bit during the World Cup, although it didn't really show in the Gauntlet where they changed up their style briefly. But this isn't outside of the range of normalness for them.
You can see the slow encroachment here from Samsung looking to make a move onto that Inferno Drake. There's no vision around for the Tigers. They have no idea this is coming down. They finally get a ward, and it's already halfway gone. And Linderong alone is not going to contest that, so just a better response, I have to say, from Samsung on the timing there of that Drake.
Pretty big pickup for them. To deny it from the Tigers especially is really important because of the Fiora and the Jace. Blue buff almost up. They're going to want to put that onto Crown. I almost feel like it is pointless to defend the top tier 2 turret. I feel like Samsung Galaxy would be better off letting it go down so that the terrain that they have to defend would be a lot easier. And it would basically limit the Tigers' choices when Drake would not be alive. Okay.
Oh boy, gonna be jumped on in here, forced to ultimate and actually turn around. Here comes Jace and the curtain call. Ambition gets smashed by the hammer of Jace coming in from the top side, and big turnaround for the Rocks Tigers. Jace picks up a double kill. Finally, we get some action here as the Rocks Tigers get a couple of really nice pickups.
Jace picks up a double kill, and meanwhile, Linderong in bottom lane, teleporting in, but so is Cuvee. And this is actually really dangerous because of their HP, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter all that much. The speed at which they shred that Baron was a little quicker than maybe Samsung had anticipated. And now the game's going to reset a little bit. So with the Baron and with the Mountain Drake that they do have, it's going to become quite difficult for Samsung to try to prevent the oncoming siege. And we can just see that they really underestimated how much damage they could dish out onto Key here. And when Ambition got locked up and the curtain call came out, see Ambition tries to leap forward, but basically leaping to his death as Mickey was there. And you can see how slow it was for Crown to join the fight because he kept trying to go up to defend top tier 2. And those are exactly the reasons why I said just concede it.
It's kind of looking like Samsung's first showing in Spring LCK 2017, where Crown was just absent from every fight that we saw. And even when he was looking to go in onto Baron, he was very low on mana. Not sure if he really could have dished out the hurt, even if he was there on time.
See the goal discrepancy between some of the players. The real difference is in that mid lane where Crown is down considerably compared to Mickey. Top tier 2 goes down, mid tier 2 poised to fall. And in bottom lane, Linderong probably just going to get the turret for free here against Cuvee. Has the Bloodthirster and Ravenous Hydra, so his sustain is just absolutely insane. Cuvee can't keep up with that.
There's no way you're going to 1v1 this Fiora. You got to send someone else over there. Maybe Victor or something to sit behind the turret and just clear up the wave. But he's busy in mid right now, finally joining up with his team, but they're going to lose another turret. It's the Rocks Tigers. As I was saying, you know, this is a new game of League of Legends. It doesn't matter what happened in game number 1. Linderong on that Fiora doing a bit of a better job than Shy in game number 1. Ruler taking a bunch of damage. They're just going to turn this onto Crown. Redemption should save them, but they're forced to back off. They're going to lose an inhibitor. Now Cuvee Twisted advancing in, going to be knocked up and even exhausted. And Cocoon is still not going to die, the story of Maokai. And that's going to be a second inhibitor going down here, as Samsung really can't do anything at this point in time.
Yep. Samsung Galaxy's team comp is not equipped to really deal with this type of a stage of the game, and this is what I talked about in the pick ban phase, where they needed a really explosive mid game in order to win, because when it gets to this point, there's no response to the Fiora. You don't have a proper response to siege pushes that come out of the Rocks Tigers, and you really just have to outplay them because your team comp at its core is no theme.
Yeah, definitely an awkward spot right now for Samsung, as now they have to defend 2 lanes with super minions. Ambition on that Kha'Zix, not really doing the burst damage they want him to do. Hasn't really been a big help in this game so far. And Mickey is just a monster now, doing so much damage. 5-2-2, almost 400 creeps killed at 34 minutes into the game. Immense amount of farm onto that mid laner.
Tons of farm on him indeed. Mortal Reminder, he's at 6 items, and the items that he does have makes it extremely unlikely that Samsung is going to be able to bring him down, even via a pick. You can see Linderong just demands way too much attention at this point in the game. Even going Guardian Angel next, that'll enable him to be a little bit more aggressive.
Samsung has to somehow make a play. They have to jump onto someone or something, or trap Mickey. But as you were saying, look at this, another root going down onto Ruler. Trying to read the E, actually, but it's not going to go down. There you go. Actually, a lot of damage going down onto the Rocks Tigers. Kyuvey just does not die. Victor doing a nice bit of burst damage, and they might be able to hold on to this for now. But look at this, Linderong coming in from the right side. Ambition wants blood, but Linderong's going to be able to back up.
Oh! Ruler, probably the only champion that can maybe bring Mickey down, almost found the ability to do so.
Oh, and look at that, the teleport coming from behind here from Kyuvey. They're going to be able to pick up a kill. They are going to trade for Ruler's life, though, and Kyuvey all alone. And the one hope, yet again, Crown, nowhere to be seen in that fight. I guess he was clearing up the creeps back at the Nexus turrets because of the push that was going on. But that was Samsung's one chance to get a big team fight win, and they're not able to convert.
Not able to do anything indeed. Crown was busy dealing with the super minions coming from mid and bottom lane. An Ambition here trying to defend the turret. Crown is here as well, but if you really try to stay too much, then Linderong might just be able to kill a turret in bottom. Doesn't seem like he's going to go for it, and so a moment of downtime now is going to be the story of the game as Elder Dragon is on the map. And if Samsung Galaxy can find a way to get that, they might also then be able to pick up a Baron and bring themselves back into the game.
We'll see if they make a move over there. You see Ambition heading that way right now. Blue is going to be stolen by Linderong. Ambition going to inevitably delay that recall of Fiora. But you can see they're still dealing with the super minions in their base. But I think after this, they should be making a move towards that Elder Drake.
So we can see in this replay here, they almost had Mickey. Kyuvey able to come in, didn't quite have the damage, and so Kyuvey couldn't turn his attention up towards Seonghwan. You can see that Ambition actually overleapt a little bit, not that it was going to matter too much, but Crown was completely absent from the fight. And now they were able to shove in mid lane. Songyun doing his best to escort the minion wave. Meanwhile, Ambition in bottom trying to escort that minion wave. Linderong moving to top. He does have the teleport available to him. And now it's just basically a fight for position on the map. And Samsung Galaxy loses out on it.
Almost 5,000 gold going over to the Rocks Tigers. More than Samsung. And you can see there's no response from Samsung. They can't come over to Elder Drake right now. They're not grouped up. Baron's about to spawn. Elder Drake taken by the Rocks Tigers. And with Baron about to spawn, maybe they just go with Elder Drake, Baron, and go for the final game-ending push. They might just push without the Baron as well.
The safer play would be to get the Baron, and why not just get it anyway? It's right there.
It's there for the taking.
Yep, it is there for the taking indeed. Linderong able to push bottom. Ambition really needs a hero steal here if he wants to keep his team in the game. And instead, they're turning their attention to Linderong, so it almost feels like you're watching solo queue.
The amount of times this has happened, man. Look at this. Linderong might die. Sure, he'll die. But Baron is going over to the Rocks Tigers. They have Elder Drake buff too. They had 3 people come down to bot and kill Linderong. Now it's 5v4, but how are they going to stop the Baron push?
It seems like Samsung Galaxy knew that they would concede the Baron there, and maybe they're thinking to themselves, okay, it's probably a better chance for us to try to do a 5v4 with them missing Linderong, but now you're putting yourself on a clock because Linderong's death timer is not as long as the duration of Baron and Elder, which is why it's a pretty poor decision. Yeah,
I mean, look at Samsung. They want to make something happen, and uh-oh, Mickey. Oh, he was so close to going down there with the flash, and actually Rocks looking to push in and get that mid inhibitor in the meantime, gets it down to about 1/3 of its health.
Yep. And so you can see that while it would be nice if they could somehow find a way to force Rocks to fight them, they don't need to, and Rox just seems content with saying, hey, we can just wait a few more seconds because when our top laner's here, you're dead.
Yeah, they will not even be able to stop this 5v4 as they get poked down by Songyun, and that's 2 inhibitors going down. Now Linderong is alive, down with Songyun in the bot lane, going to take out the 3rd inhibitor. It looks like ROX Tigers finally able to get something going in game number 2 with that Baron buff, and the Elder Drake looking to end this game.
Yep. Baron buff minions underneath that turret. They did get Mickey.
They did get Mickey, and he takes a ton of damage, but will survive. And Cuvee, he is a tree, he is Maokai, but still not able to survive. Songyun will go down, but it's just not going to matter. 3v2 right now. Ambition with that GA is going to come back up, and it looks like he is actually forced back. But look at this, in the meantime, all the minions pushing, all the cannon minions getting a ton of damage onto all those turrets. And even if the ROX Tigers can't end the game right now, they're in a fantastic spot.
Yep. And this is basically what Samsung was trying to do. This is what they were notorious for, where they win these late game team fights that they shouldn't. And this is one of the ways that they were winning games, especially even at Worlds. But the problem for them this time around is they are so far behind. And with all of the inhibitors falling at roughly the same time, it's really difficult to try to sustain until one comes up. And so they do have a Victor. He is extremely good at clearing waves, but I feel like it might just be a little bit too late. The Guardian Angel also went down on Ambition. It went down on Linderong, but I feel like it's more crucial on Ambition than it is on Linderong.
Yeah, it's just going to be game of wave clearing right now for Samsung, and ROX, once they group up, going to try to push this one in. And ZK doing a bit of damage to Ambition. Ambition probably not too happy with the way this game went. I wonder if they'll sub him out again for game number 3.
Wouldn't be surprised if that did end up happening. You can just see that Victor even can't really wave clear super quickly. Now all the minions are in the base. They still have Baron alive on key.
Yeah, it's about to go down, but they do a nice bit of pushing, but not able to get that turret still. Still alive. Samsung isn't dead yet. Definitely in a dire situation.
Yep. 2 towers. It's not 2 towers though, so this isn't Lord of the Rings.
Just one lone tower.
No Gandalf coming for Samsung.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh, nice bit of poke there from Ruler. But here comes the curtain call. CoreJJ is being sniped down there in the back line. Nice bit of damage from Crown. CoreJJ can just go back to the pool and come back.
Chaos Storm was really big for them right now. Samsung Galaxy, they might make it to the triple inhibitor respawn. And then it becomes the same song in a dance, where they're going to need to find a way to get out onto the map, to get the Elder Dragon, and to get the Baron. It becomes the great defense.
And yeah, as we were saying, I mean, the game is not over. Samsung is still somehow alive, even with just the one tower. This tower buddy going down, and I mean, they're going to have to get some kind of pick here. And the longer this goes on, it's going to be better for Samsung. They'll eventually be able to go into 6 items all themselves, and they'll have an even fight as it goes super late into the game.
Kiora will lose her edge when it does come down to the 6-item fight inside of a condensed area. They really need a way in. Cuvee, he doesn't go down, man.
And they're going to go into someone, and he just gets demolished immediately. Now it's a 5v4. Ambition, though, is going to be exhausted on the left side of the fight. Lots of damage being eaten by Samsung, but they take out one member. The beginning of the comeback. Ruler's got to be very careful. Another exhaust burned onto CoreJJ. They do open some space, actually, to take down that turret. Can they get it? It looks like so close to getting that turret. Another curtain call comes up. Ruler eating a ton of damage, and oh boy, it looks like Cuvee is going to go down, and finally The turret goes down too. Only the Nexus left alive, but there's Ruler in the back doing a ton of damage. He's got to back up, and here comes Ruler. Looking to make a change in this game. Gets 3 members of the ROX Tigers down, and somehow, some way, Samsung does not go down.
Samsung doesn't fall yet. The inhibitors are almost back up. Baron up in a minute. And they found themselves some breathing room. Here come the inhibitors. Crown, I think everyone's gonna be at 6 items soon.
This is insane. Samsung might actually come back in this game. And we're getting late enough in the game now where if one person dies, you know, you start that 5v4, and with the death timers up at, you know, near 50 seconds or more at this point, they got to be so careful. One team fight could end the game right now, especially for Samsung.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick look at this replay. They locked Mickey up, but he was able to cleanse himself out of that. And when Cuvée went down, so did the tower. But Ruler being a superhero right when they needed him to be. Ambition able to get in there to pick up the kill onto Mickey. And then Ruler able to clean up the fight.
Ruler doesn't miss any cues.
You have to be so careful here. Linderong has a teleport available. Open Nexus.
There it is, the teleport into bot lane. The ping's going down. Samsung, they are going to commit to Baron, though.
They're all in. Crown starting his recall. He needs to get home.
He needs to get home.
They can't find Crown.
Oh, and look at that. Okay, Kha'Zix, Samsung is going to get the Baron, but they need to get back. ROX Tigers are going to try to delay all of that. You can see Linderong down in the bot lane, but at the same time the fight is going on. Samsung is going to turn this around. And the ROX Tigers now on the run.
They lost on one Crown. Crown denied. Linderong in bottom. Samsung Galaxy, I think they just won the game.
This is unbelievable. How are they doing this? The mid tier 1 is even down. It's still alive. And Linderong still pushing in the bot lane.
Doesn't matter. They can send someone to help Crown if they need it. Ambition is there. Ruler, Cuvée, and CoreJJ, the perfect 3 that they need to push into the base. It's going to come down to Mickey and Songyun.
This is unbelievable. Somehow, someway, Samsung, they're staying alive in this game. They push tier 1, tier 2 gonna go down in just a second. Still 30 seconds left for Elise, 25 for Braum.
Oh no, but you see the problem, Linderong is so indecisive right now. He doesn't know what to do, and you're fighting against Baron enhanced recalls. Crown decides to go back and stop Linderong.
And you can see Linderong is forced back, and that's gonna be mid inhibitor going down. For the ROX Tigers, Samsung turns it around, and they're not going to push their luck past that. They get the 1 lane, and they're just going to back off for now, group up.
They get the 1 lane, they get their ticket to victory. Any fight now is going to be lights out for either team. Elder Dragon spawning in a little bit over 30 seconds. Crown fixing bot lane right now. Top lane, extremely good for Samsung Galaxy. They have teleport advantage. Death cap completed for Crown. Guardian Angel up again for Ambition. And I'm not quite sure why it's still down on Linderong. Did he die to Crown? Because that would be absolutely catastrophic for the Tigers.
Looks like that is possible. You can see the cooldown on that item. I'm not sure if that's bugged, but it looks like it's down for sure.
Does look like it's down indeed. They're going to be able to shred this Elder Drake.
Oh, but look at Linderong in the top lane. Samsung, they will not have an answer to this. Their Baron recalls. Oh, never mind. Crown is going to come back and stop that, and they get the Elder Drake too.
Yeah. Linderong not wanting to contest Crown 1v1 and throw the game for his team. Not quite double lift in that regard.
Oh, man. Linderong maybe, I don't know, the lack of experience on the big stage there. You know, you were talking about his indecisiveness and going back. Using the blasting plan incorrectly, almost gets himself close enough to die. If he dies at this point in the game, that might just be game over. So he cannot afford to be making those mistakes.
This is such a razor's edge for the ROX Tigers and the nerves that must be getting to them right now. It's actually extremely impressive to see that Linderong is not trying to just go for a knife fight against Crown's Victor. Because if he would go for it, yes, it would win the game. But if he also fails it, it loses his team the game. And so it's so nice to see that at 50 minutes in the game, the nerves aren't quite getting to them at that point, and they're still able to maintain their composure. It's really high level and really beautiful to watch.
It's really cool. And still, the Baron was up until that tower did just go down. It just expires. They still have the Elder Dragon buff. Linderong still looking to make this push. That matchup I was talking about, the Victor really doing a nice job so far. Oh, the Ward is going to spot him. And Crown doesn't seem too scared. It looks like they want to go onto Linderong. Ward is going to spot him. Here comes Ambition from behind. Forced to flash away. There's the teleport coming in from Maokai, and uh-oh, Linderong is going to go down. Does have that GA, but I don't think the ROX Tigers can go in on this. He's going to go down.
He goes down. They have no way to get to Samsung's base to threaten a game-ending play, and this might just be it. Samsung Galaxy waiting for the minion wave in mid. They're sending Ambition up to the top lane to push in that wave, potentially, or is he just getting Settle Crab at 50 minutes in the game? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, seems like he's got his focus hat back on. He's with his team. And wow, man. I mean, the substitution, you bring Linderong in. We were talking about how you can't afford to die at this point in the game. He's going to be dead for another 35 seconds. He might not even spawn before the game ends. Cuvee coming on in. Someone forced to back away. The inhibitor's going to go down. Nagamata Cuvee, he doesn't take any damage now with 6 items.
Yeah, Cuvee not taking any damage. Linderong, 18 seconds. I don't think that they're going to be able to make it to him.
I don't think so. Look at how fast that turret goes down. It's unbelievable the amount of damage Samsung has. The exhaust coming down onto Ambition though. Cuvee getting low. Crown low in the back too. You see both Victor and Maokai are going to die, so they're going to be forced back.
Teleport.
What is going on in this game? Uh-oh. Samsung, you may have made a huge mistake. Ambition jumping on in. Linderong going on to Core JJ now. He might be able to get away, but how can he stop the push alone?
He can't stop the push. I think Linderong's just going to run up mid lane. There's no Nexus turret.
I think that's it.
I think that's actually game over.
This is unbelievable. Core JJ is not going to be able to back either. You can see Jin is going straight for her, not allowing her to back, and she couldn't stop them anyway. This is crazy.
Oh, no, Samsung.
Look at the faces of the ROX Tigers. They almost blew it somehow, some way, but then they pull it back. Samsung just staying too long, and that is going to be game number 2, going over to the ROX Tigers somehow, some way. And there you go. We're going to game number 3.
I don't even know what to say. Oh, man. Well, that has to be a sigh of release for the ROX Tigers. They did almost blow the game, but they fought their way back at the Nexus turrets, and Mickey did so much right there at the very end on his Jace.
Yeah, man. We were talking about how they really wanted to make that Jace pick work. They pick him very early, and I mean, it's working out, especially once he gets ahead. Doing so much damage in there. You can see the disappointment for Samsung. They were so close from the miracle comeback. It just didn't work out.
Didn't work out indeed, and while it would have been a miracle comeback, something I was still going to say is they got away with it, or they would have gotten away with it here in this game, but the problem still presents itself that they wouldn't be allowed to get away with this versus the teams like SK Telecom, like KT. So they're going to need to fix those problems, and going into game number 3, you can't be making the same macro decisions in the early and mid game, like aimlessly just having Crown walk around in between lanes if you don't have a gigantic advantage to mask those problems and weaknesses.
I'm not going to spoil it, but we might have some substitutions here for Samsung going into game number 3. And we're going to take a look at some of the, or I guess the last fight here.
And you see that Cuvee used his flash to try to get onto Seonghwan, but I feel like if he just saved it for a better target, that could have been one of the deciding factors. And here's the minion wave in mid lane. And you can see that they were really indecisive with what they wanted to do.
Look at how much.
Meanwhile, Cuvee taking so much damage.
Crown does so much damage to the turrets, but they full-on engage all 5 members, and they take so much damage. Cuvee goes down. Crown gets way too low, and then Jace just cleans up shop. Songin in the back. It's a crazy amount of damage. This teleport was really key. And yeah, just staying maybe 5 seconds too long. Just committing too hard.
Committing a little bit too hard, and how they juggled their damage. A little bit incorrect. So we're going to go to the analyst desk in just a moment here, so stick around for that, and then we'll have game number 3.
Welcome back, guys, to the analyst desk. I am here joined by Binu once again. We're going to get a quick look at all the stats of the game, who was the MVP, and if they're going to bring in Haru once again.
That's right, we added a new pattern to the series. We had Ambition comes in, Samsung loses, and then Haru comes in, and now we gave it a little twist where Haru comes in, Haru wins, Ambition comes in, Ambition loses, and then I think at the core of it, the philosophy is still there.
Yeah, I wonder if someone out there has a record of Samsung's record when they have Haru in the jungle compared to Ambition in the jungle.
Definitely would be fun to see, and to be fair, I mean, it's never fun seeing a player struggle given a season, but again, it's only match 19. There's a long way to go, but let's talk more about the series, because when I saw the first set, I said to myself, well, that happened, and then I saw game 2 and I said to myself, well, that happened. Definitely.
You guys got to wait until game number 3.
That's right.
We got a whole another crazy game coming at you guys, no doubt. This is kind of what I was expecting from the two teams.
So let's take a brief look at the match result.
네, 양 팀의 두 번째 세트 초반 서로의 갱킹을 역으로 받아치면서 중반까지 아주 팽팽하게 흘러갔습니다.
So very close in gold. I mean, this doesn't really tell the story of the game, but the damage from Jace, or rather from Jin, 47,000.
I guess the KDA and the gold and the towers, everything being even across the board should kind of tell you the story, although normally when you see such an even spread between the two teams, you assume to yourself, wow, it must have been a really close game. Well, maybe not.
Well, it was down at the end, at least.
That's right. In this case, it was more of one team had a huge lead, and then for some reason they couldn't close, and then
a clown fiesta, man.
I like how you just went there and said it.
Yeah.
Reading my heart here. So Kanata saying this set 2 was really huge for the Rocks Tigers. Tigers, looking at that set one, it really was a depressing loss, right? The whole team looked out of sync. Nobody seemed to really know what they're doing, and this might be the turning point to take the series.
Look at that, Haru. Still jungle KDA #1. Where is he? Bring him back.
And this looks like that one. I wanted, my mind is telling me call it the last team fight, but we both know it isn't.
Yeah. This is like the ruler show. He really turns it on. He lands every single Q, so much damage. ROX Tigers all low, trying to get away. And it's really the story of both teams kind of overcommitting. ROX going too deep there, not able to push and end the game. And then Samsung does the same on the opposite side.
데미지가 제대로 꼽히지 않았고 거기서 제대로 받아친 락타이거즈가 승리를 거두게 되었죠.
Now we have the team fight at the other end of the map where Samsung, they were so close, just like the Tigers.
There's just so much burst damage on that lineup of ROX Tigers that once they get low, Samsung team just goes down one by one, and there's really no hope for them.
That's right, and that teleport by Linderang, the final nail in the coffin, so to speak. I think he gave a pretty, solid performance coming in instead of Shy. I think at the early stages of the game, he did look a little shaky, but overall, the ROX Tigers, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep this Linderang with this team going.
Yeah, I think he was okay. He seemed a little bit shaky, in some of his decisions, but overall, definitely gave ROX Tigers that big power spike early on.
Now with about 5 minutes left of this segment, if there are any substitutions to be made, I think we'll be seeing them soon, and I think both of us are really expecting Haru back in the jungle, right? And
I want to see it. Give it to me, Samsung. Where is it? We lost it. Okay, wait. Okay.
MVP, right.
MVP.
Almost
Yeah, I mean,
about it, but
Jace was fantastic. It really makes sense why they are picking it so early and so often.
I remember Ella saying he didn't want to go to Disneyland, but Mickey most certainly did want to go to Disneyland with coming back with a huge hammer and the MVP for this game.
Yeah. Jace definitely got that big hammer, making it work for him.
And Captain Jack saying what he was really impressed by with Mickey's performance is his ability to counter or his ability to turn around a lot of gank attempts, and I think in the early game that's how ROX Tigers got a lot of their advantages.
Every KDA ranking has SKT and KT up towards the top.
So do the team standings actually. SKT at 3-0 and KT at 4-0, I believe.
Yeah. They did drop their first map, at least, KT.
Oh, I remember that.
I don't think SKT has dropped a map yet.
And substitution for...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
We got it. Okay, Haru's back.
And
And they're on the blue side too, so maybe they go for an Elise ban, a Jace ban. Those are a couple of picks for ROX that were just really key in that game #2.
I like how we had a slight moment of doubt there because, Haru is not the only substitute that Samsung has, right? They also have Stitch and Wraith in their roster for, who knows what, but maybe we might see them later on in the season, but
It's
I
the
like...
cheering squad of Samsung.
That's right, we had that slight moment of doubt.
So, looks like that's going to wrap up the Analyst Desk segment. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes to start game #3. Welcome back to LCK Spring 2017 here at SPO TV. I am Valdez, with me is LS, and we did have the resubstitution of Haru coming back in the jungle for Samsung.
Yep, and he's going to be joining them here for game number 3, and they are back on the blue side. And we're going to see what game number 3 brings us. We might see Samsung Galaxy actually just ban away the Jace so that the Tigers don't have the luxury of potentially flexing it. Mickey having an extremely impressive performance on it in game number 2. Game number 2 was quite chaotic.
It was pretty insane. The throws were real. Both teams trying to end the game but couldn't. And eventually the ROX Tigers were able to tie it up 1-1. But now we got Samsung back on blue side. Very curious about their bans this time around.
We'll have to see if the story stays true with Malz. And there he is. And I'm very curious why teams are doing this. Why they're choosing to ban away Malzahar on the blue side.
Yeah. You could easily just pick it up first.
Yep.
It was a very common first pick on blue side earlier on in LCK.
So now we're going to have the standard 3 bans come out from the ROX Tigers, probably.
Even I can predict the red side
Can
bans
you?
this time
Let's
now,
see.
Alice.
What is it, Brendan?
Camille.
Okay.
It's going to be Rengar. I'm going to break the desk. Okay, I was right.
All right, you were right. What's the last ban for the Tigers, Brendan?
Ziggs.
Ziggs?
No, it's Rengar.
Samsung Galaxy now, their final ban, probably going to be directed at bottom or, yeah, well, bottom. I was going to say AD carry or support. And it is the Varus targeted against red side. Seems like Korea might have had enough of that. And this really opens up the window for Jin and Caitlyn to basically show their face more. Ezreal as well. Wow, you're a prophet.
I know, man. I got it down now. Red side bans.
Yep. Let me show you who's. Oh, never mind. The pick already. So Kha'Zix first picked up here by Samsung Galaxy. Now the Tigers made a mistake in their game 1 draft, and we'll see if they make it again, responding to it here. So they hover Jin. Now I feel like the correct response would be to respond with your jungler here. Don't respond with your mid or top laner, because then it really forces you into an uncomfortable scenario heading into the second pick ban phase.
If they really wanted to, like they've done in the first 2 games, they could go with Jace too. But not going to be the case here, as they do pick up Rek'Sai. It's hovered for now.
So now if you're Samsung Galaxy, I feel like the response here should be AD carry support, and if Jin is picked, then you might just respond with Ashe. And if you want, then you just pick up Miss Fortune, because then that also soft counters the only remaining support, Zyra. Well, remaining in the sense that it's the more traditional support, but obviously Karma is still on the table, so Ashe Zyra here should almost always be the picks. This is very safe. It doesn't reveal too much. It conceals your mid, it conceals your top laner. Whereas ROX, in the first game, they made the mistake of showing their hand, and those are 2 lanes that are so crucial right now and really dictate the pace of your draft phase, that if you don't need to show them early on, or if there's nothing super contested that's available, then you don't have to do it.
Going down to the wire for pick number 3 of ROX, and it is going to be Karma picked up for their support as we enter ban phase number 2. Going to start with the red side, of course, on their bans, and we'll see what they do want to take away here. They've been banning towards Crown a lot, taking away Orianna twice.
They have been doing that, indeed. And we'll see if they keep up their tradition of just trying to ban him away. There's the Orianna hover. We'll see how Samsung Galaxy responds here. They might actually just elect to ban away the Jace from the ROX Tigers here.
I like that idea. I mean, the Jace has been really key for the ROX Tigers so far. Mickey has obviously been practicing that a lot. But,
Rise hover. And remember, the ROX Tigers have the first pick after this, and Corki is still available and on the table. Seems like one of the coaches is talking to Mickey potentially about what he wants to play. as they look to decide their final ban here. Wouldn't be surprised if they just continue to target away Crown.
Cassiopeia.
Yep.
I think that's the third time they've banned it, too.
Now Samsung Galaxy forced to reply, probably just going to be Jace. And if it is Jace, then Taliyah is available, Aurelion Sol is available, Corki is still on the table. There's a lot of potential champions that could show their heads.
I want to see an Aurelion Sol game. It's been a while.
Tigers here now have to pick their top laner. They are on red side, might just go with the tank.
Maokai. Like a tree that just never dies. Is going to be the pick. Going on over to Samsung now.
Now they can go with Fiora or, okay, Shen. This is a champion that has become increasingly more popular in recent weeks as a response to tank top laners. It's not quite the split pusher that Fiora is, but it does offer a lot of team play. And with that Shen, you might want something else to enable him that's not just the Kha'Zix. But instead, they're electing to take the Corki away from Mickey.
Interesting.
And
Thought
I mean,
maybe you go to Taliyah
yeah.
and go, you know, like another semi-global.
This is gonna have to be a Syndra response by Mickey. There's not many mid laners that are still available that can properly respond to the Corki. Azir would get gutted by him in mid lane. Taliyah wouldn't have the best of times against him getting escorted, at least not against the Kha'Zix dynamic.
And not a lot of nice squishy targets for Syndra too. I mean, you look at Samsung's lineup, they have Ashe, they have Zyra, even Corki, if he oversteps his boundaries, and Kha'Zix when he jumps in. You can stun him, burst him down. I like the pick. It's pretty cool. It's also obviously very strong, Syndra, just in general.
Syndra is very strong indeed, and so now the Tigers are going to be the ones that have a pretty traditional team composition. They don't have the split push available to them, although they do have a pseudo split push inside of the Rek'Sai if the game does get to that point. And meanwhile, on Samsung Galaxy's team composition, they have a lot of stuff. They have anti-engage, they have engage via the Zyra ultimate or Cube if he hits a flash taunt, and they have poke as well. And so the early game, I feel like, is going to be very crucial for dictating how this game is going to unfold itself, because if Rox can somehow find a way to get Mickey ahead, or even Songyun, then it gets very ugly for Samsung.
Very true, and game number 3 about to start up here. Go out and tell your friends just how exciting game number 2 was. How crazy that was. I think we should have a equally as even game number 3. That's what I would expect coming into this one. So we're going to take a short look at the lineups once again. Lots of good pick from Samsung. Crown on the Corki, one of my favorite picks recently. And we're going to be seeing some more Syndra, which is always explosive. And we do get a Rek'Sai game too.
My only worry, though, is with these laners, with how they've interacted with Seonghwan early on, there's a heavy reliance on making sure that Mickey can get ahead and that Linderong doesn't fall too far behind, but it's going to be very difficult to orchestrate with the Kha'Zix and the Shen up in top, and then the Corki Kha'Zix in mid.
Yeah. So guys, we're jumping into game number 3 right now. Here we are in game number 3. The Samsung Galaxy versus the Rox Tigers.
And both teams fanning out yet again. Nothing too special happening. And basically, I feel like level 3 and 4 for each jungler is really going to tell us what's going to happen in this game. barring something catastrophic happening potentially in bottom or mid. Also interesting, Mickey has the cleanse on his Syndra. And I guess that's just for all the plays that maybe Samsung Galaxy could look to make against him in the mid game. But definitely not the usual Ghost that I would be expecting.
Yeah, it seems like he changed that later on too, because at first it was Ghost. I was like, okay, this is pretty standard, but more of a later game summoner for Mickey. Just wants to stay alive. Ooh.
First hit going to Crown in mid lane.
Crown starting Q as well.
Yep, not Gatling gun to proc the Thunderlords.
Interesting.
Also doesn't have Corrupting Potion.
That's definitely not Apto in the mid lane.
Not him indeed.
Someone else. It's Crown.
And lots of poke going down in bottom lane for both parties, but Rox getting the shorter end of the stick there.
Yeah, you were talking about that Ashe Jhin matchup. Ashe making use of her early game here. Probably quite annoying to deal with. League is one of those games that whenever I cast it, I really want to play. I don't know how you feel about that.
Yep. Every time I cast League, as soon as I get home, I just want to play solo queue.
Yeah.
Not the case with other games, but League is definitely one that just makes you want to play after you watch it.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, here we go. Early action. Haru trying to get in there onto Seonghwan. And there we go. He's forced to back off.
Yeah, backs off, but gets the chunk out on him. He's going to be the one securing the Scuttle Crab. And both junglers were able to take a peek at what each other's CS was. So it gives them a rough idea of what their paths are, when certain camps are respawning. Meanwhile, in the lanes, everyone's staying pretty even except in bottom, where Ruler already at a very, very big CS lead.
Yeah, I mean, we're only 3.5 minutes into the game and already up 10 CS. Seems like Sangyu was just zoned out for a while. Finally hitting level 2. He's able to get a little bit closer.
Now Seonghwan gonna move up to his golems, but Haru just playing the game where he's providing a lot of map pressure for his team, making sure that they all feel really safe, and
Whoa.
well, this is interesting.
Decides against it, sees that Scuttle Crab is taken. And he finds Haru here. They could make something happen, but good response from Cuvee to go right in and support Haru.
Haru gets 5 gold from the Rek'Sai tunnel. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, lots of pokes still coming out from that Miss Fortune and Ashe. And now Cuvee, because he had initiative in the lane, just choosing to disrupt Seonghwan. Haru moves down to mid lane. They want to make something happen.
Oh, look at this.
Oh no, Mickey.
Mickey's going in, and the exhaust comes down. Crown is going to Valkyrie away, the flash, and Mickey not able to land it. Oh, and even the last auto attack is not going to be enough. First blood going on over to Haru.
Oh, and Mickey, basically his hand was forced at that point because he knew that Haru was right behind him, and he tried to get a play, but Crown able to live with a sliver of life. And first blood now going over to Haru and the assist on Crown. And that's also really important to mention. It's not like Crown just got the first blood solo kill on Mickey. There's the assist gold to factor into it as well. And now Mickey really far behind in the mid lane. And Seonghwan's under a lot of pressure. He needs to make something happen on the right-hand side of the map, but if he comes down to bottom, Ki and Songyun are so hurt that they can't really assist him.
Yeah, and I definitely like
They might
Haru.
try.
Yeah, they're going to try here.
This can get very dangerous right now.
Here he goes.
Oh no.
Coming on in, going to burrow underneath. And the exhaust used onto Ruler, and someone just kind of doing a couple of circles. They're going to turn onto him. As exactly what you were saying. They were too low, they could not engage, and someone was just all alone going 1v2.
Indeed, and that's why when Seonghwan makes the decision to come down to bottom, it enables Haru to pick up on camps, and we can see what happened in mid lane again. Mickey going extremely aggressive. And Crown, it looked like he was in a really bad spot. The cleanse coming into use right there, but Mickey goes flash for flash, and underneath the turret aggro just basically falls to his death. Crown almost made a mistake of turning back slightly, but had enough HP to live through that auto attack.
Yeah, that's also another great use for the cleanse. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but you know, you're going against a Corki in mid lane. He is going to have exhaust 100% of the time against the Syndra, so you just cleanse that off, and you get your combo off anyway.
Yep. Now in mid, Crown just shoving really hard as his blue buff's up so he can expend his mana however he wants. Sungyun has to be really careful there. Getting pushed back, he rejoins the fight in bottom now. And Haru just basically being a nuisance to Seonghwan.
I really like his Kha'Zix play a bit better than Ambition, to be honest. I mean, he's just so out on the map at all times. He exerts just so much pressure throughout the game, and he knows how to...
Oh!
Wow, nicely done there. Seonghwan able to smite away the red.
Haru didn't actually have smite available to him, so I'm not quite sure why he wasn't pulling the red buff further back. And now they're going really aggressive. Mickey coming over, but Cube is just north of this, and it looks like blue buff's gonna reset.
Well, yep, there it is. Syndra gonna pull it back anyway. Gonna restart it. And Haru, he was too low, so this is just going to be forced over to Rox.
The problem is they get the blue buff, Mickey gets the experience on blue, but he's losing all of the experience and the gold in mid lane. So at the end of the day, he falls behind in terms of XP and gold, but he does deny the blue buff from Crown, but I'm not quite sure if that is the best decision that they could have made at this point, because Crown's not going to be as hurt by not having blue as a normal mid laner might be on the Corki pick here.
And look at this, Cuvée way up in the lane. Here comes Rek'Sai from behind. The twisted advance, going to unburrow onto Cuvée. He's going to taunt, flash away, and it looks like he should live. They're not going to be able to dive him. And in the meantime, because Rek'Sai is top, Haru does rotate over to the blue, takes that away.
Takes it away, so they do go blue for blue in the end. Haru has it though, Crown has the package. Wants to probably make use of it, but couldn't find an opening in bottom lane. Definitely can't find one up in top lane. And having Seonghwan here, he does have red buff. That's a lot of minions, but Cuvée should be able to defend that if he teleported, but instead just electing to let the tower fall.
Here comes the big package, and the Shen ultimate in onto Crown. He's going to Valkyrie aggressively onto Linderon. Can they pick up a kill? Yes, they do. Nice follow-up there from Samsung. They do lose top turret, but they get a kill for it.
They do lose top turret, and that is first blood turret of the game going over to the Tiger. Samsung Galaxy now going to be able to pick up bottom tier 1 turret. And so it was a nice kill pickup there in top lane, and Mickey even trying to respond to it, wasn't able to exert a lot of pressure over mid in the meantime. And you can just see that Mickey unable to really respond to Crown's roam here, and with the Stand United coming in from Cuvée, it was just an easy pickup at this point. They bring down Seonghwan.
They stood United, came in there, got the kill. Fortunately, Corki's big package wasn't close enough. He just used it to get in range, so I don't believe it was doing damage. Actually gonna Valkyrie in here onto Mickey. Very confidently able to take that trade. Looks like Mickey's ultimate is down, so he was okay to take that trade.
Almost a 2,000 gold lead here for Samsung Galaxy at 10 minutes. And now enters the part of the game where Ruler's gonna begin roaming. And now that cleanse for Syndra is actually going to come in handy, because it's not like Ruler can hit an Enchanted Crystal Arrow from the Fog of War and just surprise Mickey.
Yeah, he's got to aim for probably Songyun, or even Key if he gets too far forward. Some nice squishy targets. They can try to burst down. You can use it for defense if Rek'Sai or Maokai try to jump onto him.
And Cloud Drake is the first Drake that has spawned. Unfortunately, it's not one that either team really desires. But ROX Tigers gonna pick it up and see if they can roll a better one for the second one of the game. But all that this is actually doing is it's enabling Samsung Galaxy to spend their time fixing up their lanes, farming some jungle camps, and ROX just gets the Cloud Drake in the end.
Yeah, I suppose it makes their engage slightly better. Good for Maokai and Rek'Sai to get on in there. It gets Syndra in range a little bit better, I suppose, but definitely not the Mountain or Inferno Drake that they would have desired.
And another Cloud Drake is actually going to spawn next. If they can pick that one up, that would definitely help, as that's quite a hefty amount of movement speed for Samsung to be forced to deal with. And here, we're having another interesting scenario where they have Crown in bottom. Yes, he's on Corki, but there's so much more they could be doing.
Oh, look at this, the flash from Burrow, and down goes Zyra. They're going to try to turn onto Seungwon, though. Exhaust not going to help him out here. Crown doing a nice bit of pick damage, too. And so ROX is going to be forced back. So they trade 1 for 1.
They do trade 1 for 1 in the end there. And now, bottom lane, it looks like Crown's going to go down there, pick up that wave. They have Haru eating Gromp in the event that someone would try to go there to maybe pick him off. But not going to matter in the end, and Ruler gets a free wave again in mid lane. And the game is just basically in a stalemate, where neither team really packs the power to try to do anything to the other, and neither team really has the luxury of split pushing yet. And without an objective on the map such as Dragon, both teams are just content to just sort of wait for stuff to occur.
Haru standing right on a ward, and so they will know that he's around. I'll throw that out, force him back, drop down another ward. So just backs off, gonna rotate back to mid. Ruler just eating up all that farm. He's 20 CS ahead of Songyun right now. Ashe gonna be doing a ton of damage, especially in the later stages.
JJ just trying to clear out vision control. Now it looks like Crown gonna be coming back into mid lane. And the mid lane turret for both teams is such a crucial objective, because without it, then neither team can really just hold this position. And we saw it actually happen in game number 2, where because Samsung Galaxy lacked their mid-tier 1 turret, ROX Tigers were just able to turtle a position and allocate gold resources in top and bottom into their carries.
Oh boy, CoreJJ might get caught out again. The ultimate's gonna come down though. Stand United coming in too, and it's gonna save someone. Look at Ruler on the left side, almost goes down too. But Rek'Sai is going to pay for it with his life, and this is a full-on engage. Haru is going to eat a bunch of damage. Now it's really up to the ROX Tigers to try to run away. It looks like Linderong does a good job of helping his team disengage.
Yep, Linderong able to disengage there, and meanwhile Cube retains his teleport because of the Stand United, and so when the split push mode begins to activate after this, Samsung Galaxy is going to have that teleport advantage available to them, and that's going to cause a lot of problems for the Tigers.
Crown going back down to bot. Corki is doing very well so far. I think he's 2-0-1 or 2-0-2.
So in this replay here, you see that Songyun unable to really dish out the damage needed to kill CoreJJ. Mickey not able to finalize the kill there onto Ruler, just missing a little bit of damage, and then he was zoned off from the fight because he pushed in so hard, using his flash to get that kill, but coming up short. And then once the Stand United enabled Cube to join the fight, the positioning was too bad for the Tigers, and it got turned on them.
It was a nice job by her to jump into that back line and get onto Songyun. Really force him out of the fight, essentially, from that time onwards. Just some vision fighting going down. Kive with the red buff is actually taking a pretty nice trade here against Linderong. Gonna force him back. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does miss.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
Hold the phone.
Linderong really playing with fire.
Oh, here we go again. The CoreJJ. Gotta be so careful. Haru's gonna eat that damage for him.
This is the last shot of the curtain call. Not really going to matter. Where is Crown? And he's in bottom lane. He's trying to farm up the gold to finish his Trinity Force. And they are able to defend the turret. Comes at the cost of CoreJJ's ultimate. And Crown's actually going to threaten shoving this wave into bottom tier 2. And that's going to force a response from the Tigers.
Corki clears those waves so fast, and right now there's no real response. Syndra's still in mid lane, and nobody's in bot. It looks like Jhin is going to head down there and do cleanup duty. Nash extending her lead in CS, up 30 now. She's chilling in mid lane, not doing much but farming. Story of the AD carry's life for the first 30 minutes of the game.
Trinity Force now completed for Crown. And speaking of AD carries, Ruler's going to be able to complete his first core item very soon. And everyone else, I mean, it's just constantly at a standstill. Cloud Drake is available on the map. Samsung probably should look to pick this one up. You don't want to let the ROX Tigers have 2 Cloud Drakes.
Crown with the big package here. He comes in, immediately goes on to Songyun. Stand United coming on in. Seonghwan eating a bunch of damage, but will be able to flash away to safety. And trying to make a play there. Could have converted that straight into a Cloud Drake. They might be able to get it anyway, as a lot of the ROX Tigers members are low.
Strong trying to shove in top lane. Cube recalling, gonna move his way up there. And the last almost fight that just started did come at the cost of Seonghwan's flash being used, whereas Crown and Cube just used their ultimate. Or Corki used his package and Cube used his ultimate. So a little bit of a micro win in that regard. Herald might not be picked up this game. If there was going to be an opportunity to do so, it would probably be right now, but it doesn't seem like Seonghwan is interested in doing so. And we enter back into a farm fest. So basically, don't expect to see anything happen unless QV's Stand United is up, because the time in which fights are ever going to occur, it's basically going to be if Samsung handshakes on it. ROX has absolutely no way in forcing a fight, especially not with one of their primary engage tools missing his flash.
Yeah, gonna have to rely on Maokai, and he's just busy split pushing right now. They're not really looking to take big fights. And, I mean, Shen's ultimate is still on cooldown, as you were saying. It's about halfway done. We were seeing, actually, Ruler sniff out this small sneak into the brush by Mickey, and is not going to go down. Will survive, and here comes CoreJJ. Just hanging around. They did take the Scuttle Crowd, so they know no Rift Herald right now, at least.
Mickey up and top with Ruler. And this is fine for him. If he didn't have the cleanse, it would definitely not be fine.
Haru's up top now. And they do see him with the ward. You can see this trade down here in bot. Cuvée is going to win that on the Shen. The team at, look at this. They're going to try to engage onto Samsung, but there's 4 members. So it'll definitely be a hard feat, but Samsung not even going to let them. They just pick away at that tower and back off.
Now Cuvée in the mid lane with that Titanic Hydra. Pushes waves extremely quickly. Being forced to run away, story of this game so far. I love how aggressive Haru has been.
That's really the name of the game for Haru. It's kind of what he does. Uh-oh. Haru eating a bunch of damage as we're talking about him, but not going to die. Maybe they can convert something here as Haru is very low and is forced to back.
Stand United is available for Samsung whenever they want to use it. And with Key recalling right now and Songyun out of mana, they're not going to be able to defend this turret if Samsung actually sticks around for it.
And it looks like Crown is going to stick around, in fact. We have an Ocean Drake next. Not the best rolls on Drake so far in this game. They've both split a Cloud Drake so far, 1-1.
Summoner's Rift punishing them after last game. Both teams now suffering the worst dragons that can spawn. Ruler might just be able to pick up top tier 1 here, but Mickey is on his way. Both have to be really careful right now. Mid tier 1 and mid was actually not picked up by Samsung. Both teams were being extremely passive.
Yeah.
This is game number 3.
Also, the Ocean Drake, we joke about it, but it's decent for Corki's sustain with the poke, at least. That's really the one place where I see, okay, this is okay. But obviously the Inferno would have been better, or even the Mountain Drake, to just take down the turrets faster, sneak a Baron, stuff like that.
I'm going to pick up the Scuttle Crab, and talking about the Drakes, the Ocean Drake, it's not super bad when you do have poke champions, but if you propose the question, would you really need it to win a game? I feel like Samsung, the answer would be no to that. I don't feel like the sustain that it's going to grant is really going to be game-changing. And, I mean, Crown has been on that Hex Drinker and Trinity Force for an eternity, so he must be waiting on picking up another item. And we're going to see what it is right now.
He might go straight into Infinity Edge. Picks up the big sword there.
Picks up the BF sword and the Sword Penetration Boots. Sorcerer Penetration Boots.
The big F sword.
Yep.
You guys can decide what the F stands for. Yeah, this hasn't been the most exciting game, LS. We've it's been very, very passive. The most excitement has come from the 2 top laners trading in bot lane. We do have the stands.
You don't like seeing take on tanks?
That's fantastic, man. It's my favorite thing to watch. I mean, the Stand United is up, so maybe they make a play. We have the big package here for Corki.
It's actually really surprising to see that this matchup is almost reminiscent of Longzhu versus Jinair from LCK Summer, where every single game was more so just decided by someone getting caught out and then a team fight occurs. But it's interesting to see that Samsung Galaxy's macro since LCK Summer and Worlds has seemed to have fallen off a lot in the early and mid stages of the game, but they still seem to have it once it does reach critical point at the very end of the game.
They make the games exciting towards the end.
Yep.
So who's it going to be? Who's going to get caught out here?
Who's going to get caught out?
I mean, Crown might look to make a play with the big packets, but it's down now. It's not going to be up for a while. So kind of missed that opportunity. They don't really have too much other engage outside of the Shen. I mean, they do have the Janna Crystal Arrow. They can maybe make a play with that. Here's the Ocean Drake. And Tigers is like, yeah, we didn't want that anyway. You guys can take that. We'll farm.
Joke's on you. Guess what the next Drake is?
This is ridiculous. What? Double Cloud, double Ocean.
Oh, man.
If you had to choose one Drake to be, who would you be?
I feel like there's no proper way to answer this.
What do you mean? There definitely is.
You can say like Infernal, right?
Yeah, I think Inferno is the best. It's like Charmander, you know?
It's like
Charmander's the best.
Charmander.
Objectively the best.
Cloud Drake and Ocean Drake are like Bulbasaur combined.
Yeah, it's like a worse version of Bulbasaur.
The worst version of Bulbasaur. I don't know that you could get much worse.
Oh, there's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Finally, we got something going here, but never mind. Exhaust exists. Oh, maybe Mickey's gonna go down. Bunch of damage and Stand United, so Mickey can't actually go in here. The flash and the engage, and down he goes. And Mickey decides he is going to be the one that does get caught. Maybe they can push this into an objective, perhaps.
Well, at the very least, Crown should be able to push that wave up in top, at least to the tier 1 turret, and then raise that. CoreJJ gonna recall Also interesting to note that CoreJJ is level 8 and Key is level 10. And that's a very big gap to be seeing considering nothing has really happened.
Yeah, I wonder what he's been doing.
I feel like this is actually Haru's Gromp. Like, yeah, I don't know how many times he's killed that Gromp this game, but it's definitely not Sungwon's. So here they finally pick up the turret in top lane.
Yeah, you can see that although the game has been very passive, Samsung is still 7,000 gold ahead.
Yes. Micro advantages picked up everywhere, and here we see Mickey decides he wants to be the one that gets caught out. Haru able to deliver QV via the Stand United, able to pick up that kill.
Cleanse does not help out, just takes too much damage. Down he goes. And so we return.
I feel like I'm a kid watching Dragon Ball Z again when like Goku goes Super Saiyan for the first time and it takes like 3 episodes.
You gotta wait until next Saturday, man, for something to happen. Sungwon takes damage, it doesn't matter, he's Rek'Sai, he backs off. CoreJJ just backs off too, doesn't go down, and back they go to the farm.
I don't know what to say really. I've never seen a team with such a gold lead at this point be this passive.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. They're taking a page out of Jin Air's book.
Yeah, that's actually what it is, but I wonder where the passiveness really comes from, especially when they have so many tools available to them. I mean, it's not like every member on Rox's team has Cleanse, but they're acting like they do. I also like, though, that Songyun picked up Edge of the Night, so now he can actually channel that before he starts his curtain call, and that way Ruler doesn't have the option to just ult him.
Yeah, pretty cool pickup. You don't see it all too often. Scuttlecraft picked up for Samsung. They're clearing out all the wards around Baron, so you can see there's no vision right now. Oh, nice arrow in mid-tunnel, but it just doesn't matter. He's going to back off. And I think the rest of Samsung just wasn't in position to get that kill.
Ruler is so displeased with how this game is that he's decided to take up archery.
All these guys are professional farmers. They're not even pro gamers at this point.
Finally, we might see mid taken.
It's funny to watch the ebb and flow of, okay, Samsung gets slightly out of position, and I mean, they might lose 2 turrets for it. And here's Haru in the back. Stand United coming on in, but Exhaust is going to save Songyun's life. But Shen, he wants to say more about that. Haru is eating so much damage. They are going to commit to that kill. Exhaust goes down onto Sungwon, but they're not able to pick him up. And the taunt actually just barely misses, so the rest of the ROX Tigers are just going to run away after securing 1 kill.
Yep, they do secure a kill, and they got a turret. And now they're all going to be forced to recall, and this is going to enter back into a little bit of a passive phase.
Yeah.
But what I need to point out is you look at the summoners for Samsung, and then you look at the summoners for ROX Tigers. To do everything they just did cost them a lot. That was a very heavy investment. And the type of reward that they got for it wasn't nearly as big as they were hoping for.
Yeah, they wanted more, maybe a couple of kills, a tier 2 turret in mid.
I mean, maybe.
A Baron, but...
Well, they're going to get Ocean Drake.
Oh, fantastic. Everybody's favorite Bulbasaur.
So Haru here just basically waiting for the Stand United, and Songyun a little bit too far back, unprotected by his team, but they were able to get there in time. Kyubey really, really tanky. You could see Haru couldn't finalize the kill onto Songyun, and then ends up sticking around a little bit too long and got picked up, and even when Crown arrived, they didn't quite have the damage to do anything. Kyubey could have potentially flash taunted Linderong, but opted not to do that, and instead Samsung Galaxy is now going to pick up an Ivysaur.
It's funny how the water element got shafted in this game. I mean, Squirtle is pretty cool, but this Ocean Drake is definitely not as cool as Squirtle.
Definitely not as cool indeed. And In the meantime, vision control. Oh, okay.
That's gonna swing wide, and Ruler way up in the front. Look at all the damage going down onto Linderong. They might actually kill a Maokai for the first time ever. Sungwon is going to just run away. Big packets coming on in. Songyun does get the crit down. Are they going to be able to pick him up? No, actually, there's not enough damage, and Songyun does get away with his life.
Not able to pick him up there, and that's really big because had Songyun gone down, that almost surely would have meant a Baron call from Samsung Galaxy, but able to live, his presence will dissuade them from going over there. And now Cuvee and Haru are going to make their way to the bottom half of the map. Haru's actually only here for the Gromp.
He's got to pick up his Gromp again. And his blue. The left side blue is for Corki, for Crown. The right side blue is for Haru.
Well, he had to evolve before he went on this state. He takes care of himself.
Sprout some wings. Although I think he already had evolved his leap.
Oddly enough, though, well, yeah, he is level 16 now. And so taking a look at this replay, we can just see how this happens. So Ruler misses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then Linderong goes in, but the Stand United coming out from Cuvee is able to provide so much tankiness. And because of the angle of this fight, it was easy for Cuvee to land his taunt, and then because of the condensed area, it's even more difficult for Songyun to land his shots onto targets of Samsung that he wants to hit. And when Crown went onto Songyun, he was out of bullets and taking a lot of damage during his reload time, but they couldn't find the kill on him.
Yeah, I definitely like that Shen pick, not just for the global presence, but the gigantic shield for whoever gets engaged upon by Maokai or Rek'Sai. It's just a really nice pick so far for Samsung. Definitely feel like it was the right choice. So far in this game, it's looked that way. Oh, and uh-oh, Sungwon. He's been jumped on like 7 times in this game, but just does not die. Well, I suppose he's died 3 times, but seems like he never dies. Always just tunnels away.
Next dragon of the game is Mewtwo. So he'll be spawning here,
Damn.
and that'll force a response from either team. Teleport, though, this is out of the ordinary.
Big plays coming in from Linderong. They want to get onto CoreJJ. Sungwon eating a ton of damage, and they're not even going to kill CoreJJ. Finally, they pick up the kill. Syndra with that burst damage does pick him up. The tree is at half health, so they're going to back off. And another kill picked up here for the Tigers, but they're not able to convert it into anything else here.
Yep, not able to convert that into anything else other than just more breathing room for them on the map. So Crown goes a little bit forward with the Valkyrie. Haru is making his way back over on the right-hand side. Not the Linderong, but the Gromp. Coming up shortly here.
He's got the respawn time down. Linderong trying to fight back, but we all know it's Haru's Gromp.
And now, for the first time, Linderong being able to actually shove the wave into bottom. Cuvee's not going to be there to stop him, so maybe he can get some significant turret damage down. Although, never mind, as Cuvee does now make his way to the bottom, you see a lot of pings going down on the map as everyone's fighting for position, and it's extremely difficult for the Tigers to actually get vision control inside of Samsung Galaxy Blue's jungle, which they really need to provide a flank teleport for Linderong to get into the back line, because if you're the Tigers, you can't take a fight straight up.
Explains part of the reason why they've been so passive. They're also behind, and still no Baron has been picked up. Every fight that we've had has only had about 1 or 2 members dying, so there's no team wipes, there's no ace. Nothing that can let one of the teams really go for a big objective. And no, Ocean Drake does not count.
What do you mean?
Everybody hates Ivysaur, you know that.
Bulbasaur's story is like, Bulbasaur starts out really not good looking, and then it becomes Ivysaur, and
nothing, it doesn't change throughout all of his evolutions. He doesn't become good looking.
Ivysaur's kind of okay. Ivysaur's like potential for like Ugly Duckling. And then it becomes Venusaur, and it's like...
It's like, what happened? You can't explain that.
gonna need to take a stop by the liquor store.
Yeah, him and Boo Bear are going to go on a liquor store date. Boo Bear, man, the
Samsung
alcoholic.
moving on over onto the left-hand side now, trying to get vision control around the Baron. However, the Tigers now in position to actually just pressure mid-tier 2 here. Samsung Galaxy completely out of position for this.
Not this is the first time that this has happened either. That's how they got the mid-tier 1. And just Samsung straight up out of position. And that's a free turret going over the Rocks Tigers. They're going to shield and try to back off. Kyuvey is trying to come from the right side. Channel Crystal Arrow does land onto Linderong. And all of that Zyra CC does go down. He's still at full health somehow. Kyuvey now is going to be forced to back off. Haru looking to make a play perhaps onto that back line, but not quite able to get in there. You can see Key eating a ton of damage from Crown, but also does survive. And another fight where nobody dies.
Another fight where no one dies indeed, except Elder Dragon is now on the map. And after how much damage the Tigers just took, Key basically being deleted, Samsung making a very proactive call with this Baron here.
Yeah, this is very dangerous. Look at Haru's health. He's going to be Twisted Advanced on top of, but there's no other damage to follow up. Look at the health of Mickey down there at the bottom. Now Linderong finally begins to take some damage, and he will go down. And unfortunately, it looks like the Rocks Tigers were not all there together. Here comes the curtain call. Crown trying to go over, and no steal. As Sungwon rather does not get the steal. Haru survives with about 1 HP.
Yep.
And the Corki poke does force the rest of the Rocks Tigers back.
Deathfire Touch not able to kill Haru there right at the very end, and he lives as well. And that was really well coordinated by Samsung Galaxy to lower the Baron at a point where it looked like they might just try to burst it down and then enable a smite fight, but instead they left it in an amount that enticed Linderong to come in, and you see the twisting advance. He's committed, and then the amount of damage that Crown was able to dish out onto Mickey forced him back, and they just gave up the Baron entirely, but they maintained and held aggro. So they killed 2 birds with 1 stone, where they forced the Tigers to come in and commit to the Baron, which was an unfavorable fight, and then they got the Baron anyway, and Sungwon ends up going down.
Maybe if we saw the curtain call right when the Twisted Advance came on in, perhaps then use that Edge of Night to stay alive and not get stunned. Here's Mewtwo going down. Samsung, they're going to have Baron and the Elder Drake. So we can finally see some big push coming down in this game.
Don't jinx it, Brendan.
Someone's going to get caught. We're going to go back.
Now in bottom lane, they are pushing. Kyuvey is here with this team, which is a little bit surprising given that he has the Stand United. Samsung could definitely make use of a 1-1-3. Having Crown in mid lane with that Valkyrie, able to join the 3 that could be in bottom lane while you have Kyuvey up top. But instead, it looks like they're trying to do a 2-0 or 0-2-3.
Kind of interesting. You can see the immense amount of damage that they do to turrets here, even without the Mountain Drake. It's the Baron, the Elder, and Corki. And now they're actually going to group up as 5 in the bot lane. Going to enable a bit of poke from Crown. Try to force them back. Uh-oh, Ruler taking a bunch of damage. But at the same time, it seems like Rox was going to commit in there, so they're going to lose their mid inhibitor turret. And maybe even the inhibitor.
We do have 1 way into the base. The inhibitor is almost down. Kyuvey acting as the front line. Crown able to just destroy that inhibitor really quickly. Now they turn their attention down to bottom. Tigers took too much HP, forced to actually back off and concede it.
It's looking a lot like the second game where the 2 inhibitors went down. But this time, Samsung is way farther ahead than Rox was in that previous game. And with all the buffs they have, they might even just look to end the game here. Pushing on in to the Nexus turrets now.
Oh, that is so much damage to have on your frontline tanks. Sungwon forced to go back to the Nexus. Kyuvey recall, or not Kyuvey, Haru trying to recall, but
Oh, forcing the Cleanse Flash out of Mickey as he does go back to base. And now it looks like they may go for it. Kyuvey trying to go in and taunt onto Sungwon, but Sungwon is able to flash away too. Kyuvey eating a ton of damage. Maybe they're going to be able to kill. the tree here. Down he goes, and that should be the game. We see Rocks trying to put up a defense, but look at Crown doing all that damage. Now going to turn on to Seungwon, and that's going to be it. Game number 3 going on over to Samsung.
Game number 3 goes to Samsung on the back of Elder and Baron, able to finally penetrate the base of the Tigers. And Haru showing up big again, even though there was an extremely passive mid-game, the early game presence that he put out for his team and just enabling his laners and basically constantly keeping tabs on Seungwon. It's completely different watching the Samsung Galaxy with Haru versus when they have Ambition.
Yep. Haru coming on in, getting another win for Samsung. I'm still interested about the stat of what is their record with Haru and what is their record with Ambition. And definitely a big story for Samsung this season has been Haru.
Which is really interesting because that's not something you would have expected coming into this split. And on the flip side, the Tigers, I mean, the win that they managed to secure and all the advantages that came with it in game number 2 wasn't necessarily like smoke and mirrors, but it was more so through the usage of the split push on the Fiora and having the Jace available that is able to be flexed. And whenever they try to have a very standard straight-up team comp, they usually just fall apart. So lots of work to do for both of the teams. Samsung coming out ahead today. Feel bad for Mickey right now. Impressive Jace performance in game number 2, but the Syndra performance just basically went downhill, especially after the first blood.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate fight for our Syndra player, Mickey, in that game. I was looking forward to a lot more burst damage, but as you were saying, once he got behind, the Corki was just so much more impactful than the Syndra. So, guys, we are going to go straight to the analyst desk / interview, so we'll be right back. Hey guys, we're back here for the analyst desk. I do not have Binu here for some reason. I think he must be running down through the horde of fans. So I'll do my best to translate. Oh, okay, here he comes. Binu is on his way. So anyway, taking a look at the result. Did have Samsung winning in a 41-minute game that only had 15 kills. And hey, Binu, how are you doing?
Well, great. Made it in time. Had to run all across the fans again, but you know, it's always a great experience. More of a hands-on experience, I think. But
oh yeah.
This series really, I think, first, second sets, maybe a little bit hectic, but wow, look at that Corki damage.
That's unbelievable. Corki just does so much damage if you get ahead.
And Shen and Zyra kind of up there surprisingly as well. But kind of continuing on my point, Haru getting the MVP, and this series, the first, second sets being a little hectic, but really a defining moment for Haru, I think.
Yeah, Haru's been a fantastic pickup for Samsung, and him getting 2 MVPs here, so he gets 200 extra points. And I mean, he's got to be up there with some of the other guys like Faker, who have gotten, you know, MVP after MVP after MVP basically every game. And And so this also means that we'll only be talking to just Haru. And I'll let you go ahead and translate that.
No problem.
분명 얻어갈 만한 게 굉장히 많았다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 3세트에서도 굉장히 완벽한 훌륭한 경기력을 선보였습니다.
So Kanata
어떠한
describing
선수 하나도
the outcome of the
부족한
series,
모습을 보이지
talking
않았어요.
about how
굉장히
Haru
완벽했습니다.
coming in back in
하지만
set
그
3 to seal the
중심에는
deal for
바로 하루
Samsung.
선수가 있었죠. 축하드립니다 오늘 승리.
감사합니다.
So first off, Haru,
자,
congratulations on
삼성은
the
혹시
result.
오늘 쉽지는 않았지만 2대 1로 깔끔하게 승리를 가져갔어요. 승리한 소감 어떠신가요?
First off, how do you feel about
첫
the
세트
victory?
깔끔하게 이기고 두 번째 세트도 좀 무난하게 이길 것 같았는데 좀 게임이 비벼져서 져서 좀 아쉽긴 했는데 3세트도 좀 무난하게 이길 것 같아서 그냥 편하게 했던 것 같아요.
아, 카직스는
And
오늘
Haru
두 번
saying,
연속 MVP를
talking about how
받으셨는데
both
저희 세트
he
이제
and
경기를
Ambition
보는
played
내내 정말
Kazakhs
하루
in
선수의
all 3
칭찬이
sets,
입이
talking
닳고
about how in the
있었거든요.
second set
홀면서요.
seemed pretty
뭐
straightforward from
아무래도
his
하루
point of view,
선수가
but
블루사이드일
it was no
때
problem even
지금
after the
오전
result.
전승이세요.
Coming in at
혹시
set
아시나요?
3, he had a pretty straightforward time, generally
아,
speaking, to seal
모르시죠?
the deal.
그 정도로 완벽한 모습을 선보이고 있는데 블루 진영일 때와 레드 진영일 때 차이가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
So Kanata saying you're having a string of
조금만
amazing
가까이
performances. Is there
대주시겠어요?
any difference between playing on the blue side and the red
차이가
side?
있다면
네.
저희가 선픽으로 가져올 수 있는 게 저 정글을 가져올 수 있어서 그런 차이인 것 같아요.
아, 카직스를 선픽으로 가져올 수 있는 게
And Haru says, well, the only
Purple
major
진영에서는
difference for me is
벤이
the
되게
ability to
고정이라서
first pick
네.
Kazakhs.
저희가 선픽으로 가져오지도 못하고 좀 불리하게 시작하는데 블루 사이드에서는 제가 유리하게 가져올 수 있어서 좀 5승한 것 같아요.
뭔가 저를 마주보면서 대화를
So
하는데
he's saying that, you know,
그
whenever I
과외를
get to
받는
first pick
기분이라서
Kazakhs, I feel a lot more
기분이 좀
comfortable,
묘하네요.
and that usually
그래서
snowballs
이번
into an
1경기에
advantage
대해서
for me. So
질문을
I
드리고
think
싶은데요.
being on blue side may be a slight more advantage.
땅굴 갱킹으로 이제 이즈리어를 한번 잡았었을 때 그때 당시에 블루도 남아 있었고 레드 드래곤도 있는 상황이었어요. 하지만
So
그것을
going
다
back to some of our
포기하고
replays.
바텀의 갱각을 보러 간 이유가 뭐였나요?
상대 그 당시에 집탐이었고
네.
그다음에
The plays.
스펠 빠졌다고 저희 바텀에서 콜이 나왔어요. 그래서 그냥 이거 바텀 땅굴 핑화 받고 그냥 궁 쓰고 가면 무조건 잡겠다 해서
Haru being pretty straightforward with his description, saying, you know, after ganking mid, I got the call to go gank bottom lane and thought it was a good
지금 이
idea, so I headed down there, and this was really excellent execution.
있었는데 어떠한 근거에 갑자기 덮칠 생각을 한 건가요? 앞서 말씀해 준 것처럼 똑같이
어제 시야 없어서
네.
카직스 챔프가 좋은 게 점프가 있어서 이주 한번 따라 잡을 수 있거든요.
네.
그래서 그냥 잡은 것 같아요.
마지막까지 또 킬 양보를 하시더라고요. 그것도 다 설계된. 카직스면 충분히 킬 먹을 수도 있지 않았나요? 룰러 성부 룰러
So Haru
선수가
talking a little
양보하라고
bit more
했나요?
about
아니요, 그냥
Kazakhs
제가
and how
양보했어요.
managed to close out the series in the end.
뭐 하루 선수 정도면 또 먹을 수 있으니까 그 정도
피
여유가
관리하는
있으니까.
게 좋을 것 같아서 그냥 양보해줬어요.
와, 알겠습니다.
그러니까 저는 하루 선수와 인터뷰를 하면서 또 궁금한 게
네.
최근에 이제 LCK뿐만 아니라 유럽에서 아이번 픽이 상당히 또 화제예요.
Now Kanata
네.
asking
하루
him,
선수가
you know, in the
생각하시기에
EU
물론 이제
LCS, we've
스코어
seen some
선수가 한번
Ivern
보여주긴
support play.
했습니다만 국내에서 아이번 픽이 어느 정도 연구가 되고 있는 것 같나요?
How effective do you think Ivan will be in the LCK?
유럽에서 좀 많이 해서 저희도
Love to see it.
가끔 연습하긴 하는데
네.
아직 잘 모르겠는 챔프.
아,
So Haru says it's something that, you know,
아이번으로
we've seen it,
승리를
we've
하는
practiced it a
경기를
little bit,
보셨나요?
but I think there's still a lot of
그때
unknowns
이제
with that
스크린하고
champion.
있어서,
아.
못 봤어요.
혹시
좀,
네.
네. 다음에 한번 돌려보고
네, 그러면 우선 또 게임 내적인 질문인데요. 탑에서 우선 제이스 상대로 또 마오카이를 뽑고 또 마오카이도 먼저 뽑은 상태에서 제이스가 나왔었어요.
네.
그 보통은 그 매치업이 굉장히 힘든데 거의 탑을 초반에 아예 신경 쓰지 않았었거든요.
네.
그것이
So Captain Jack
원래
saying, you know, in one of your
설계되어
games you had a
있었던
Maokai
플레이였나요?
versus
이제 큐베 선수가
top
굉장히
Jace
자신
matchup
있다고
in the
말을
top lane.
했었는지가 궁금한데요.
How did you kind of play around that? What seems to be a
성진이 형은 거의
disadvantage for the Maokai?
좀 잘 안 봐줘도 버틸 수 있어서
아.
그래서 그냥
네.
가끔 타이밍 나올 때만 찌르는 형식으로 가는 것 같아요.
And Haru says, I
충분히,
generally
예,
played around it in terms of
예,
I only
라인업
ganked when I was pretty
버틸 수
sure
있다라는
that this was a
소리가
great
있었다는
timing or
할
an
수 있어서
opportunity.
성진이 형이
아,
그러니까 다 팀원에 대한 믿음이 있기 때문에 보다 더 마음 편하게
네.
하루 선수가 원하는 플레이를 할 수 있는 것 같습니다. 맞죠?
네.
네.
So Kanata kind of reaffirming that, you know, you recognize that there's a disadvantage, so you don't try to go overboard trying to fix it, just focus on your own plays.
올 AD 조합. 좀 상대하는 입장에서 삼성갤럭시 입장에서 좀 이런
Faker's in
조합을
the booth, and there's
어떤
already
느낌이었는지
4
궁금하거든요.
people taking pictures of him. Just wanted to
좀
throw that in
잘못
there.
뽑은 것 같긴 해요.
아, 네.
그쪽에서 좀 뱀픽 실수한 것 같긴 해요. 좀 첫 세트에는 CC가 별로 없어서
네.
카직스가 그냥 무조건 날뛰는 경기라서
네.
좀 실수하지 않았나 그런 것 같아요.
굉장히 삼성에 지금 거의 승전보를 울리는데 가장 큰 기여를 해주고 있는 선수라 MVP 인터뷰도 여러 번 하고 있는데 제 팬분들이 굉장히 하루 선수 목소리를 잘 듣고 싶은데 좀 긴장이 되시는지 마이크
So,
자꾸 떨어져요.
And also Hyunkyung asking Haru what I've actually been secretly asking him in my heart. Could you please hold the microphone a little bit closer? The fans would like to hear your voice. And Haru, as his closing words, says, thanks for cheering for me.
하루 선수가 멋진
Call
장면
the
만들어낼
fans.
때마다 환호성도 많이 질러주시거든요.
네.
고맙다고 한 말씀 해주실까요?
If he were to add a little bit there,
감사합니다.
he says thank you.
이런 좀 순박하고 순수한 모습에 팬분들이 더 좋아하시는 것 같아요.
이게 경기할 때랑 인터뷰할 때 모습이 완전 상반되잖아요. 그래서 더욱더 매력이 있는 선수 같습니다. 굉장히 끌리네요.
자, 앞으로의 경기들도 좀 많이 남아 있는데 좀 어떤 각오로 경기에 좀 임하실 건가요?
So final question looks like, how are you going to approach your future matches?
좀 더 팀 플레이를 맞춰서
네.
열심히 연습한다면 계속 이겨 나갈 수 있을 것 같아요.
And
파이팅!
Haru says, you know, we'll be looking
네,
towards
하루 선수 오늘 MVP
better team play,
축하드리고요.
work
인터뷰
hard, and he
감사드립니다.
feels like he could get some
감사합니다.
great results.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘 단독 MVP로 선정된
I hope after his
서울
performance
선수와의
today, he
인터뷰까지
gets
만나보셨습니다.
slotted as main
오늘의 첫
jungler.
번째
That's right. I
경기
think,
삼성갤럭시와
you know, I'm
락스타이거즈의
afraid it might be a little
경기에서는
early, but I think it's the right time to
삼성갤럭시가
call this the
승리했다는
meteoric
소식
rise of
전해드리면서
Haru.
저희는 잠시 후에
Yeah, I mean,
15분 정도
he
뒤에 오늘의 두 번째 경기죠.
Has just been playing so well, and he's
MVP
really
경기로
taken over that
돌아왔습니다.
spot. So, either way, guys, we are going to go to a quick break. Should be about 30 minutes, so maybe not that quick, but we'll be back with SKT versus MVP.
Tell me what you love, is the sunlight. Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. I'll learn to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? Won't you tell me now? Won't you tell me now? Tell me what you love, is the sunlight. Tell me what you feel, is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you want us to. Whoa.
Welcome back to the Nexon Arena for more LCK Spring 2017. I am Valdez, with me as LS as always here at SPO TV. And we're about to jump into SKT versus MVP. And I said it before, but I think SKT hasn't dropped a map, right?
No, they have not dropped a map, and Faker has a tradition of pulling out the Katarina on the red side. And MVP, they're going to be really hard-pressed to find some way to take down SK Telecom here tonight, because a lot of the ways that they've been playing this season have been with very slow scaling team comps. They're one of the most active teams using the red side Varus, and I feel like trying to take those compositions up against SK Telecom is probably not going to result in the best end case scenarios for them.
Very curious to see if we're going to be seeing more Sion too. Ed is one of those guys that loves to play Sion. And we have the return of Huni, the guy with the craziest KDA in all of LCK. I think it's like 24.5 or something ridiculous.
Huni will have his pick of the litter here against Ed, and it is important that you do bring up the Sion, as Ed is one of the only top laners in Korea that thinks that that champion is very, very good. And starting off the pick and ban phase, MVP undoubtedly will have to go with the Camille, Rengar, LeBlanc ban. You don't want to give Rengar over to Peanut, don't want to give Faker LeBlanc, don't want to give Camille over to probably anyone on SKT except Bang.
Support Camille, is that a thing?
Support Camille is a thing, yes. And SK Telecom banning the Ryze, and now they're hovering the Zyra. Very quick pick and ban phase here.
SKT wants to go home early. Quick 2-0.
Quick 2-0, and SK Telecom no strangers to first picking Malzahar. Wolf has found a lot of success on that champion. And with the Zyra banned away, that's probably what's going to end up happening.
Yeah, kind of just has to get through unless you ban it yourself. And of course, red side is never going to have the opportunity to ban it. So it's a fantastic first pick. We saw a lot of Kazakhs first picked out of Samsung, but they also banned Malzahar, so that's part of the reason.
So now MVP here might just respond with 80 carry jungle. And with Varus being available on the red side, wouldn't be surprised to see them pick that up.
See if they want to go with that, or if they want to mix things up. A lot of decision-making time being spent. They are going to lock in Ashe.
Ashe, and now they need a jungler, probably going to be Kazakhs. Can't see beyond wanting any other jungler. The only alternative would be Elise, I feel, at this point. But Kazakhs is the #1 priority here in LCK. Definitely don't want to give him over to Peanut. So they do go with the 80 carry jungle, and now handing it back over to SK Telecom. They probably want to respond with jungle ADC, in which case that's probably going to be jungler X Varus. I can't see SK Telecom going for Jhin or Caitlyn when Varus is available.
Lee Sin locked in for Peanuts, one of the junglers with the worst record so far in LCK Spring 2017. But Peanut, he's pretty good at Lee Sin, so we'll see if he can get another win for that champion.
And MVP hovering the Syndra, and I'm wondering why they're doing this, because now if it moves into the second pick ban phase, SK Telecom has a lot of options available to them on what they want to ban out, and Miss Fortune isn't selected yet. Syndra is locked in. They're highlighting the Katarina.
I've said it before, it's really hard to ban out Faker, but I suppose Katarina is one of his more scary picks, so you want to take that away, I suppose.
Probably the only mid laner in LCK that you actually do have to ban Katarina away from right now. And I mean, that's a strength in itself, the fact that your mid can play it, and or even just your team. It's now Miss Fortune. She is banned away. And we're going to have to see what the final ban is here for MVP. And they don't have a lot of direction to go with this. You don't want to devote another mid lane ban, because it's extremely difficult to ban away Faker. And they choose to go with Shen, so that's targeted at Huni.
Huni's a monster, man. Oh, look at that, the Sion. Want to take that away from MVP. Not a bad idea. That's quite good on that champion.
So they ban away the Sion from MVP. Maokai hovered.
Maokai is like always picked 4th.
Yeah.
Just, it's such a common red side 4th pick.
Interesting, though, that it's not just the support to get it out of the way and then conceal your top lane for the counter pick, because you don't need to funnel and show that you have a top on tank or a tank on top side, because that hands over too much control to SK Telecom, who can now respond with, well, they're going to pick Corki up for Faker, but now they can respond with Fiora, Gangplank, any of the anti-top tanks, and you just completely give away initiative and all sort of control, and there's no reason to do that in the draft phase. And SK Telecom highlighting that Gangplank, and they're basically saying thanks to MVP right now.
That's a pretty sick late game. You got Corki, Gangplank, if you can get those guys farmed up. And also Varus, it's a ton of poke as well with the Varus-Corki combo. Quite scary. Zilean being hovered here, but Cassiopeia.
We might see a switcheroo.
What? Okay.
All right, so that's probably going to be a Syndra support.
No
Not
chance
something-
for Cassie support.
I can't see why you would want Cassiopeia on support.
You do one combo and then you're out of mana, and you just kind of sit there and make scary faces. Yeah, Syndra support.
All right, so it is swapped over to support, and so MVP, they're coming out with a very wonky team composition that things can get very dicey, but if they fall behind, there's no chance of recovery. This is a one-way street for them in this matchup.
The Bang mustache still going strong. I know a lot of fans out there are very happy about that. We'll see how far he takes it. It doesn't seem like it grows,
He's gonna
though.
shave. We're
It just
gonna
like
come into LCK
stopped
one day.
there. That's like as far as it goes.
MVP is gonna win game 1. We're gonna go into game number 2. Bang's not gonna have the mustache. He's just growing it until SKT loses.
It's like his playoff stash, but he's growing it early.
Yep. He's gonna get to Worlds. He's gonna have a full beard.
Yeah. That would be pretty interesting.
All right, so here we go. Team composition for SK Telecom. Lots of aggression available to them in mid and bottom lane. Not so much up and top, but Huni gonna be able to get a bank via the Bandit and the Parley. And on MVP's side, their team comp only has one direction to go, and that is forward. So they need to make something happen in bottom or mid also.
Yep, they're looking for picks. They're looking for kills. Can they do it here? Whoa. Going into the dramatic sets in, and we are about to start game number 1, guys, between SKT and MVP. So go out there, tell your friends, tell them SKT's on. We'll see if they continue their streak here going into game number 1 up against MVP.
This place stays the same. What we're gonna do in the pouring rain.
Welcome to game number 1, match number 20 of LCK Spring 2017. And LS, chances that Faker is going to get more MVP points today, I think they're pretty high.
They are probably high indeed. Corki pick, and also Faker starting with the Doran's Blade. Not super usual. We also got to see that in the previous series, so it is a little bit out of the ordinary from the Corrupting Potion. You can see that Ed and Beyond, maybe Beyond is actually starting Wraith Camp, so right from the get-go, they're looking to do a lot of creative, aggressive plays. So Beyond might actually eat the Wraith Camp with the assistance of Ian and Ed, and then try to immediately go over to Peanut. Never mind. No, let's just throw that out the window.
Yep. Stop right there. And yeah, Ed is just going to eat this. I feel like we have to clarify once again, because inevitably there's going to be one person on Twitter who's like, hey, it's ADD, it's not Ed. And we're like, no.
No,
Okay, guys,
that's
it's
not
not.
how it is.
We asked him. he said it's his name, so he gets to decide how it's said. He
And
said it
it's
was Ed.
in Korean, the Korean characters would be pronounced Ed, but then when you type it in and Romanize it, it ends up spelling itself ADD. So unlucky there.
Maybe if he put it lowercase.
There's no capitalization or lowercase in Korean, Brendan.
No, I mean in
English.
yeah.
All right, so meanwhile, Ian and Ed didn't really seem to make use too much of that level up. Faker getting a really big chunk down onto Ian, but then Ian responds quite well.
Yeah. Corgi's a pretty good champion to trade with level 2. Proc the Thunderlords with the Gatling gun. Throw down the Q. And auto attack 2-3 times. You can really chunk a lot of those mid lane champions.
Peanut looking for some intel. Beyond a little bit behind.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Here he comes. Oh, he's going to land it. He's going to leap away. And there you go. He does get away. But now that's Peanut's Grump.
Peanut's Grump. And a little bit of a trade happening in bottom lane here. Max taking a lot of damage. Peanut going to kill the Gromp buff. And all that he's doing is he's staying around the right side jungle. He's going to check on Wolves. Although he should already know that they're gone because Beyond showed himself, so Peanut should have been able to hit tab and count the CS real quick. Peanut going to stay around bottom. We talked about earlier on how mid and bottom needs to be the focus for SK Telecom.
Look at this top lane. Huni's actually got a really nice position here with the way the lane is positioned and the amount of mana that Ed doesn't have. So he's just kind of chilling there in a pretty good spot so far.
And Ed actually recalling as Beyond made his way to the top lane. Max taking a lot of pressure right there, and even if what they're trying to do is set up Beyond to come top while Ed recalls, it's not going to be like SK Telecom couldn't predict that as a possible movement or rotation because they have the intel on Beyond's right side jungle.
Beyond going for that north scuttle crab. And here comes Peanut. Never mind. Gonna recall. Just go back home. Decide they can't really set up something in the top lane.
Ping went down onto Beyond. They know exactly where he can and can't go right now. And meanwhile, I mean, the laners for SK Telecom, they're just content to just let this unfold the way that it is. Huni getting a lot of gold extra up in top lane via the Bandit Mastery and the barrels and parlay.
It's very interesting to see all the responses to the Malzahar support. And Syndra being one of them. We also saw Lulu coming out because of her passive with picks, doing the extra damage.
Yep.
But what do you think about Syndra versus Malzahar? So far, it doesn't really seem like it's doing all that well.
I don't think it's worthwhile, especially not when you factor in the change that Syndra has had, where she loses the ability to hold multiple orbs with her W. So I don't see it as a very good pick because it's even more difficult now to set up multi-man stuns. So I'm not really impressed by it that much. I think that Lulu has a little bit more merit. I think that Zilean is a potential answer to it, but I don't think we're going to end up getting to that stage because Malzahar, I believe, is set up to be gutted in 7.3, so teams won't be hard-pressed to find an answer to it. But some of the solutions that some teams have come up with, I think, feel like they're grasping at straws.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to work all that well. I mean, we saw some teams try to do it with Camille too. Forget who it was actually that played Jax against Camille, and it didn't really work out for them. Expression, that's who it was. I swear I didn't just have a little voice in my ear tell me that. I just remembered it, guys.
Meanwhile, Ian and Faker going pretty even in mid lane, although Ian a little bit ahead on CS, but some of that is actually the small wraiths.
For a second, I was like, wow, how is Faker 2 levels ahead of the mid laner? Because I saw Cinder, and then I'm like, oh, wait. Yeah, he's support.
A little bit of a chunk happening on Max as he goes to clear out the control ward. And this has actually been the trend for SK Telecom's games, as very early on, around pre-12 minutes, everything will just be going fine and dandy. And then all of a sudden, it'll just explode. He'll give them one kill or something, and the entire game just turns on its head.
Oh. 1 health. Trolley blue buff.
Huni now does have level 6. And when Bang and Wolf are going to be approaching level 6, things can definitely get chaotic in bottom lane, as Peanut going to move his way back onto the right-hand side of the map with red buff coming up. So, talking about explosiveness, it's going to be very difficult for an Ashe and a Syndra to somehow survive against all of that.
Yeah, you can already see the effect that bot lane is having. Up 16 CS is Varus over Ashe. Really making that work. I think most of that is due in part to Wolf and his harassment, but also the poke out of Varus. Blue buff, rather, going to be handed over to Ian to make that mid lane a little bit easier.
Bang ends up picking up the little bit of a poke right there onto Maha. Not so bad. And everyone has to be really careful here in bottom now, with both AD carries being 6. The real thing to look out for is when Wolf hits 6, because there's not going to be any sort of a response.
Oh, here we go. Enchanted Corruption comes down. It actually lands onto Max, but nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Bang, disallowing any further damage coming up. Peanut is thinking about it, but both Max and Maha are pretty healthy at this point in time.
You can see the Beyond is running down to bottom lane.
Oh,
There's the Gangplank ult.
Yeah, there we go. Nicely done. Good stun. Are they actually going to kill him? Yes, they are. First blood going over to Wolf. Here's Peanut, but Beyond in a good spot here to deny the kill.
Beyond is here. Faker making his way down as well. They might just want first blood turret here. Oh no, Faker.
Oh, here comes Kha'Zix onto the Lee Sin. Kicked right into Gorky. Faker's got to get out there, as you were saying. He does back off the flash, actually, onto Wolf, but really nice exhaust. Down he goes, and here we go. The snowball just started getting rolling. Nice kill, though, from Ed onto Wolf, at least, to pick that up.
Yep, Ed having to teleport down to bottom, gave up the wave in top that runs right into his turret. Huni still has his teleport over Ed, and that's what we were talking about earlier on, where SKT will just flip the game on its head in a matter of seconds, and all of a sudden, SK Telecom, they're almost up 2,000 gold.
Yep, just like that.
So here we have Faker and Peanut down in bottom lane. They know Faker's here, and then Faker turns around, waiting for the Cassiopeia ultimate. Peanut kicked Beyond into Faker, so Faker, having the Valkyrie, goes over the wall, and then they thought that they could maybe turn on to Wolf and kill him, but the damage coming out from Peanut and Wolf, able to bring Beyond down, and Ed was there to clean up the kill in the end, but still. Meanwhile, in live though, Bang actually went down.
Yeah, he got arrowed there by Ma, and Beyond was around to clean that up, so. Nice conversion into a kill. Now they're getting a bit of damage down onto that turret. Get it to about 130 HP.
Lots of damage down onto that turret indeed, and now they have to be careful. They don't want to give away first blood turret. It looks like Maha and Max are going to back up and recall. So important to note that Bang is going a tier on Varus, so it's not just going to be the pure glass cannon lethality Varus.
Peanut checks the Wolves again. So many pings going down, and they see them leashed, so Beyond has to be careful over here. Actually scans for a ward. Peanut stealing 16 gold away from the small Wolf.
Oh, Wolf actually cancels the recall.
Oh, and look at that. The kick coming on in, and Max is dead meat. Down he goes. Peanut picks up another kill now at 2-0 on that Lee Sin.
And now SK Telecom, they get the first blood turret of the game. Looks like it's going to be shared between Bang and Peanut. And the gold lead now over 3,000 at 11 minutes and 50 seconds.
How do they do it? Nobody knows. Well, we did see them do it. Their farm is really on point as well. You can see the difference between Varus and Ash is only getting worse.
Now they're picking up Cloud Drake, which isn't the best Drake to pick up right now, considering that one of the turrets is already down, and now they're going to begin rotating into other lanes. It will help the speed at which they do that, but Cloud Dragon definitely is a lot better when the lane phase is still in full effect.
Okay, we got Ivysaur up next, the Ocean Drake. Fantastic. Everybody's favorite Drake. I said it before, I mean, it's okay for, you know, Corki Varus. You want to have that sustain for the extra poke. Oh, look at that. Nice steal from Ad, but he might pay for it with his life.
Yeah, he's going down there. They probably want to give this to Faker.
Yeah.
To give him his blue buff. So they took it, and then Faker took it back, except with a little bit of gold.
Roaming Malzahars are super scary.
Yeah.
Like when you play mid and they flash ult you, it's like, okay, well, I know I'm dead.
So we can just take a look at this. Max was almost recalled, and Wolf was able to get there just in time to cancel that. Very clean kill that they were able to transition.
Yep, good execution. I don't believe Varus was able to get an assist on that one.
Now Huni's ultimate available. Ian has to be really careful here. Malzahar doesn't have ult. Ian taking a ton of damage, and SK Telecom just seemed to make so much more use of Malzahar with Wolf than any other team so far in LCK.
Yeah, I feel like MVP is definitely going to have an easier time on game number 2, just because they can either first pick it or ban it out. You can't really do that on red side, so you kind of just let it through. It's pretty unfortunate.
Now Huni, already with the Trinity Force completed, also has the call, so that's going to add a little bit more salt to the wound. When he does complete that, they have Faker up in top lane, they have Bang in mid, and now they're going to put Huni in bottom lane, given that there's no objective on that side of the map remaining, with Drake having been killed. So there's almost no incentive for MVP to devote resources down there. So it's going to be Gangplank just keeps farming.
Oh, that was close. I'm not sure if he would have died, especially with the other guys from SKT around. But definitely a lot of damage would have gone down onto Faker.
Here we go, Peanut and beyond. Peanut wins the smite fight. Bang & Wolf putting a lot of turret damage down right now. The other thing that I guess we're not getting to talk about is that Wolf's support item is probably having a lot more gold than Max. And so that's also attributing to some of the gold advantage that SKT are finding themselves having, because Wolf is able to proc that so much more reliably than Max is.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see actually the total gold earned by Wolf compared to Max. I'm sure we'll get a look at that eventually. There's a ward actually up in top behind Faker. A bunch of pings went down, so maybe Ad was thinking about teleporting. Uh-oh, Ian, you're in a bit of trouble. You might have actually died to just Faker, but there you go. Gangplank ult makes him walk forward. Faker takes the alley-oop and gets another kill.
Gets another kill indeed, and he's going to pick up a turret to go along with it. And things go from bad to worse for MVP, as we're just over the 6-minute mark, and after this tower goes down, SK Telecom going to find themselves with a 6,000 gold lead.
Yep, nicely done. I mean, it is SKT that we are casting, so that's something to remember. Now Rift Herald comes down, the arrow goes wide.
I'm going to pick up the Rift Herald right here and probably just put it onto Peanut to further enable any all-in or 1v1 plays he tries to make in the later stages of the game.
Now they got to go for the BM. Give it to Wolf.
Make the purple guy a little bit more purple.
Yep. 10 out of 10 BM for sure. But no, they just give it over to Peanut. Huni chilling in the bot lane. Maokai is nowhere to be seen, although he is rotating down. Uh-oh, here comes Faker again. He wants Maha. He could have tried to Valkyrie in, but decides against it, probably because he didn't know what was beyond there.
Yep.
Or if there was anyone else.
But he did get Maha's flash. Almost ends up taking the turret, and then you can see Ian just waiting in the Wraith pit.
They really want this kill, but probably not going to happen.
And now turret about to go down, and it does indeed. And now MVP is really just struggling to hold any ground, because it almost feels like SKT is just blitzing them everywhere.
It's the onslaught of the best team in LCK. Team that has not dropped a map yet. Every position is like a superstar player when you think about it. I mean, Huni is becoming one. I mean, he's very well known, obviously, but
He's been doing fantastic so far in LCK Spring. Able to play very different champions whenever needed. And you can see here in the replay, Faker just does way too much damage. And the Gangplank ultimate called in right at the end there. Faker able to pick up that kill and the turret shortly after. Meanwhile, Peanut getting himself a Bulbasaur.
he was thinking about not getting it. He almost ran away. He's like, nah. But they have to. Oh, is it actually another Ocean Drake next? Okay. No, okay, it's Mountain Drake. Just trolling me there. So, gonna give the blue buff to Faker, I guess. I think they were trying to get that onto Bang, but messed that up.
Would have been a lot better on Bang. Enable him to charge his Monomune faster, and then also just the poke that he offers at this stage of the game is a little bit more valuable than it is on Faker.
Maha waiting in the wings.
Look at bottom lane right now. I mean, you can't have Ed teleport down to bottom just to protect the turret.
What's going on here? Huni taking a lot of damage. Actually does flash away, but eventually goes down.
And the end result is no one is able to respond to Faker in bottom, who also has a red buff.
And
which
the Peanut.
aids him. Yeah, and Peanut. And you see Wolf was just waiting for someone to try to do something. Unaware that he's on a ward right now, but even still, with those mobility boots, he would easily be able to get into position to kill anyone.
That Malzahar is so scary. Now they're party bushing over here. Peanut's even joining in. They really want to make a push onto this tier 2 mid turret, and they should be able to.
Yeah, I don't know why Beyond was up in top lane pushing the wave. SK Telecom.
What? That didn't work. He messed it up. Look at that. Faker just going to town on that back line. Everybody going down. Max just barely gets away. Maha may suffer the same fate. Down he goes to Bang. Here's Beyond, though, trying to come in and do a bit of damage. Faker's like, no, I'm Corki, and I'm fed, and I'm going to try to go for you, but I think he may have gone a little bit too far. He is going to go down, and Beyond even gets away.
Faker going a little bit too aggressive there. Ed able to finalize the kill onto him, but they still lose the mid-tier 2 turret in the end anyway. SK Telecom, 20 minutes, basically a 9,000 gold lead, and complete control of this game.
Yeah, 5 towers down, 2 Drakes, both Cloud and Ocean, going over to SKT. Their carries are fed. A lot of the SKT games have been like the Huni show, but this one is the Faker show, something that a lot of people should be used to.
And you can see basically what's happening here. They're calling Ed in for a flank. Ian goes for that combo with Cassiopeia to try to get the non-responsive ultimate where opponents can't react to it in time, but botches, I guess, the key presses there in the end, didn't catch anyone, and from there it was all too easy for SK Telecom to juggle the turret aggro and bring everything down. Faker trying to be a little bit too aggressive at the end there, didn't need to persist onto Beyond and Ed, but did, and ended up paying for it in the end, but they got the turret.
Yeah, I feel like he's almost playing around. He's like, oh, we won this game. I'm just going to go in and try to get the kill, almost like solo queue-esque.
Well, Faker up in top lane, he does have the package.
The massive package. Look at how big that thing is.
And it looks like SK Telecom might just turn their objective to the top tier 2 turret. Huni has his ultimate available again, doesn't have teleport or flash. Baron is a potential objective that could actually be captured by SK Telecom given how unnaturally fed all of their champions are.
Ed was thinking about going in there on Tavares, but Good call that he didn't. Wolf was waiting in the wings. And now we see a bunch of pings in mid lane. It looks like SKT wants to continue pushing down mid.
Looks like they're going to have 4 of their members stay in mid lane and then potentially unite with Huni in bottom.
Oh, QSS picked up early for Varus. No doubt Peanut is going to get arrowed here. Bunch of damage goes down onto him. He's actually going to get away. Faker in the back doing massive damage to Ian and Max. The stun actually misses there from Syndra. Ed is going to go down 1v5. And the rest of MVP just runs away with their tails between their legs.
Now SK Telecom looks like they're turning their sights actually to Baron. Beyond has to be careful here. He can't use the smite on red buff. Okay. Even if he didn't get spotted out, if he used the smite on red, then he wouldn't have it available to him if SKT were to start the Baron shortly after. There would be no chance at outsmiting Peanut.
Yeah.
Not like there's going to be a chance anyway, though. Beyond nowhere near where he would need to be, and you can see that without vision, he's having to be so cautious.
He was thinking about it. He actually ulted there, but he was too late.
Too late indeed, and I mean, for MVP, it might just be too late as SK Telecom with the 12,000 gold advantage. And we can take another look at this fight. So even though Max was able to land the stun onto Bang, it really didn't matter. And then when the Ash Arrow hit Peanut, they followed that up, but Huni able to just activate his ultimate, and look at how far out of position MVP were. They don't even have their AD carry for this fight, and they were trying to take it. And I think that they just really overestimated how strong they were and what they could do with that arrow. And with Maha just not being there, they weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, I was wondering why the stun lasted so long, and I'm like, oh, he's in top lane. I thought he was just in the brush there, but yeah, he was just really out of position. So now, if Baron wasn't enough, we got Charmander here. Actually, I guess Inferno Drake is Charmander. But they are going to pick up the Mountain Drake and make their push even... Yeah, this is Squirtle. Make their push even stronger.
So now they do have the Mountain Drake Baron buff still alive. They have bottom pushing. No minion wave in mid as Ian quickly makes work of that, but doesn't really matter as they're going to just move into a 1-0-4. See that Beyond is up here in top lane with Ed. They might really just want to try to kill Huni and then teleport Ed into the fight. But I don't think there's going to be time for that.
Ooh, and Janet Crystal Arrow lands on the Faker, an extra stun. It just doesn't matter. Bang kills Ian in the back somehow. And the push continues. There's no way to stop this. Oh man, the damage coming out of Courtney right now is pretty insane. Faker just gonna, you know, try to get another MVP here. It's really the goal of his game every game.
They're just going for it. They teleport in Huni on that minion, although they're not making any use of it in terms of killing the turret.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, Ed is gonna come in here. It is 3v5 currently. And Faker's going deep. He's going for it. Trying to get in onto Faker here, but the exhaust immediately onto Beyond. He's not going to be able to kill Faker.
Ian almost up. He is up now.
It seems like they don't want to throw, so they're going to back off. Bang kills Beyond down at the south side of the screen, and now they're actually going to turn after getting Beyond. Although
the team fighting ability from SKT and how quick they are, it's almost like you're watching one mind.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really impressive. Ian tried to use his summoner spells to maybe add a little bit of utility for MVP there, getting the slow from Cassiopeia's ultimate, but just didn't matter in the end. And while MVP are still in this game for a little while longer, they're 15,000 gold down as SK Telecom look to drive their way up mid lane now.
Yeah, the unstoppable force meets the weak, wet piece of tissue paper in the team of MVP right now. Oh my god, this is unbelievable amounts of damage. Ian gonna go down. Maha is just gonna get rolled over by Faker. He wants more kills. He wants to be on the top of that KDA chart. That's gonna be a triple kill for Faker now. Ed is a tree, so he just doesn't die, unfortunately. But that might just be the end of the game now. They're going to continue pushing on in. They're juggling turret aggro.
They're just waiting for minions. That's all that this is about. Ed's not going to be able to hold this last turret.
They want to go to Shake Shack before it closes tonight. That's what they're doing. Okay, that's going to be game number 1. Going over to SKT. Nicely done. Very, very clean victory there for the strongest team in LCK.
Wolf not looking very satisfied. Bang a little frustrated that they couldn't win on the push previously.
Faker thinking about those Shake Shack fries. Peanut's going to be subbed out. He's like, okay, I'm going home now.
It looks like he just took off his glasses. I don't think I need these for game number 2.
You guys play 4v5.
SK Telecom looking just as strong as ever, and really one of the things I'm thinking about when I'm watching these games is the current team roster that SKT has and the way that they're all playing and coordinating. We're really getting to see Faker flourish in a way that we haven't got to see him perform like this since years ago. And it's just really just enabling him to stand out and separate himself from the other mid laners in LCK, something that he was unable to do in LCK Summer to a certain degree.
Yeah, well, he certainly stood out in that game, making Corki look super broken. He got so far ahead so early on that his damage was unbelievable towards the later parts of those games, of that game rather.
We'll see what MVP can do in game number 2, because that wonky draft or wonky comp with the Syndra support didn't really seem to pan out too well. And we're going to see what other tricks they have up their sleeve. And also red side SK Telecom, we're going to potentially get to see Katarina.
Yeah, I hope we do. So guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with the analyst desk in just a couple of minutes. So stay tuned, we'll be right back. We are back here with the analyst desk. It is me, Valdez, joined by Binu. Once again, you made it down here safely. That's good.
That's right. I made it down here as easily as SKT demolished MVP in the first set.
You just Valkyried down, right?
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
So, results.
My, big package, and I got
Yes.
the Valkyrie down.
Yes, exactly. So,
So,
yeah, it was pretty much a slaughter.
What could you say? 16-5-33. Got all the dragons, got all the towers.
It's one of those solo queue games where every lane loses.
That's right. I guess like if we were to criticize them, I mean, SKT, how dare you get 5 deaths in a game, but
Yeah, why did you guys die? Bang is in the audience giving out presents.
oh, that's not
That's
Bang.
not Bang. He's just wearing Bang's jacket.
The fan got you, Brendan.
Imposter. How does he have a Bang jacket? No one knows.
I mean, to be fair, I'm glad that isn't Bang because that would be somewhat disrespectful. You know, you win a game, you go into the audience, start handing out presents. Like, come on.
Yeah, we already won this one. It's time to go.
KDA
Guys.
as
지난번 리신의 선택이 좀
Oh, it probably went
solid
down
as
after
ever.
that game.
That's true.
He went like 1, 2, and 2 or something.
가장
The way
처음
KDA's work,
일어났던
it's-
곳이 이제 바텀이었거든요.
Actually, now I'm wondering why they call it the KDA because technically it is KA over D.
바텀을 완벽하게
Yeah.
압살했고
You get the point. The more dust you get, well, easier it goes down.
카운터로 제대로 활약했던 여지는 별로 없었던 것 같습니다.
So what are these guys saying?
약간의 또 의문이 드는
Well,
게 MVP 쪽에서 바루스가 살아있는
As you could
상태에서 LC를
imagine,
먼저 선택을 했어요.
there's not much to say
보통
about
그런
that
경우가 거의
game.
나오지
The
않는
Korean
부분이기도 하고
analyst
마하
has
선수의 전적을 또
participants,
조회해
Kanata
보면은
and Captain Jack both
자신이
saying that, you know, it
바루스를 썼을
really
때
started from the
애쉬에게
laning
두
phase
번을
and everything
패배했습니다.
blew wide open.
에서만 그래서 오히려 애쉬를 통해서 바루스를 상대하는 게 가능하다. 그리고 신드라 서폿이라는 비장의 카드도 있기 때문에
Now they're
라고
talking
생각을
about
했던 것
maybe
같은데
some of the
오히려
logic that goes
SKT 의
behind the
바텀
Syndra
듀오의
support,
호흡과
saying,
실력은 더 높았던
You
것
know,
같아요.
maybe
네.
MVP
그리고
thought
이
they could handle the
승리에 대한
Varus with the
거는
Ash pick and then
아무래도 좀
decided to play the Syndra
극복하기가 어려운
support,
게 결국 말자와
feeling like maybe they could come out of that bot lane.
지금까지 결과로 나와 있거든요.
네.
그렇기
ahead
때문에
or
이
even.
두 카드를 어떻게 견제하느냐가 MVP 입장에서는 굉장히 숙제로 남을 것 같습니다.
본인들이 잘 할 수 있는 챔프들을 꺼내들었던 것 같은 MVP 입장에서는 1세트가 끝난 후에 조금은
And Nelsie
좌절감을
Hyungyong kind
맛봤을
of
수도 있을 것 같은데요.
reiterating that maybe
1세트의 주요
MVP went for the
장면 화면으로
champions
확인해
that they were
보시죠.
confident with, they were, you know, good at.
자, 미드 2차 타워
That was kind of embarrassing
장면인 것 같은데요.
for Ian.
네. 역시나
Messed up the flash
선수의
trick.
말자의 활약이 이번 경기에서 굉장히 눈부셨던 것 같고
I mean, at this point, if you're
페이커
MVP,
선수가 진짜
what could
가는
you do, right?
곳마다 상대방의 딜러를 때려주고 있습니다.
네. 화력이 워낙 성장을 잘해놓은 상황이었기 때문에
If this was,
코르키가 거의 다
you know,
파괴했다라고
2016, you
봐도
might
될 정도였고요.
have that
마지막에
explanation of,
실수를
oh, you just
살짝
made it to
하면서
world
잡히긴
champions
했지만
and
게임 내
we want to
별다른
learn
영향은
from these teams as
약간의
much as we can,
인간미를
but,
보여주는
you know,
모습도 방금 장면에서 나올
after a
수 있었죠.
season,
네, 그렇습니다.
I mean, it's time to stop learning and start crushing or at least competing with some of these teams and MVP just not having a good start to the
네,
spring
오히려
season so
신드라
far.
선수의 카운터가 말자인
Yeah, I think they got one win.
골프 선수는 뭐 상대방이 어떠한 준비를
If I'm not
했는지
mistaken, I think
전혀
they're
중요하지
1 and
않는 것
3.
같아요. 완벽한 플레이였습니다.
Maybe 2 and 2.
Now, I do
과연
have this
말자의
lingering thought that is
무엇으로 할수
bugging me so
있을까에
much.
대한 프로게이머들
If
사이에서
Ian picks
고민이
Ari
굉장히 많을
in
것
set
같습니다.
2, I'm just
자, 이렇게 해서
I'm just gonna have to roll my eyes. I mean,
Ari versus Katarina.
1세트 어떤 선수가
I mean, we all know
활약하는지
Ian
공을
really loves
세웠는지
Ari. He
MVP
played it in his
선수까지
last
만나보시죠.
match in summer 16.
자, 1세트를 승리로 가져간 SK텔레콤 T1의
Wolf.
The MVP.
Okay. I can see that. I mean, he set up a lot of plays with the Malzahar. Everybody is like super happy.
그동안 T1의 그 승리의 숨은 공신 역할이었는데 이번
He
경기에서
definitely
제대로
had
된
a great
MVP를 또
performance.
받게 됐고요.
What
이번
stands out to me is in the middle of the game, he was
4전
1 versus 1ing Ian's
네.
Cassiopeia, and everybody's looking at that saying, you know, supports aren't supposed to do that.
Yeah.
또 칭찬을 했던 울프 선수가 1세트
He makes the impossible possible.
뱅 선수가 꽃두름 나살의
The miracle
적중률이
worker.
워낙에 높다 보니까
네.
거기서 약간씩 바텀의 스노우볼이
Supports
들어가지
don't
않았나
get
싶기도 하고요.
MVP very often.
어떻게 보면
That's true.
바텀이 뭐 영향력이 제일
You know, if I had
적은 것
to pick out of the roster of
같으면서도 이
supports we
연약한
have
곳에서
at
가장 큰
the LCK,
탄력을
I
일으키기 때문에
would imagine
그 바텀 포블을 가져가는
probably
게 굉장히
Key
중요한
is a big
상황이었는데
candidate because he
SKT
is
바텀 제대로
playmaking
해내주었습니다.
support.
자, 이제 2세트 경기를 앞두고 있는데요.
Wolf definitely a candidate
SKT가
up
또
there as well.
사이언을 배남해서 어느 정도 MVP의 그런 좀 특화된 챔프에 대해서는 인정한 부분도 있었거든요.
네, 이제는 진영이 바뀐 상태에서
네.
경기가
He has the
들어가기
highest
때문에
KDA.
약간 SKT가 사이온을 부담스러워하는 것 같으면
네.
사이온 선픽을 뭐 한다든지 뭐
네.
그런
Not
식의
saying, you know,
승부수도
it's
있긴
set to
하겠습니다만
네.
분명
blue side,
진영에서
red side,
가져올
it's
수
a
있는
totally
그 유리함을
different
가지고 MVP가
game.
경기를 풀어나갈
It's
필요가
important
있어
to
보입니다.
reset
그냥
and
무난하게
kind of
가서는 이기기 굉장히 힘든 상대예요.
head into this match thinking it's a totally new
이제
experience.
가장 항상 전력을 다하기 때문에 르블랑, 렌과, 카밀에 대한 이 부담감을 가지기 싫을 거거든요.
Yeah, they're gonna
그것을
get to
이용한다면
experience
분명
Faker's
선픽으로
Katarina
좋은
next
카드를
game.
가져올 수 있을 것이고
Captain
그것의
Jack also
강점을
saying that,
최대한 살려서
you know, when you're on the red side, there's also also
방
the added
먹여줄 수
pressure of
있어야겠죠.
having to ban
자,
a lot of the
MVP
OP
이제 좀
champions
모든
like
것을
LeBlanc, Rengar,
쏟아부어야
and
할 때인 것
Camille.
같습니다.
So we'll
양
have to see
팀의
how
두
that
번째
plays
세트는 또 어떤
into the
양상으로
draft as well.
펼쳐질지 잠시 후에 SKT와 MVP의 경기로
So that is
함께합니다.
going to be the end of the analyst desk. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for game number 2. Welcome back to LCK here at the Nexon Arena for SPO TV's broadcast. And we did just have SKT demolish MVP in game number 1. It was not close. I wouldn't recommend you go back and watch the game.
Well, I mean, going into game number 2, MVP on blue side, SK Telecom on red. We might get to see SKT's Katarina. Has been one of the traditions that they've come to show us so far in LCK Spring, and now with MVP being the one that'll dictate the pace of the draft phase, at least early on, we're going to see what other tricks they have up their sleeve.
I kind of want them to not troll, but pick some random stuff.
I want to see
like
SK
some fan
Telecom
service.
not ban LeBlanc, not ban Camille, not ban Rengar. That would be one of the neat little things.
They create a fun game.
Yeah. And here we go. So Malzahar, first ban by MVP. Oh no.
Really?
Here we go.
We were joking. We were joking. What?
Here we go. Oh man, the look on that guy's face right now. He's like, no, no.
Not like this. Please, SKT, not like this.
Let's see. Let's see if they let all of them through. Because the other problem is, what teams are going to be sane enough to actually be practicing those champions outside of solo queue? Oh no. I think, all right, Zyra, here we go. Oh no.
All right, the guy with the notepad is having a lot of fun now.
So when they choose not to ban one of them away, when they do go for the Zyra ban, that basically takes away all chance of MVP being able to salvage it if SKT do go for it. And so that's why the Zyra ban is so big. Now they're going to be able to respond with one of them, but it's too late. And that's why that Zyra is so catastrophic. Oh no.
Well, they can take 1, and SKT is going to get 1. So it's not the situation where MVP gets 1 and then SKT gets 2. So at least they are able to stop that situation.
We're like watching Pokemon right now, Brendan. Who gets Ho-Oh and who gets Lugia? Like,
well,
right.
Camille is the most broken, so we'll start with that.
So
And-
Camille, so now we're gonna instantly have a response by SK Telecom. And there's Rise, but where's the cat?
Rise Rengar, I think 100%. Because you can't give Rengar to MVP too.
Yeah.
That would just be insanity.
So Rise now being picked up. And honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest that I don't know if that Rise is in mid lane. And I'm wondering if SK Telecom, there's one player in Korea, well he's not in Korea, but he's a Korean, Khan, who's extremely high up on the solo queue ladder. He is notorious in Korea for his top Rise against Korean challengers. And I'm wondering if Rise is potentially SK Telecom's response to Camille.
It's kind of interesting. I haven't seen that matchup myself, because Camille gets banned every game. But
So now MVP finalized their draft order with the Olaf and the Varus. Don't want to give SK Telecom red side Varus. So SKT gonna respond here with Ashe. With Malzahar having been taken off the table now, MVP do have the option of banning away Miss Fortune and Karma.
okay, it's going to be Thresh here. Covered for SKT. They will ban that out. So definitely targeting the supports at least, as you were saying.
Support is the most crucial role now going into the second pick and ban phase. And we'll have to see what MVP does. It looks like Karma is being hovered, and that just leaves Miss Fortune remaining. And with Thresh having already been taken away, feels like SK Telecom are prepared for this and entertained it as a possibility.
I want to see 2 more big supports banned, and we have just 2 new supports to make this game even more fun.
So, SK Telecom now with the Misfortune, and they might be anticipating that MVP was planning to ban it, and now they're going to force MVP to come up with a ban on the spot.
Only 20 more seconds left to do that. You got to make a decision here. After this ban phase, the first pick goes to red side, so SKT will have their pick of the litter, Katarina. So
Katarina being hovered, and it is banned away, so MVP is actually entertaining the possibility that that would be a top Rise. So SK Telecom now, Tahm Kench. There's only a few supports remaining with this many support champions banned. Basically, you're limited to Braum,
Zilean.
Braum, Zilean, Bard, Tahm Kench. Not too many things remaining. A lot of people probably screaming right now about Janna. No, we said a support.
Is Max the Bard player, or is that Key?
Key is the Bard,
Okay.
the guy that popularized Bard.
Both of them have 3-letter names. So, yeah, gonna take that Corki.
Gonna take the Corki away, and we'll see how they finalize their pick. It almost looks like they don't know what to pick here. This is definitely a curveball of a pick and ban phase that MVP was certainly not expecting.
Oh boy. What are they gonna pick? Okay, it's gonna be Zilean. Last second pick there for MVP.
So the final pick is over for SKT, and again, the Rise could potentially be top lane, so we could be looking at what Faker's gonna play. Instead, we're having a hover on Singed.
Singed against Camille.
I have absolutely no idea how that matchup goes, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean,
I can tell you about Tahm Kench versus Camille. We can sit here for hours and talk about that matchup.
yeah, man.
But I cannot tell you about Singed versus Camille.
Well, we're gonna find out. I would hope that the Observer shows us a lot of top lane, because that's gonna be very interesting to see. Huni on Singed as well. It's kind of interesting. Weird pick.
Weird pick indeed. Not a common pick that you would expect to see. Normally you would expect to see him against a tank. But we'll see what they can do with it. I feel like MVP's team composition is not something that we're expecting to play. It's definitely not something that they're probably practiced in. Whereas SK Telecom, if they were willing to ban like this, you can probably assume that whoever they've been scrimming against, they've at least got a little bit of practice in a situation like this. So MVP is in their world right now. Not that they weren't already.
Yeah. So everything is locked in and set to go. Game 2 is loading up. And we're about to witness a game with both Camille and Rengar.
The crazy old gray woman and her crazy cat got through.
Very interested to see how Peanut's going to play on that Rengar.
And here we go. We're about to go into game number 2. SK Telecom with Rengar, MVP with Camille.
Seems like MVP is they're having fun with this. Maybe they feel like they've already won because they have Camille. Once it gets to late game, Camille's going to be insanity if she gets fed at all.
And I mean, this goes back to that point I made, that as soon as the Zyra's locked in, it denies the ability to try to ban away both, in which case the opponent would end up giving you one.
Yeah, so we are just about ready to jump into this one. You guys are reading that correctly. It is Camille and Rengar still here. We're going to have Singed versus Camille in that top lane. Let's see how it goes down now, going into game number 2 right now.
This place stays the same. What we're gonna do in the pouring rain.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Well, they're really trying to make up for that game 1 with the cheer. See if it works out. Camille looks like something from my nightmares.
Camille looks like, speaking of Pokemon, by the way, which is one of the main topics tonight, Camille looks like Deoxys.
Yeah.
That's what Camille is. Camille is Deoxys. That's Lickitung.
We figured it out, right? It's been getting their ideas from Pokemon this whole time.
That's exactly it. And when Rengar gets some Chromas, he's going to be Raikou. That's all that matters. All right, so Ed, maybe looking to make something happen early on. Camille can go for the stun level 1. We saw that in Camille's last appearance in LCK. Just looking to apply a lot of pressure early on. Oh no. Okay.
Here we go again.
Also, important to note that Ian did not take cleanse against Faker's Rise.
Here we go. Here comes Ed right on in. Gets the stun down. Gatling gun, but Ian, he wasn't far enough forward, so not able to land too much damage. Faker's like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Took a little bit of Faker's HP, but not going to be the end of the world. What this is going to give away, though, is that Beyond started on red side, able to get the leash from his bottom lane. Ed able to get back to top lane in time, not to miss too much.
So, very interesting matchup, this one. Excited to see how it's going to go down. I mean, I guess any time that you engage as Camille, you're going to get poisoned. So Sins can take a trade like that.
Wolf, don't believe, okay. Going for a little bit of a trade there, but something that is interesting is that Zillion Bombs will not deal damage if you're inside of Tahm Kench's stomach. So even when Max tries to go for Bomb Poke later on, levels 3, 4, and 5, as long as Wolf can actually eat Bang before the bomb detonates, then it won't end up doing anything.
Yeah, goes back to the draft phase where they took a very long time deciding what their support pick was going to be. Here comes Beyond. Up into the top lane. If we could see a stun land on the Huni, he gets the slow. There's the undertow. And he's going to have enough for one more, and that's going to be first blood going on over to Olaf. An assist going to Camille, so not a good start for SKT.
Not a good start for SK Telecom, indeed. Camille, not a champion you want to just keep getting ahead. And with Beyond picking up a kill, definitely propels him a little bit further ahead than Peanut. He is down a level and he is losing his golem, so on that front, Peanut's able to do quite a bit. Not sure, actually, if MVP saw the mini golems pop out from the brush. That would actually give away Peanut's location.
Oh, look at this. The exhaust going down super early. Here comes Peanut. Teleport going to come in, and it looks like SKT is going to be forced back.
They did get the teleport out of Camille, though, and what that ends up doing is costing Ed some experience in Golden top lane. Also, take a look at the level up in top, because Beyond and Ed shared experience. Huni's actually ahead in levels. And despite all of this, the first blood gold, first blood assist, SKT is almost even in gold.
I don't know how they do it, man. It's pretty insane.
So right here, we see the replay. They knew that Huni was coming back up, and the lane was in a beautiful spot right here. And they get the kill onto Huni. Beyond ends up picking it up, but then the way that he walks back through the lane, he ends up sharing a little bit of experience.
And you can see kind of what Huni's doing. He's just pushing the lane over and over. Looks like Peanut's up in top lane too. Maybe he wants to make something happen with a dive. But for now, he's just going to be going into the blue side jungle, checking things out.
Basically keeping tabs on Beyond where he can and can't be.
The trading seems to be very even in the top lane, at least.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. Huni probably going to look for a recall right around now. Peanut hanging around in case anything would happen. See, he places a ward, and now Beyond moving into his left side jungle. Not going to find anything there, and so Peanut able to just slowly but surely establish a pretty big lead over Beyond. He's been able to eat double golems so far this game. And meanwhile, in bottom lane and mid lane, SK Telecom have slight advantages.
Yeah, somehow, some way, even with the gank early on, SKT sticking around, making it hard. It's one of the things about them. When they get ahead, they snowball it so fast and they get super far ahead. When they get behind, they don't get rolled. They know how to like slow the game down and just, you know, keep things even enough, even if they are behind.
Definitely seems like they know exactly what to do in a lot of different situations, and there's that Zilean passive doing some work, ends up putting Maha at a level lead over Bang. Not a lot of chaos though, and this is something that SK Telecom don't typically do early on. We saw it in last game, we've seen it in all of their previous games. You're not gonna go to max HP. And back down.
Yep. Bombs landing. Huni trying to keep the lane right here. Not going to push or get close to Ad just yet.
One of the things that's interesting for me is the longer that this game goes on, I mean, the scarier that Singed and Rise is going to get, and I'm wondering if Camille's actually going to be able to do that much, because typically when you talk about Camille, you talk about a champion's inability to fight her. Well, Singed doesn't really fight you. He just sort of runs from you.
Oh, look at that, the flip into the tower. There it is, Singed coming through with the big flip.
Oh no, here it starts.
Here we go again, although Exhaust is going to save their lives.
Wow. Well, Huni finding a kill onto Ed. And, I mean, in bottom lane, everything almost got really chaotic there too. Peanut using that CC immunity, then being able to be picked up by Wolf. They have to be really careful here. I love Beyond's positioning, knowing that there is a potential dive that SK Telecom could look for. But instead, it seems like Peanut's actually just back up, and he's going to hand over the blue to Faker. And look at the CS deficit up in top lane. The double Dark Seal Catalyst complete now for Huni. I don't feel like Camille's going to be able to do anything to him for a while now.
Yeah. Just has to sit back and farm from behind, I suppose.
We'll take another quick look at this. And so Huni got pretty low on mana, but still had enough. He pops his ultimate, so he's getting all the enhanced regeneration. And you can see that Ed thought he was a lot safer than he was, because honestly, how often do you have practice in this matchup? And then Huni throws him right into the turret, and with the aid of that, he was able to win the Royal Rumble.
You see that little dance Singe did once he got the kill? He was very happy about that.
Losing lane with Camille. Not something I think any LCK
In 2017.
Pro. Yeah.
What face?
After a first blood assist.
Yeah, I think it really does come down to he just didn't expect that amount of damage and the flip into the turret. I mean, I feel like he should have expected the flip into the turret, but maybe not the amount of damage that Singe can actually do. Here's Beyond again.
Beyond's just not finding anything, and if you don't find anything on Olaf, he suddenly becomes the worst champion in the game. So the first blood that he got was then just followed up by an inability to do anything because of how Peanut controlled Beyond's jungle. Very nice by Ed, reading that Peanut was probably up in top by the sudden aggressiveness.
Here's Faker looking to take a trade here against Ian. The farm is pretty much dead even right now.
And one of the things that I have to talk about is SK Telecom are allowed to go this aggressive randomly because MVP has to respect Peanut.
Yep, really does. And Ed is going to learn some respect after this kill. Down he goes. Peanut picks up another kill onto this Camille. And, well, we said Camille was super strong, but not really showing that strength so far.
Not really showing too much strength indeed. Faker missed one of his skill shots.
Oh, and look at this. Trying to go on to Bang, but the heal is going to save him.
Oh, no.
Ooh, he's taking a lot of damage. That Kench is certainly unbenched in this game. And here comes Huni, the double teleport, and Singe wants to have a word now with the Clockmaster. Gonna go on to Maha, and now Ad is just taking so much damage. I feel like Wolf has to back off. Huni actually not able to get the kill there onto Maha, but here comes Peanut. Look at how low everybody is on MVP. Oh, the flash, he's trying to pick up some more kills. Wants to go on to Ian there, and down he goes, but Camille actually gets a double kill.
Camille gets a double kill because they push on too much. Beyond was nowhere to be seen. And SK Telecom, they pick up a lot of kills, they pick up a lot of pressure, everyone's forced out of their lanes. And at the end of the day, 2 members of SKT going down, but so much position gained. We'll take another quick replay how all this unfolds. So Faker going on to Ed to lock him up. Huni couldn't find a kill onto Max or Maha as fast as he would have liked, and you can see that Faker and Wolf couldn't quite get Ed down low enough. Huni turns his attention over to Max, but it's really late. Peanut actually comes in here, misses the Bullet Strike because he flashed away, but then he leaps before using Q. I think if he used Q before leaping, there's a weird interaction with the brush on Rengar where it would still count as his ability to leap, and he could have gone a little bit further. So I feel like Peanut made a micro error right there. Not entirely sure, but nonetheless, they were able to push on through. Ed gets 2 kills thanks to the turret, but SKT come out really far ahead.
Definitely so, and they pick up another kill in bot lane as Maha gets caught. And just as you were saying, like Singe, he just kind of runs around you, does damage. He's not really going to fight you straight up. And Huni just extending that lead, now 30 CS ahead in the top lane at 13 minutes into the game.
And Peanut just continuing to move through the jungle, getting some deep vision control down with Wolf. Beyond recalling.
They've given up on bot lane. Max is just going to start walking around the map. He went really far back. They were so scared about a gank.
Now, Huni and Ed trading more and more up and top. Righteous Glory already completed for Huni. Bang sends out a Hawk Shot to keep tabs onto Beyond. Now they know where he is.
Faker doing a ton of burst damage in the mid lane. Ian's got to be really careful, that last minute Valkyrie. And he does survive.
Faker now moving over onto the right-hand side of the map. He might just want to solo his blue while Peanut takes away the blue buff away from Ian. Never mind, they have their sights set on Camille.
Poor Camille, man. In she comes, and she's met with a very angry cat. Gonna be flipped back. Huni taking a lot of damage, has to be careful. Yeah, they're just gonna have to back off here. And they cannot secure the kill onto Ed. And here comes Olaf and Ian with the big package. They're gonna look to make something happen here. Let's see what they can do. Coming on in here is Ian and Beyond. They want to go on to Ad, and Peanut is going to be punished for it. Is not going to be able to kill him. Down here in the bot lane. Oh, nice flash there. Trying to turn now onto Bang, but doesn't have enough mana for a piercing arrow, so just gonna have to back off.
Just barely missed out on that kill. Max did not have his ultimate available. A little bit unlucky there for SK Telecom's bot lane, but a pretty big break for MVP.
Faker wants more blood.
Yeah. Faker continuing to trade against Ian. Ian under constant pressure in mid, almost a 30 CS advantage here.
It's the Faker effect.
Just let to do what he wants, and we're getting to see the gold difference between all the lanes. You can see that Beyond is a little bit ahead of Peanut, but meanwhile up in top lane, Huni with a considerable gold lead over Ed. Also 2 levels.
Yeah, it's really nice. He just walks around Ed. He's never really fights him. Peanut aggroing the Rift Herald, but decides to come on in here, potentially to go for a gank. But here's Beyond. We're gonna have a bit of a 2v2 situation. You see Faker's coming in as well.
Oh, and here it comes.
Yeah, here he comes. Peanut gonna jump onto Ed. Look at that damage. Beyond trying to turn onto him, but he is gonna go down. And here comes Huni. He wants more blood, and Ed is not gonna be able to get away. Nice ward into the brush, and that is 2 more kills going over to SKT.
2 more kills over to SK Telecom. Blue buff just up in time for Faker to come and get that. And they put it on Faker. Peanut gonna finish off that Scuttle Crab, and Huni continuing to proxy the wave, just waiting for a wave. He might actually be able to get First Blood turret.
Looks like he will.
Yep.
If they didn't have enough gold already.
If they didn't have enough. Maha trying to get turret damage down. Yeah, Ed can't teleport to that.
Yep, not gonna happen. So First Blood turret going over to Huni. He didn't have too big of a game on that Gangplank in game number 1. Oh, he's not able to Valkyrie the wall, and Peanut wants to go in on him. Exhaust, but the flash. Now trying to turn onto Peanut, but it's not gonna be enough. Down Ian goes.
Meanwhile, Faker now down in bottom lane.
There's just so much action everywhere. Wolf on that Tom Kench getting angry. Uh-oh, Faker almost dies down there in the bottom right.
Faker missed one of his Qs. Maha now, though.
Oh, Zilean ult. You want to keep him alive, but there's the teleport, and is it going to be enough? They want to give that kill over to Bang, and that they do. Bang somehow survives the bomb.
Yep. They turn on the ultimate at the last second. Huni is poisoned, ticking away. Not going to be able to find a kill, though. But Ed, nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, SK Telecom going to raise the bottom tier 1 turret.
Yeah.
And I like how much everyone is just neglecting Cloud Drake this game.
Yeah, just ignore it like it doesn't exist. And I mean, this is what we were talking about snowballing with SKT. They go for multiple ganks in the top lane, they get First Blood turret, and immediately Huni is in another lane with his teleport, looking for more kills. Looking to snowball his bottom lane. Faker's there, everybody's working together.
And you can see that Wolf and Bang right here. Meanwhile, what we're not getting to see is Faker misses the kill onto Maha, but it doesn't matter as this team's gonna pick it up in just a second. And you can really see that the extended trades are just constantly going in SK Telecom's favor. Zilean ultimate comes out right there, but then they have Huni be called down via teleport because he already got the tower up in top lane. It's not like he's hard-pressed to stay up there.
We have something going on live here. Maha is going to be jumped on by Peanut. Peanut is going to be eaten, but here is Camille coming on in. Wants to do a bit of damage and get Peanut, but he's on the run. Oh, nicely done by Wolf. But here's Ian. He's got something to say. Going to pick up another kill, and Wolf, looks like this time they did go a little bit too far.
Yep, went a little bit too far indeed. Really nice kill picked up by MVP. And Camille, 3-4-3 right now. Not quite at the stage where a lot of top laners would consider her untouchable. But it is very important that she is getting the majority of the kills for MVP.
It's pretty good. They need her to be a very strong late game force. That Varus and Corki definitely going to be very hard to deal with later on, as long as they can get farmed.
And now Huni is going to continue to push in the wave. He has the Raptor's Cloak. Not sure exactly how far away he is from the Zz'Rot portal. Faker now moving up to top lane as Bang is holding down mid lane. We're going to have to see where the next explosion comes from, as neither team really wants to invest into the capture of that Drake.
Uh-oh. Ad, did you go too far? Looks like Ian's looking to come in, but there is a ward, so Huni playing it very carefully, not going to overstep his bounds. Meanwhile, they finally decide to go for that Cloud Drake. Here's the big package being used by Ian. He tries the Valkyrie away. It's not enough, and he gets bursted down.
Huni told him that's not what I ordered. So finally, they're going to pick up Cloud Drake as Ian took a one-way plane ticket straight to the fountain.
Yeah, that was very interesting. When I was first picking up Corki, I used to do that a lot. Valkyrie into like 4 people and just get bursted immediately. I'm like, why did I do that? Ian asking himself the same thing.
Now, meanwhile, MVP are asking themselves, how do they respond to these split pushes that SK Telecom are doing? I'm not sure if Camille can actually go up to Ryze either. I'm a little even questioning what is the proper answer because I'm so unfamiliar with this. And while they can resist this push, SK Telecom content to just back off. Ian being sent up to deal with Faker's Ryze, but he's down 2 levels.
Yeah, it's pretty rough already for anyone who goes against Faker, but especially Ian in this game. Not having too much luck. There's a speed up onto Ian, but the blue buff is going to go over to Faker. So nice steal there.
Zz'Rot portal now completed for Singed, and while the gold lead is a little bit over 7,000 gold, the other important thing to mention is the level lead. So we're talking about how Faker's up 2 base levels, and we're talking about Peanut being up 1 base level, Huni up 1 level. And really the only person on MVP that's up a level is Max, and base stats are also worth a lot of gold.
Huni was actually baited into using his ultimate. It's okay, it's not that long of a cooldown. Get that eventually. Uh-oh, Faker might be in a bit of trouble. Here comes Beyond. Ghost not used. But uh-oh. Camille, you pushed a little bit too far. Gonna flash the wall. But here's Peanut. Flashing that wall as well. And Ed is just gonna do whatever it takes to try to get out here. Tom Kent's got something to say about that, and Bang, with a nice follow-up, is going to pick up the kill.
They pick up the kill onto Camille, and now Huni gonna be content to just push down bottom lane, throw down that Zz'Rot portal, and that'll surely get a big chunk of damage off on the turret. Although it looks like Maha was moving down to try to deal with that, but meanwhile, Faker's going uncontested up in top lane.
Yeah, and Peanut's going 1v3. I think he pushes a little bit too far there. Oh, he's gonna be eaten. Wolf wants to try to save him, but once he comes out, oh, just barely the edge of that piercing arrow does pick up the kill.
Yep, piercing arrow able to just nick Peanut before he was able to get away. And a teleport actually coming in. They're investing a lot to kill Faker. If they can do it, maybe they can go for a desperation Baron.
Look at that damage out of Faker. Oh, he baits it and flashes away. And he does live.
Very heavy investment, ended up not paying off for MVP. And now they don't have teleport on their side. They don't have an answer even to the split push that we've already been seeing SK Telecom coordinate against them. And now it's going to get even more difficult. Fortunately, though, for MVP, the next dragon of the game is another Cloud Drake. So it's not like they're having to give up a mountain or an infernal, because it's difficult for us to try to entertain that they would get into a position where they would be able to capture it.
Kind of interesting there. Faker using his shield for no reason. Definitely a misclick. It's okay. Gonna go farm the bot lane. Faker already on 3 items. 24 minutes into the game.
8,000 gold lead here for SKT. Seems to be the norm. I'm gonna be shocked one day when they're at an even gold amount at this time of the game.
Maybe when they play KT.
Maybe.
I think that's March 4th?
March 4th or
3rd?
March 2nd, I think.
Maybe it's
Sometime in
March
March.
2nd.
Yeah, it's in the first
Yeah.
week of March. And SK Telecom now going for the Baron. MVP way out of position.
Yeah, they see it, but what can they do? Here comes Ian. Meanwhile, Faker's in the bot lane, and oh, here we go. Beyond wants to come in, and he gets the Baron. Uh-oh, big steal coming out of MVP. Huni going in. He's going to flip back Ian. Ian is just going to get demolished. Now Beyond on the run. Nice Bola strike there, but are they actually going to be able to pick that up? Ian does respawn and goes down once again. Now Beyond should be able to pay for it, but oh, look at everybody on SKT. Faker's got something to say, though, in the back line. He's going to pick up 1 kill. They turn onto him, but one auto attack away.
No!
Oh, man.
Max's bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So MVP with a miracle Baron steal. And then they were able to win that team fight. They're actually probably in position to get the Drake when it does come up, as they're going to still have the Baron buff alive.
Yeah, SKT is still 5.5k ahead gold, but definitely a big turning point in this game.
So we can see exactly what's happening. So Faker actually just deleted Ed in bottom lane, and then Beyond able to win the smite fight against Peanut. And when the extended trade ended up happening, they almost got Huni, but not quite. The Bola strike coming out from Peanut, able to snare up Beyond, and then Tahm Kench using his Devour, able to throw Beyond back into the team. But Maha and Max's damage was insane with all the AoE.
Max had a really, really good fight. That just, the ultimate timing was perfect. The redemption did damage to 3 members of SKT. He got the other 2 members there with his bombs. Great positioning and a really good fight for the support player.
Now MVP actually biting back at SK Telecom. SKT not very happy that MVP is within 5,000 gold of them.
Yeah.
27-minute mark.
This is not the way the game is supposed to go for him, or rather for SKT.
And it continues to close, as now it's only 4,000 gold. You can see pings going down on Cloud Drake. Wolf being caught out.
Yeah, Jaina Corruption, but you see Faker's just going to turn onto them and force them back.
So now Huni wants to place the ZZ Rot portal up in top lane. There is a decent chunk of damage on that top tier 2 turret already. Neither team really looking like they want to invest into capturing the Cloud Drake.
Faker doing a lot of damage here, but the push is on. Looks like they're not going to commit to it this wave, perhaps the next one. But SKT, they're setting up to potentially go in for the defense. But it is going to go down.
Oh.
There is the arrow onto Maha, but they're not able to convert that into a kill. And now SKT's on the run. Look at Faker down in bot. He goes down very, very fast to both Ed and Ian. And now Beyond's on the chase. If he can land a bunch of undertows, should be able to get a bunch of these guys. Wolf is going to be ulted. Down he goes. Bang gets deleted as well. And uh-oh, this game is turning around really fast.
This game is turning completely upside down in a matter of minutes, and now MVP, they might be able to actually capture an inhibitor. There's no wave clear remaining for SK Telecom. Peanut and Huni cannot stop this push. You can see Peanut trying to prevent at least their ability to rotate to mid after this, but SK Telecom certainly are losing an inhibitor here. MVP might actually try to push on. I don't think that they're going to be able to.
Yeah, definitely would be a mistake, so they're just going to back off. And yeah, they should be able to get out of this one. You can see Singe is on the chase, wants to make it so that they can't really recall. And actually, Peanut is rotating down there,
Peanut is coming in for a flank. And meanwhile, in the replay, so they get the Enchanted Crystal Arrow off onto Maha, but Faker goes a little bit too deep in the backline. When Ed shows up, it's too easy to lock him up, and I don't know why Peanut was running away from that. Faker should have been able to tell him that he had Ian. And now, meanwhile, coming back into live, it looks like flank successful. They're at least going to be able to pick up Max, and he does have a shutdown gold inside of him. SK Telecom pick up the Cloud Drake. And now SKT are the ones that need to find a way to stabilize, as the game is extremely close right now.
Yeah, definitely not out of this. They lose their inhibitor, but they're still up 3,000 gold. They're able to, you know, get the kill, the Cloud Drake. And Huni can just happily farm the bottom lane with those super minions for now. I feel like also the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in that fight, and Peanut didn't really follow up. He was going into the brush in the river, so there was no real follow-up damage.
Peanut clearing out mid-wave. And I mean, Faker has successfully Flame Horizoned his opponent, by the way. I actually don't know if he did it sooner and I didn't realize it, but he's up over 100 CS.
Wow.
Everyone on SK Telecom are actually ahead in CS right now. But the game is pretty even, and with Baron coming up in just under 2 minutes, you can expect that to be the next major team fight. Everyone should have all of their summoners available to them for it, with the exception being Peanut and Maha.
Ian struggling to catch up in levels to Faker. Still down a level.
Zilean.
Yeah.
Right, and almost Guardian Angel now completed for Ed. Potential to die, or need to die, multiple times in a team fight if the Zilean ult is used onto him.
Yeah, so he can go very, very deep. Be a huge threat in the front line. Uh-oh. Faker, you got hulted by that Camille, and here's Olaf, and we got more where that's coming. He's trying to get onto that teleport, but not going to be able to get away. And Ad survives as well.
They invested a lot to bring him down. Meanwhile, Bang pushing in mid lane, Peanut clearing out some wards, but Faker a little bit too far forward, and MVP capitalizing on that very quickly, able to bring him down. They even got his ghost out of him too.
So they're able to save their tier 2 mid turret and just back off into the lanes. Got to push them out. Huni just lives in the bot lane now.
Level 17, Ed is only 15. And now Baron on the field. MVP might just be looking to burst this. Yeah, that looks like they are trying to do it. Peanut needs to be a hero if he's going to keep SKT in this.
But here comes Huni, and they're not really bursting it very fast. Chain of Corruption does miss, and look at this, Ad. He does have the Guardian Angel, and Peanut is going to back off, but they want to go on to Beyond. He's already taken about half of his health and damage.
See defensive pings going down. Faker arrives in mid lane. You can see bottom never really getting shoved in that much despite having the inhibitor, and that's primarily due to the Zz'Rot portal minions, able to just stall that endlessly.
Yeah, also Huni staying down there, pushing that lane very far, doing a good job with that. Ping did go down. Faker was thinking about going down there, but eventually didn't. Looks like they want to defend the mid push.
Have their eyes set on mid tier 2 turret. Have to be careful here.
They've got a good setup, but at the same time, got to be very, very careful with how you push. Look at that.
Super minion wave is actually enormous. They have to send Faker to deal with that because he has the ultimate.
Here we go. We got the Baron started. And now is definitely the time for Peanut to pull out all the stops and go for the Miracle Smite. Can he get it? He's going to run in, and oh, he actually gets him! He gets them both somehow, and now Bang is getting ultimated here. So maybe they can turn. Here comes Faker, though, trying to come on in, and once he comes, it's going to be so much damage added to the fight. But look at the burst damage out of Ian. It's not going to be enough, though, and so many members of MVP super low. Peanut jumping out of that burst over and over and over again, and that is the turnaround they were looking for. A triple kill for Faker and the Baron. A miracle play by Peanut. Wow, what a play.
And that was a huge turn of events. I thought Peanut wasn't going to be able to get there in time, or even just get in range to get the smite, but the entire fight gets turned on its head. Ed dies twice through the Guardian Angel. They lose that item. SKT shoving in top and mid lane, and Faker picked up a triple kill. Huge turn of events, and now the game goes back into SK Telecom's favor. Just look at this. Baron, 77 hit points remaining. Really did not think that Peanut would be able to get that, and you can see that Ed trying to lock up Bang, but didn't quite have the damage to instantly delete him. Max ends up finalizing the kill, but once Faker arrived, you can see Ed in the top just basically hanging out. We see some Bush mechanics and Rengar mechanics coming out of Peanut, and then at the very end there, Max flashes away, but not sure if he should have flashed because his death doesn't change anything. Even if he dies there, it doesn't change the outcome of what SK Telecom can and can't do. Except now the problem is SK Telecom's upcoming push, you don't have flash for it.
Yeah, probably just an instinctual flash to get out of that one, but probably not the best idea. And SKT, on the backs of that, they get Baron, they get Elder Drake, and now the push begins.
And they're pushing bottom lane first. They're prioritizing that mostly because the inhibitor did actually go down again. So they want to even that up. You have Huni up in top lane, Faker in mid lane. So now they're executing a 1-1-3.
SKT gets their 6th turret of the game with that one. Now there's only 5 left as they continue to push all the lanes.
The problem that MVP is having right now is not just the Elder Drake and the Baron. It's also the fact that they don't have a proper response to a 1-1-3. If you want to respond to the top lane, then you need to devote Ed or Ian to it.
Oh man, here we go. Ed, he may have gone a little bit too far, but the turnaround actually, but nope, down he goes, and Huni is just invincible. He doesn't take any damage. And now he wants to come on in as well. And after getting that push, now you're going 4v5 against Baron Elder Drake.
Oh, beyond.
Oh man, he may have gone a little bit too far. Peanut, he wants it, but not quite able to pick up the kill.
Meanwhile, Bang and Faker in mid lane, killing that final inhibitor turret. So this is, at the very least, will be 2 inhibitors going down for MVP. Faker now actually moving down to bottom, wants to get that lane under control as well. Oh, never mind, they actually managed to save their mid inhibitor, and Huni couldn't get the damage down to get top, so they just lose turrets at the end of the day.
They're gonna try to push in one more time, get this mid inhibitor, but Ed is up, just respawned, and actually they're just gonna back off.
They have to back off. You can't risk gambling a team fight here with bottom inhibitor open. Death Timer's not quite at a point where people couldn't respawn to save Nexus turrets, but still it's not something that you want to gamble with for no reason. You have 2 lanes that are in your favor. There's no reason to throw that advantage away for no reason.
I was just laughing because I looked at the CS between Faker and Ian. That's, wow. Over 150. Ahead is Faker.
Going for the double Flame Horizon.
Yeah. See if he can do it by the end of the game. See, he's got 6 items.
SK Telecom, they might want to just play it super safe and wait for another Baron. Baron coming up now actually in less than 2 minutes, and they might just do that. Place the ZZ Raw up in top lane. In a Baron fight for SK Telecom, if they have initiative in the left side river, it's extremely difficult for MVP to actually work their way into that. Varus not quite as strong on blue side as he is on red. least not at stopping the Baron.
See a ping go onto Faker, actually, as SKT is going to do that 1-3-1 with 3 guys in mid. But now they're looking to join up in the bot push, actually, with Faker, perhaps. And Huni, now he lives in the top lane. Okay, just going to pick up the red and then go back to mid. I mean, it's an open inhibitor right now, so if they can get onto that. It's already taken a bit of damage. It did regen quite a bit, but still pretty damaged. Faker might be looking for a play.
Peanut using his On the Hun to cause MVP to group up.
And look at Peanut, he's really just over there on the left side. Huni goes super deep. They're gonna try to burst him down, but it's not enough. Peanut comes from the left side. Maha survives though, trying to get onto Ian in the back lane, and Faker does do it. Huge amounts of burst damage coming out now. Bang in the back doing so much auto attack damage. That's gonna be a double kill for Faker, and 3 members going down, 4 members, as Beyond has to just run away. I don't think he's gonna be able to save this all by himself.
No, I don't think that Beyond is going to be able to do that. Olaf goes down, and the Nexus turrets are falling down around him. And that's going to be it. Game number 2, SK Telecom show us that Rengar beats Camille.
Yep, there you go. So nicely done. Was cool to get to see Huni playing Singed against Camille too. And that is going to be another 2-0 for SK Telecom T1 as they continue their streak.
Completely demolishing basically in every single game that they enter. This game, things got a little bit dicey because Beyond was able to get that Baron steal off away from Peanut. But then Peanut clapped back with one equally as impressive, getting the 2-for-1 and turning that entire team fight around for SKT, and they were able to drive it home. But MVP did fight back. I would even say more so than almost any other team has to date, and things did get a little bit shaky.
They showed some vulnerability, at least. So Peanut getting a nice little pat on the back. The MVP members, I'm not sure if they were expecting to win this one, but they did, as you said, you know, pretty good against the strongest team that we have in this entire league. So they should be proud of that at least. Who's your MVP?
I don't know
Peanut.
who you give the MVP there. Faker got caught out a few times. It can't be Peanut because he almost lost them the game with the Smite.
But then he won it back.
Huni did a lot that game on Singed that I think that it's very difficult to talk about because it's all these micro aspects basically being built up. Might be Wolf again on Tahm Kench. I'm not quite sure. It's really hard. For me, it's between Huni and Wolf. Because the Tahm Kench Devour at so many points was actually really clutch and turned things around. And some of his stuns were also really crucial at turning some of the team fights. But for me, it would be either one of them. Yeah.
The Peanut play was nice too. You could make an argument for him. And not gonna spoil anything, but we did just see who the other MVP is. Hint, it's not one of those two on your screen.
So right now, basically, we're probably gonna be moving into the MVP winners interview shortly. And we're gonna be heading to the analyst desk as well.
Yeah, so we're gonna get to that in just a minute, guys. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
2017 리그
We're
오브
back here at
레전드
the analyst
챔피언스
desk.
스크린
It
오늘의
is
두
me,
번째 경기
Valdez with
SKT와
Binu, who
MVP의
just
두
sat
번째
down and
세트까지 함께
had to
하였습니다.
wade through the
SKT가
horde of
압도적인
SKT
경기력으로 2대 0
fans.
승리
It's always harder
가져갔는데요.
when
두
it's
번째
SKT
세트의 경기
days,
결과
especially when they get
화면으로
the win,
확인해
because
보시죠.
the fans, you know, to their, I mean, it makes sense.
네,
They want to watch
SKT
the games,
르블랑과
basically.
렌가, 카밀,
Also, when do they
오피스브를
not
모두
win?
열어주면서 흥미로운 뱀픽을 시작했습니다. MVP가
So,
카밀, SKT가
MVP made it a little bit close in the mid-game
훈이의
with the
신지드가
Baron
카밀
steal.
상대로 선취점을 제외하고는 계속해서
And
좋은
then the
모습을
fights that
보여줬습니다.
did come after
정돈되지 않은
that.
I
한타에서도
definitely
SKT
thought it was a
환상적인
better
팀워크를
performance. I mean, they
보여주면서
showed a
좋은
lot of
모습
signs of life
보여줬는데요.
this time.
MVP 분전하면서
Really like
역전의
the Zillion
기회를
pick because I
노리는 듯
think his
했으나
bombs are very
바론에서의
crucial,
피넛의
especially when he
환상적인
got to
스킬과
chain them in a row
빅페이커
and
선수의
get that
트리플 킬로
stun.
SKT 2세트마저 승리로 가져갔습니다.
You
자,
can
이렇게
see
두 번째
Rise
세트까지
did the
함께
most
하셨습니다.
damage,
뱀픽부터 굉장히
33.4k.
흥미로웠어요.
That's right, but I
마치
would
그런 르렌카가
much expect
풀렸을
Peanut
때
to get the
굉장히
MVP
화끈한
actually
경기가 나올
because,
것이다라는
you know,
그런 팬들의
Yeah.
기대감만큼이나
That's what I was
선수들이
expecting too.
전투를 펼친 것 같네요. 딜 그래프만 봐도
Not
정말
going to
모든 선수들이
spoil it
난전,
because you
피할
guys
수 없는
don't know
그런
yet.
경기를 펼친 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 그리고
You say that as
카밀
if you
상대로
know.
이제 신지드라는
do
카드를
know.
꺼내들면서 이게
Who is
과연
it?
We saw them
가능할까라는
walking
생각을
together.
했었는데
Ah, that's a
역시
good point,
핀
actually.
선수다라는 얘기가 나올 수 있었습니다.
I was running
자,
down
이렇게 해서
here.
두 번째
Yeah,
세트
between
경기
Mystery Man and
결과까지
Wolf.
만나보셨는데요. 이어진 MVP 선수까지
So here we go. The
확인해보겠습니다.
MVP, it is
네,
Peanut.
두 번째 세트의
On the Rengar.
MVP는 렌가로 오늘 멋진 모습
That steal
많이
and the kill on
보여준 피넛
Varus
선수입니다.
was really crucial at the point in the game.
14어시로
And
피넛
if I'm
선수
reading that
렌가를
correctly,
가져가면서
that is
리신에
Peanut's
이어 오늘
first MVP.
계속해서
He only
좋은
has
모습
100
보여주네요.
listed down there.
Wow.
자, 오늘
Might be
1세트의
second.
울프 선수 두 번째 세트에 이제 피넛 선수
On one hand, I'm
두
surprised,
선수
but on the
모두
other
올 시즌
hand,
첫
you actually
MVP를
think about
가져가게
it and you're
되네요.
like,
네.
well, he is on
페이커
SKT.
선수와 훈이 선수에게
You know.
Yeah.
코스가 많이 맞춰져
Looney
있다
got a lot,
보니까
Faker got a
상대적으로
lot.
다른 선수들이
Wolf
MVP를
got
받을
one.
기회가 많이
Yeah.
없었는데
Wolf got
오늘을
one.
계기로 대부분의 선수들이 MVP를 가져갈 수 있게 됐습니다.
I think
자,
did Bang get
SKT에서
one? I
MVP를
think he got one.
가져가기란
He
참
must have.
하늘의
Yeah.
결단인 것 같습니다. 자, 지금
But here's our
현장에는
interview
이
with
MVP를
Wolf
받은
and
두
Peanut.
선수가 나와 계십니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
So first of all, congratulations on your victory.
두 분 모두 이번 시즌 첫 MVP를 이제 가져가신
So
걸로
this is
알고
your first
있습니다. 좀
MVP,
소감이 남다르실
for
것
both
같은데
Wolf
먼저
and
울프
Peanut.
선수 소감은 어떠신가요?
네, 이번 시즌에 좀 저희 팀에 잘하는 선수들이 작년에도 잘하는 선수들이 있어서 좀 뭐랄까 인터뷰 같은 기회를 갖기 힘들었는데 이번 시즌에는 더 잘하는 선수들이 들어와서 좀 더 힘드네요.
그래도
And
울프
Wolf
선수의
says, you know,
꾸준한
it's tough for
활약은
me
계속해서
because this
팬들이
season we have
알아주고 계신 것
such great
같아요.
players on our
네,
team. I
피넛
really,
선수는 오늘 MVP
I really
처음으로
find it
받으신
difficult to
소감
actually get
어떠세요?
any of these interview opportunities.
오랜만에 너무 오랜만에 MVP를 받는 거라 약간 많이 긴장되는 것 같아요.
긴장되세요?
saying, you know, it's
또
been such a
얼마
long
전에
time since I had my
생일이셨다고
interview, so
들었어요.
kind of feels
팬들이
new.
이제 또 생일 파티까지 준비를 하고 계신다고 들었는데
진짜요?
오늘 정말 좋은 일이 계속해서 이어지네요.
감사합니다.
네, 확실히 그 울프 선수 같은 경우는 예전부터 그랬지만 메타에 흔들리지 않은 그런 모든 챔피언의 운영이 가능하다 이런 말들이 있었고 실제로 이번 스플릿 들어와서도 말자의 완벽한
So Kanata
운영을
asking Wolf
선보이고
about,
계시거든요.
you know, how
그런
is he such
기본적인
a strong,
비결이나
reliable
기량
player
유지에 비결 많은
despite
팬분들이
whatever
궁금해하실
the
것
meta
같아요.
might be? He's always at rock for
그런
SKT as
메타에
support.
적응하는 것 같은 경우에는 제가 솔랭에서 일단 서폿을 잘 안 가요. 그래서 그런 점이 좀 도움이 되지 않나 싶어요.
그럼
네.
서� 말고 주로 가는 라인이
Wolf
어디신가요?
says, you know, when it
저는
comes to
무조건
adapting
상관없음으로
or playing well in the
돌려놓고
meta, I think
어디든
a
그냥
lot of that
맡은
stuff stems from,
포지션에
solo queue.
책임을 다하죠.
네.
대단하네요.
서폿이 아닌
So,
다른
maybe that's
포지션은
the
좀
secret?
본인에게 맞는 좀 포지션이 있다면 어떤 포지션이 있을까요?
제가 옛날에 아마추어 때는 정글러였어서 그래서 정글이 제일 재밌고 좋은 것 같아요.
So the next question being,
자,
you know, what
네,
do you
오늘
think is
말자
the
상대로
closest
신드라
position to
서포터를
support
넥스
when you're
선수가
playing solo queue?
꺼냈었어요.
Maybe what are you most
그런데 뭐
comfortable in?
그렇게 뭐 카운터다라는
Wolf
느낌은
saying,
못 받기는
you know, way back
했었는데
when I
그
was an
신드라
amateur, I
서폿에
used to
대해서는
be
어떻게
a jungle
생각하셨나요?
player.
일단 사실 말자 상대로 좀 할 게 없어요. 그래서 뭐 투신 선수는 브랜드를 썼고 뭐 그런 많은 챔피언들이 좀 나오는 것
Arus
같은데
tied with Faker.
그냥 뭐 그 중에 괜찮은
MVP.
픽일 거라고는 생각해요. 그래서
신드라가
네 신드라 근데 저 잘은 모르겠어요. 좀 많이 해봐야 될 것 같아요.
하지만
So
어쨌든
Wolf kind of talking
말자가
about
지금
the
확실히
current
1티어
landscape of
네.
서포터는
support
맞다라는
picks and
얘기네요.
champions. He definitely feels like Malzahar
자,
is
울프
a
선수 오늘
very
또
good viable
말자로
option, but
계속해서
at the
좋은
same time,
승률 4전 전승이라고
I think
들었어요.
the takeaway is that he's
스크림을 할 때도
exploring
이제 말자를 좀 많이 사용하실 것 같은데 네, 주요
maybe
장면이
some of
화면으로
the
나오고
other
있네요.
candidates to respond to that, and one of them is
자, 이
Syndra.
장면이었죠.
네, 그러니까 기본적으로 라인전을 펼칠
Of course, the
때
Syndra player for
6렙이
today,
되면 내가 딱
Max did not
전멸공으로
have
들어가서
such a good
하나를
time,
끊어줘야겠다 이런 컨셉을 정해두고 경기를 하신 건가요?
아니요, 딱히 그런 거는 아니고 그냥 그냥 언제나 뭐 상황마다 다르겠지만 이전에 애쉬의 스펠이 빠진 상황이었어서 그냥 네, 각 보고 언제나 그냥 각만 보는 게 제일 중요하죠.
각을 일단 많이 보시고 오늘 신드라가 나오긴 했지만 어제는 뭐 브랜드도 나오고 여러 가지 굉장히 많이 나오고 있잖아요. 말자를 하는 입장에서 앞서 말씀을 한번 해주시긴 했지만 그래도 이것 정도는 한번 괜찮을 것 같은데라고 생각해 보신 챔피언은 있나요?
딱히 그런 게 없는 것 같아요. 뭐 유럽에서는
네.
뭐 말자 상대로 룰루도 나오고 그런다고는 들었는데 그냥 네 딱히 뭐 그런 게 없는 것 같아요.
울프 선수의 말자라서 그런 거 아닐까요?
그거는 일단 무조건이죠.
네, 이 근거가 있는 자신감이기 때문에 저희가 뭐라고 할 수가 없네요. 네. 자, 이어서 피넛 선수도 좀 얘기를 나눠볼까요? 오늘 두 번째 세트 뱀픽부터 굉장히 흥미로웠습니다. 일단 OP로 불려진 세 개의 챔피언들을 모두 연 상태에서 뱀픽이 시작이 됐는데 렌가와 카미를 이제 나눠 가지는 상황이 연출이 됐거든요. 자, 훈이 선수와 피넛 선수 좀 어떤 챔프가 열리길 서로 기다리고 있었을까요?
이제 서로 훈이는 카밀 열렸으면 좋겠고
네.
저는 렌가가 열리면 더 편하니까 그냥 서로 반대였을 것 같은데요. 네.
그 초반에 경기가 굉장히 편하게 풀리면서 어떻게 보면 좀 흥을 많이 내고 있는 게 아닌가라는 느낌을 받았어요. 그래서 실제로 경기 중간에 이제 바론 스틸을 당했고 굉장히 위험한 타이밍이 있었거든요. 그때 심정이 어땠는지를 듣고 싶어요.
저희가 너무 유리해서
네.
좀 많이 방심한 것 같고 이제 바론 콜은 좀 전체적으로 약간 미스가 있었고 그래서 약간 역전 할 뻔했는데 다행히 기본기가 있어서 저희 팀이 역전한 것 같아요.
그러니까 첫 바론 상황에서 아무래도 질리언의 트리플 킬 이런 것도 나왔지만 두 번째 바론을 할 때는 어쨌든 솔킬도 내시고 그 다음에 스틸까지 성공을 하셨잖아요. 그때 어떤 생각을 가지고 파고들었나요, 바론 쪽으로?
일단 무조건 이게 제가 바론 스트레스 때는 올라프가 너무 무서워서 이게 달려오는 게 이미 달려올 때 약간 뺏길 것 같았는데 이번에는 제가 뺏을 수 있을 것 같아서 그냥 점프했는데 P16에 아마 스마이트가 써졌을 거예요. 바루스는 죽은지 잘 몰랐는데 바루스가 죽여서 한타는 이겼다라고
보통은 그 데미지를 이제 바론에 같이 꼽아 넣으면서 강타로 스틸을 하지 않나요? 거기서 바루스를 잡을 수 있을 거라고 생각이 들었었나요?
일단 바론을 많이 못 먹어도 바루스를 잡고 시작하면 4대 5기 때문에 그게 확률이 제일 높아서 그 선택을 했던 것 같아요.
저도 이제 작년 락스 때 피넛 선수의 모습을 보고 올해 SKT에서 모습을 보게 되면 작년에 우리 왕호는 굉장히 웃음기가 많고 부스 내에서 많이 웃었던 선수인데 SKT에 와서는 조금 웃음기를 뺀 그런 경기를 한다라는 의견이 팬분들 사이에 진짜 많았어요. 그게 실제로 코칭 스텝이 경기 내에서는 뭐 감정적으로 해서는 안 된다 이런 것들이 있기 때문에 그러시는 건지 좀 듣고 싶네요.
그런 건 전혀 없고요. 락스 때는 그냥 형들이 경기 시작 전에 노래를 부르고 막 그냥 장난을 치고 그런 거였고 여기는 아예 약간 그런 건 있어요. 경기를 좀 차분하게 해라라는 말은 있었는데 제가 뭐 그런 것 때문에 안 웃고 막 그런 건 아니고 그냥 웃을 일 없어서 안 웃은 것뿐인 것 같아요.
피넛 선수가 조금 얌전해졌다 이런 평가에 대한 울프 선수의 좀 개인적인 생각을 듣고 싶어요.
근데 저희 팀이 좀 그렇긴 해요. 좀 진중하고 제가 15년 MSI 때 너무 흥이 많아서 말아먹었기 때문에 그래서 그 이후로 좀 그런데 좀 업되지 말고
재밌는 표현을 하시네요.
이게 경기장만 오면 말이 약간 차분해져가지고 경기 부스 들어가기 전까지는 엄청 재밌는 형들인데 그때부터 별로 농담도 안 치고 그러더라고요.
그렇다면 그 경기 이제 시작하기 전에 흥을 너무 많이 내면 결국 그게 게임에 어느 정도 영향력이 꽤 있다라고 말씀하시는 건가요?
네 그런 게 있어서 그런 게 SKT가 우승했는데 그게 규칙 그게 룰 아닐까요? 룰? 그게 정답 아닐까요? 정답. SKT가.
그럼요. SKT.
선수 굉장히 현명한 대답을 해주셨는데 이제 좀 게임적으로 다시 하나 질문을 드리고 싶어요. 이 리신에 대한 얘기를 좀 안 여쭤볼 수가 없을 것 같아요. 이번 시즌에 이제 10연패 끝에 피넛 선수가 처음으로 리신으로 승리를 가져가고 그 후에 뭐 블레스 선수나 엄티 선수가 리신으로 승리를 또 가져갔는데 오늘도 또 리신으로 좋은 모습 보여주셨잖아요. 근데 리신이 지난 시즌과 같은 활약은 보여주지 못하고 있다 이런 평가들이 줄을 이루고 있거든요. 피넛 선수가 생각하시는 리신의 현재 티어는 좀 어떨까요?
저는 개인적으로 리신이 잘하면 파일럿 따라 1티어가 될 수 있다 생각하는데 워낙 대회에서 어려워서 그래서 약간 꺼려하는 경향이 있는 것 같고
And
모든
Pino
선수들이.
says, you know, I
근데
think depending on
이제
who's
저희
playing him,
SKT
Lee Sin could be a
멤버들이
top
너무
tier pick.
라이너들이 너무 세서
But he is pretty difficult
제가 그냥
in the tournament,
편안하게
so I
할
think
수 있는
players are
항상
shying away
마음이
from him.
있어서 마음을 가질 수 있어서 네, 저는 리신 엄청 좋다고 생각.
However, personally, he's a big
자
fan
이제
of Lee
이 두
Sin because he
분을
gets to
비롯해서
really
SKT
be
선수들이
powerful in the
요즘
early
개인
laning
스트리밍
phases.
방송으로 굉장히 또 화제가 되고 있는데 자 이 자리를 빌어서 이제 각자의 좀 방송을 좀 어필하는 시간을 좀 가져보면 어떨까 하는 생각이 들어요. 울프 선수 먼저 좀
얼마 전에 울프 선수가 저한테 또 방송 도움까지 줬거든요. 그러면서 울프
그렇게 칭찬을 하시더라고요.
유성이 정말
아직 정식으로 뭐 그렇게 된 게 아니기 때문에 저희는 지금 시범 방송을 하고 있는 거라서 네, 어떻게 될지는 잘 모르겠지만 저는 네 진짜 방송을 하고 있습니다.
아 진짜 방송. 진짜 방송.
진짜 방송.
You know, it's still
뭔가
kind
진한
of a
여운이
trial thing. We'll
느껴졌습니다.
see how
울프
it goes.
선수의
But
말에서. 네, 피넛 선수도 못지않은
I really
화제가
love
되고
streaming.
있는데
I think that's what he
방송
said.
즐겁게 하고 계시나요?
네, 저는 방송을 너무 하고 싶어서 너무 그리웠고 방송을 하면서 솔랭을 하게 돼서 저는 엄청 재밌게 하고 있어요.
And Pino saying, you know, I miss
두분
streaming so
경기뿐만 아니라 또
much.
개인
You know, really
방송에서도
streaming with.
팬들에게 즐거움을
I
주는
assume your
모습
mics
기대하도록
are on and
하겠습니다.
everything. And
오늘 승리
he says
축하드리고요.
he's
인터뷰
having a lot of
감사드립니다.
fun playing solo queue while streaming.
자 이렇게 해서 오늘
He also tries to speak a lot of
SKT의
English.
두 선수죠. 울프
So
선수와
if you
피넛
guys
선수의
are
인터뷰까지
curious,
함께
definitely go check that out.
만나보셨습니다.
I hang out in that
2017
channel
리그
a lot.
오브 레전드
It's a lot of
챔피언스
fun.
코리아 스프링 오늘의
I didn't know
경기
that.
결과
I
안내해드리겠습니다.
like watching the peanuts.
오늘의
stream.
첫 번째 경기 삼성
So
갤럭시와 락스
that's going to do it for us. We are done here. That is the result of today. 2-1 Galaxy.
SKT와
2-1 over
MVP의
Rocks Tigers and
경기에서는
SK Telecom with
SKT가
a 2-0 over
2대
MVP.
0으로 승리를 가져갔습니다. 자, LCK 스프링 1라운드
that is what
3주차
happened.
경기가
SKT gets
종료된
another 2-0.
순위까지 확인해 보시죠.
Samsung does win as well.
So let's take one
자,
final
오늘
look at the
이렇게 승리를
standings.
SKT가 2대 0으로 가져가면서
And
무실
SK Telecom
세트를
4 wins, now
이어나가면서
tied with
역시
KT
1위로
Rolster.
다시 한번 탈환했습니다.
Well, they're in first place.
3위에서
That's right, although there is a slight
올라섰고요.
point
락스와
difference based on
MVP는
sets
공동 8위에
won and
머물러
lost.
있습니다.
Gongdae Monsters only won one game. That's
자, 이렇게
crazy.
해서 1라운드 3주차의 경기까지 마무리된 순위까지 확인해 보셨습니다. 다음 주 화요일에는
You can see the schedules over there on the left side too for both teams. You see that SKT plays against KT on March 2nd. And we will have the broadcast back here at Spo TV on Tuesday, for which we will have the Africa.
또 일요일에는 넥슨 아레나에서
The Africa Freaks.
함께 즐기실 수
Right as I'm
있는데요.
about to say it,
일요일과 금요일에
they take it away from me.
핑크에서
I think it's down there. Africa
팅켓이
Freaks versus Rocks,
자,
and then
오늘
Samsung
경기 다시
versus
한번 보고
Gongdae Monster.
싶으시다면 e스포츠 TV 홈페이지와 스포티비
Pretty
게임즈의
an interesting set of
유튜브에서
games. We'll
다시
see if
한번 확인하실 수
Gongdae
있습니다.
can get their first win.
자, LCK 설
I'm still
연휴가
looking forward to our
끝나고
first
경기가
Jinner
다시
and BBQ
시작됐지만
matches.
선수들의 기량은
So
한층 더
lots of
올라온
exciting games
듯한
to come.
모습이었습니다. 오늘 경기
I'm
즐겁게
looking forward to that
보셨나요?
as
네,
well. when we eat
아무래도
that chicken.
2강이라 할 수 있는 SKT와 KT가 더욱더 높은 곳을 향해 달려가고 있지만
So just
조만간
some final
만나게
words
될
about,
팀들이잖아요.
you know, the standings
양 팀이
and
만나게
today's
되었을 때
results.
벌써부터 기대가 되고 오늘
And
경기
Kanata
또한
saying SK
르랭카가
Telecom
어느
and
정도
KT definitely
풀리면서
tied
새로운
up
구도를
there makes
볼 수
things
있게 돼서
a
상당히
lot
좀 기분이
interesting.
좋았습니다.
네, 그렇습니다. 이번 경기를 통해서 앞으로에 있을 경우에 경기에서도 르블랑, 렌과 카밀이 계속 풀리면서 어떻게
And
보면은
Captain
이제
Jack saying,
레드
you know,
사이드에서도
he definitely
충분히
wants to see
좋은
more
벤트를
LeBlanc,
만들어 볼 수
Camille, and
있지
Renkar left
않을까라는
open.
그 가능성이 계속해서 보여주고 있습니다.
네, LCK 스프링 4주차 경기는 더욱더 치열하지 않을까 예상이 되는데요. 다음 주도 많은 관심 부탁드리고요. 늦은 시간까지 함께해 주신 여러분 대단히 감사합니다.
So that's going to do it for us, guys. That will be
다시
the end
찾아뵙겠습니다.
of the last
시간
analyst
되세요.
segment. We'll see you guys on Tuesday for more LCK Spring 2017.
Heart of the darkness. Tell me what you say when the mood's right. Sitting on the bed in the back of a room. We can hit it off if you wanted us to. Whoa, whoa, I learned to cover you. Some girls like the boys who are fast. Some girls like making it last. Who are you? Some girls got so much to prove, but those girls got nothing on you. Who are you? Who are you? you feel. Is it alright? Sitting on the bed at the back of the room. We can get along if you want us to. Tell me what you want out of this life. Tell me what you say when the mood's right.